Bonjour à tous, hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon A. And in this lesson we'll work together on the adverbs, les adverbes. And to be more precise, we'll see three cases. The first one will be with an adjective, an adverb. Second situation will be with un verbe. And then the last one will be with une phrase. Okay, so let's see that right now. The first case we'll discover or we'll work on will be with an adjective or an adverb. Okay, so let's see. The idea is normally that the adverb should be placed, adverbe placé, devant, before the adjective or the other adverb. Okay, so if you've got a structure with one adverb and one adjective, your adverb should be placed before the adjective. If you've got two adverbs, then this one should be before the second one. Okay, so let's see how it goes. First example, ce thé est trop chaud. Okay, ce thé, thé is tea, of course. And then here we've got the demonstrative. This tea is too hot. Okay, so we've got the adjective chaud here, and then this trop should be before the adjective. Okay, so it's quite easy. Another possibility here, you've got two adverbs. So this one, trop, too, and then rapidement, well, fast, okay? And then parler is to talk. Il parle trop rapidement. Okay, so obviously this trop, too fast, should be before rapidement. Okay? And then, last example, ce film est assez intéressant. Ce film est assez enough, intéressant, interesting. Okay, so assez comes before intéressant. All right, so remember, if you get one adverb, then you should put it before the adjective or the second adverb. All right, so let's see now how you will construct it if you have a verb. So the rule goes like that. L'adverbe est placé, is placed, so the adverb is placed en général, in general, so that's quite important in French because, of course, we've got exceptions all the time. We will have exceptions in French, but en général, okay? Après, so after the verb, okay? Adverbe placé en général après le verbe. So let's see how it goes now. Je lis, lire, lire is to read, okay? So it's the present form. Je lis, I read. Rapidement, okay? So fast. Je lis rapidement. So you can see that this rapidement, fast, comes after your verb here, lire. Okay? Second example now. Elle parle, parler is to talk, doucement. Okay, quietly. Elle parle doucement. Same thing here. Your adverb is coming after your verb. All right? And then the last one. Il conduit. Conduire is to drive. Il conduit très bien, very well, sa nouvelle voiture, his new car. Il conduit très bien sa nouvelle voiture. So as you can see here as well, this très bien, very well, is coming after the verb conduire, to drive. All right? So remember, the adverb is placed in general after the verb. Okay? And then be careful, of course, if you construct it at the passé composé tense. So remember, we saw that previously. You should check the unit 5 if you want to know how to construct this passé composé. But then for the passé composé, we will have, of course, some exceptions. The exceptions are assez, enough, beaucoup, a lot, bien, well, déjà, already, mal, bad, mieux, better, trop, too much, too, okay, toujours, always, and then presque, almost. Okay, so assez, beaucoup, bien, déjà, mal, mieux, trop, toujours, presque. So try to remember them, and then in the next page I will show you how they change. So if you take this trop, remember it was too much. So je parle trop, I talk too much. So if we've got the present form as we do here, basically it does respect the rule as we saw previously, so it comes after the verb. Okay, je parle trop. But then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, okay, so remember passé composé, you've got avoir or être, and then after that you get this participe passé form, all right? So you will have to put this adverb, trop, between the two here. J'ai trop parlé. All right? Let's see now another example. Il se repose. Se reposer is to rest. Okay? Il se repose beaucoup, a lot. And then, if you put the same sentence at the passé composé form, il s'est beaucoup reposé. All right? Il s'est beaucoup reposé. So remember, present here, present form, you've got this adverb, it's coming after the verb, but then here, it must be here, so between the two. Okay? Another example. Je dors mal. So dormir, it's to sleep. Okay? Mal, bad. Passé composé form, j'ai mal dormi. So same thing. Doesn't come after, but it's right here. Okay? Elle sourit toujours. Sourire, to smile, toujours, always. Present form, elle sourit toujours. And then, passé composé form, elle a toujours souri. Alright? And now, let's see if you want to make a sentence. Because you will have to remember that in some cases, well, the place of the adverb can change. Est variable. Okay? So let's see. You've got an example here. Malheureusement, so malheureusement means unfortunately, malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Perdre, it's to lose. Okay? Ses clés, her keys. Okay? And it's the passé composé form. Malheureusement, elle a perdu ses clés. Okay, so that's one option. So you can start here, as you can see. You start with the adverb, and then you continue your sentence. All right? But then, it would be possible as well to change the order and to start like elle a perdu ses clés, malheureusement. Okay, so you can see that it's possible to start with the adverb, or then you can end with it as well. So it's possible to move the adverb. In this case, it doesn't need to be at the right beginning of the sentence. Okay, we'll see another example. Récemment, récemment means recently. Il a décidé, okay, décidé to decide, de changer, to change, de travail. Travail is work. Okay, récemment, il a décidé de changer de travail. Okay, and it will be the same here. If you look carefully, you can start with il a décidé de changer de travail. So the same portion that we had here, you can start with it, and then you put récemment at the end. Okay, so in some structures, well, keep in mind that it's possible whether to start with the adverb or that to end with the adverb if you want. Okay, well, it's for once it's quite easy in French. All right. Okay, so I hope it was clear. So it was the first lesson of Unit 7, Unité 7. If you want more lessons, well, you can find them here, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon B. So we saw previously in the previous lesson, leçon A, it was les adverbes, so especially the place or where you should put the adverbs in sentences or before verbs and adjective. But then in this lesson, we'll try to focus on what we call les adverbes de manière, and especially the way to construct them. Okay, so the rule goes like, if you've got, or if you want to construct an adverb de manière, first you've got to know well the adjective at the masculine form, then you will make it or modify it and put it at the feminine form, and after that you will add M-E-N-T, and when you add this M-E-N-T at the end of your feminine form of the adjective, then you will get the adverb. Okay, so it sounds quite easy. It is not that difficult, okay, but then we'll have a look. So we'll take a first example, easy one, and this is parfait. Okay, parfait means perfect in English. Okay, it's not that far. So we've got here this adjective, and it's at the masculine form. If we put the same adjective at the feminine form, well, the rule normally, we saw that previously, goes like, you put this final you add this final at the end of your adjective to get the feminine form. Of course, we've got some exceptions, but then that's the normal rule, okay? And so based on this form, as we saw, you just add M-E-N-T, and then you get your adverb parfaitement, okay? In English, it would be perfectly, okay? So parfait, then parfaite, parfaitement. All right, so we'll see a few examples, and then the first one is franc. Okay, so in some cases they will be a bit strange because the feminine will not follow the rule that we saw, but then, I mean, I told you that in advance, you know, most of them follow this rule, but then of course we've got exceptions. Okay, but then so franc, franche, so it's the feminine forms, the adjective, and then franchement, you get the adverb here. Okay, so for each adjective I will put the English translation here at the beginning. All right, doux, you don't pronounce the final X. Douce, feminine form. Doucement, adverb. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Franc, franche, franchement. Doux, douce, doucement. Parfait, parfaite, parfaitement. Certain, certaine, certainement. Joyeux, joyeuse, joyeusement. Okay, let's continue the list. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, you can read them one more time. Heureux, heureuse, heureusement. Spécial, spécial, spécialement. Clair, clair, clairement. Vif, vive, vivement. Sportif, sportive, sportivement. Okay, and then we can see some subgroups. Okay, so it does mean that here you will have the ending of your adjective at the masculine form, then here the ending of the adjective at the feminine form, and here you've got the ending of your adverb. So it takes back this ending here, accent grave RE, and then you add this MENT. Okay, so this subgroup follow the rule that if it ends with ER, then the feminine form will be accent grave, it goes like that, RE. Okay, so let's see a few examples now. Entier, entière, entièrement. Premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. Léger, légère, légèrement. Okay, one more time. Entier, entière, entièrement. Premier, première, premièrement. Dernier, dernière, dernièrement. Léger, légère, légèrement. Okay? And then second subgroup. So if it ends with ET, then it will go like accent grave, TE, and then for the adverb, accent grave, TE, and you add this MENT here. Okay? Let's see. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit on it just to make you hear the difference between the masculine. Secret, secrète. Okay, you're pronouncing the T. Okay? Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so one more time. Secret, secrète, secrètement. Complet, complète, complètement. Discret, discrète, discrètement. Okay, so let's see another subgroup. So actually you've got two things here. The first one, so if your adjective is ending with ENT, then it will be transformed for the adverb like EMMENT. And if it ends with ANT, it will be transformed like AMMENT. Okay, but then I did put them in the same group because phonetically, and that's the important thing, phonetically you will pronounce them the same way. So you will pronounce amant, and here it will be the same, you will pronounce amant. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Patient, and then patiemment. So as I told you, even if you write it EMMENT, phonetically it goes like amant, patiemment. All right. Récent, same rule. Récemment, récemment, récemment. Okay. Then suffisant, suffisamment. And the last example, élégant, élégamment. All right, so let's repeat them one more time. Patient, patiemment. Récent, récemment. Suffisant, suffisamment. Élégant, élégamment. Okay, and another subgroup. So if your adjective is ending with EL, then feminine form of the adjective will be ELLE, and then the adverb ELLEMENT. Okay. Réel, réellement. Okay, so remember when you get this here and then it's followed by two consonants and then they are the same consonant like here, the sound of the changes and it's open, it's e. So that's the reason why you've got this réel. Okay, réellement. All right, then manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. Okay, one more time. Réel, réel, réellement. Manuel, manuel, manuellement. Annuel, annuel, annuellement. Naturel, naturel, naturellement. So now, with the previous lesson, and this one, you can master les adverbes, or at least you can be quite gifted with them. And then if you want to check for the previous lessons and the next lesson, you can find them on youtube.com/imagier, or then the website is here, imagier.net. Au revoir. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon C. And in this lesson we'll see some vocabulary for a change, and then the topic will be dans la ville, so in the town, dans la ville. Okay, so let's start now. Une rue. Okay, remember final not pronounced. Une rue. Une voie ferrée. Final here not pronounced, and then this one is not pronounced either. Une voie ferrée. Une autoroute. Une autoroute. Un boulevard. Final D not pronounced. Un boulevard. Un lampadaire. final not pronounced, un lampadaire. Une aire de stationnement. Une aire de stationnement. Un musée, final not pronounced, un musée. Un immeuble, so you can see I'm making this little liaison between the two. Un immeuble, final not pronounced, un immeuble. Un stade, same thing here, final is not pronounced. Un stade. Un gratte-ciel. Un gratte-ciel. Un restaurant. Final T not pronounced. Un restaurant. Un hôtel. So you can see that I'm making this little liaison, this little link between the two. Un hôtel. Un hôtel. All right? Un terre-plein. Un terre-plein. Remember this E-I-N nasal. So it goes in your nose and it's un plein, plein. Un terre-plein. Une gare. Okay, remember when you get these G and A together, the sound is g, ga, ga. Une gare. Final not pronounced. Une gare. Une tour. Okay, O-U-ou, une tour. Un palais des congrès. Final S here and here are not pronounced. Un palais des congrès. Un parc. Un parc. Un espace vert. First thing, you've got this little link between the two. Un espace vert. Final not pronounced, and then final T not pronounced. Un espace vert. Un trottoir. Un trottoir. Une borne d'incendie. Okay, final here not pronounced, final here not pronounced. Une borne d'incendie. And then you get the nasal. Un, en, incendie. Une borne d'incendie. Un égout. Okay, little link between the two. Un égout. Final T not pronounced. Un égout. Une conduite d'eau potable. Une conduite d'eau potable. Final here and here are not pronounced. And then when you combine these two, these three vowels A, U, you get the sound O. Only O. Okay? Une conduite d'eau potable. Okay? Une conduite de gaz. Final not pronounced here. Une conduite de gaz. Un câble électrique. Final here and here are not pronounced. Un câble électrique. Un abribus. Un abribus. Un arrêt d'autobus. So you can hear this little link between the two. Un arrêt d'autobus. Un passage pour piétons. Un passage pour piétons. Final S here, not pronounced, and then final not pronounced. Un passage pour piétons. Des feux de circulation. So here, final X not pronounced. Des feux de circulation. Une chaussée. Okay, here, final not pronounced. And then you get the double S between two vowels, so it's really strong. I mean, the S is s. Okay, so une chaussée. Un réverbère. Final not pronounced. Un ré. So here you've got this accent aigu, et, and then here you've got this accent grave, é. Okay, et, é. So it goes like réverbère. Okay, un réverbère. Une maison individuelle. So remember when you get this and then double consonant, and especially here it's the same one, that's the idea. It will open the sound of so you will pronounce it like eh, okay? Individuel, uel, okay? Une maison individuelle. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Final here, not pronounced. Une maison individuelle jumelée. Des appartements en copropriété. Remember, final S and final T are not pronounced here. Des appartements, little liaison here, des appartements en copropriété. Des maisons en rangée. Final E and final S are not pronounced. Des maisons en rangée. Une tour d'habitation. Remember, H doesn't exist in French, well, in most of the cases, so it does mean that you don't pronounce it, all right? So, d'habitation. Une tour d'habitation. That's it. Now you know many words, and especially you can pronounce them correctly. Next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Okay, bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll see the vocabulary regarding the house, so in the house, dans la maison. So let's start now. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire. Un couloir. Un escalier. Une buanderie. Okay, so one more time. Une entrée principale. Un vestibule. Un vestiaire. Un couloir. Un escalier. Une buanderie. Un salon. Une cheminée. Une salle à manger. Une cuisine. Des WC. Une salle de séjour. So one more time. Un salon, une cheminée, une salle à manger, une cuisine, des WC, une salle de séjour. Un rez-de-chaussée. Un étage. Un palier. Une chambre principale. Une garde-robe. Une chambre. One more time. Un rez-de-chaussée. Un étage. Un palier. Une chambre principale. Une garde-robe. Une chambre. Une fenêtre. Une porte-fenêtre. Une salle de bain. Une douche. Une baignoire. Une porte pliante. So one more time. Une fenêtre. Une porte-fenêtre. Une salle de bain. Une douche. Une baignoire. Une porte pliante. Une table. Une desserte. Un fauteuil. Un canapé. un banc, un tabouret. One more time. Une table, une desserte, un fauteuil, un canapé, un banc, un tabouret. Une chaise, un lit, une armoire, un coffre, une commode, un rideau, okay? Une chaise, un lit, une armoire, un coffre, une commode, un rideau. This is it. You've got so many words now. I hope you can remember them. If you don't, then watch the video one more time. And then if you're ready, so the next lesson should wait at the following address. So it's youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, leçon E. And in this lesson, we'll have the pleasure to discover together two verbs. So it's quite interesting because we've got first the verb savoir, and then we've got the verb connaître. And if you want to translate that, directly in English, well, basically they mean the same thing, and it would be translated with to know. Okay, so two verbs for the same meaning. What does it mean? It means that you will have two different uses of these verbs. The first one, savoir, well, the rule is that you will use savoir plus a verb. So after that, if you want to add a verb, then you will have to use savoir. Or then if you want to put, as we say, structure verbale, so it's just somehow like a sentence, okay? So if you want to introduce a sentence after savoir, then after to know, then that's savoir that you will have to use, okay? But connaître, so same meaning, as I said, it's to know, okay? You will use connaître only if you want to put a name or a noun after connaître, okay? So that's the main difference of use between savoir and connaître, okay? So connaître plus a noun avec un nom, and then savoir with a verb, or then structure or verbal structure, or let's say a sentence if you want. Okay, so first, of course, we should remember how to conjugate savoir at the present form here. Okay, je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait, nous savons, vous savez, ils savent, elles savent. Okay, so if you look carefully here, you write it S-A-I-S, well, the same way here. Here you write it S-A-I-T, okay, but then phonetically these three forms are the same, and it's c'est, okay? Je sais, tu sais, il sait, elle sait. All right, so let's see now the passé composé form. J'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, vous avez su, ils ont su. Okay, so if you remember, when we introduced this passé composé form, it was in Unit 5, if my memory is correct. Then you put first, in most of the cases, the verb avoir at the present form, and then you put this participe passé form. And the participe passé form for savoir is su. Okay, so it doesn't change. That's the reason why you will put it right here after each form. Okay, so j'ai su, tu as su, il a su, elle a su, nous avons su, little liaison here, vous avez su, same thing here, ils ont su, little liaison between the two, elles ont su. Okay, and now let's see connaître at the present form. Je connais, tu connais, il connaît, elle connaît, nous connaissons, vous connaissez, ils connaissent, elles connaissent. All right. Same thing as we had for savoir. If you look carefully here, connaît, AIS, connaît, AIS, and then connaît, AIT. So don't forget this circumflex, even if you don't pronounce it well, you should write it. Well, you pronounce these three forms the same way. Okay? Connaît, connaît, and then connaît. All right. Let's see how it goes for the passé composé form. J'ai connu. Tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, sorry, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay, so same rule, first avoir at the present form, then participe passé form of connaître, it's connu. All right, so it will go everywhere for each person here. Okay, j'ai connu, tu as connu, il a connu, elle a connu, nous avons connu, vous avez connu, ils ont connu, elles ont connu. Okay? And now for the future form, as it was introduced in the previous lesson, unit 6. So savoir the future form, and it goes like je saurai, tu sauras, il saura, elle saura, nous saurons, vous saurez, ils sauront, elles sauront. And then for connaître at the future form. Je connaîtrai, tu connaîtras, il connaîtra, elle connaîtra, nous connaîtrons, vous connaîtrez, ils connaîtront, elles connaîtront. All right? So, let's see a few examples now. So the first one, remember, savoir, so you construct it with a verb or a sentence. Okay, in that case I just put a verb. Je sais chanter. Okay, so remember, savoir, to know, chanter, to sing. Je sais chanter. All right, so second verb here, chanter. Well, the rule in French is that if you've got a structure like that with two verbs, the second verb should be all the time at the infinitive. Okay, je sais chanter, like that. All right. If you put the same sentence at the passé composé as we saw previously, the passé composé form of savoir, it goes like j'ai su chanter. All right. And then the future form, je saurais chanter. Okay. So it's quite easy. Hein? Je sais chanter, j'ai su chanter, je saurais chanter. That's it. Let's see connaître now. Je connais cette personne. Okay. So connaître, to know, okay? And then cette personne, person is person, and it's feminine, so if you want to put this, you should put it at the feminine, so it's this person, cette personne. Je connais cette personne. Passé composé, j'ai connu cette personne, and then the future form, je connaîtrai cette personne. All right? So it's not that difficult, okay? But, of course, there is one exception. And the exception is savoir plus a noun. Okay, so you will use this structure only if you want to introduce this concept that we call in French par cœur, so by heart. Let's see one example. Je sais ma leçon. So in that case, savoir, to know, ma leçon, my lesson. Okay, so in that sentence, when you use je sais ma leçon, you really want to say that you know your lesson by heart. Okay, that's the reason why we use savoir in that case. Okay, same thing for the second example. Je sais mon texte, my text, or then my lines if you want. Je sais mon texte, okay, so it's the same. You want to introduce this idea that you know your text or your lines by heart. Okay, and that's the only exception when we will use savoir plus a noun. All right? I hope it was clear for you. Have a great day. If you can, you can find the video lessons, the previous and next here, and then the website is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll see a really important thing, and it's le conditionnel présent. So basically the conditionnel is, as in English, this conditional form, so would, could, okay? But of course, as in English, we've got different tenses for that. And the first one that we will see, so the more classic tense that we usually use, when we talk about the conditionnel, it's the present form. Okay, so let's start now. Le conditionnel présent. So in this lesson, we'll see first la formation, so the way to build it, to make it, and then, of course, l'emploi, so when you should use this conditionnel présent form. Okay, so let's first start, if that's okay with you, with the formation, the way to make it. So you'll see that it's quite easy in a way, and normally that's the reason why we introduce it right after the future tense. So if you didn't see the video regarding the future tense, I definitely advise you to do it because it will be more clear for you. So it's Unit 6, I don't remember the lesson, but check Unit 6, and then le futur, and you'll find it, okay? Because the way we construct this conditionnel présent is the same way that we construct the future, okay? The only difference will be the endings, all right? So let's take the first example that we've got here. Parler belongs to the first group of verbs. Remember, we've got 3 in French. And the first group of verb is ending with er, like here. Okay, so these verbs are regular. So that's a good news, and normally that's the reason why we start with them. So you don't have to change your verb. So parler is like that. You will keep it like that, and based on this form, after that you will add the endings, okay? And for je, the ending will be AIS, okay? So you don't need to modify your infinitive form. The basic form is like that, it goes there, and right after you just add the ending AIS, and you get je parlerai. All right, so it's quite simple. Second group, so verbs ending with er. Be careful, not all the verbs ending with er, but a quite decent amount of them belongs to the second group, but then still it will be quite easy because it is exactly the same way. You don't modify your infinitive form, you just keep it like that, all right? And after that, you add your ending. Je finirai. So AIS. Je finirai. All right, so it's quite easy. You keep your basic form, your infinitive form, and right after, you just put the ending. Okay? For the third group of verbs, so of course, we will have some exceptions. So we'll see that a bit later in this lesson. But still, the main rule is if it's ending like lire to read, okay, with this well, the idea is that you will take this away, as we quite usually do in French, okay, and after that you will add your ending. Je lirai. All right, so the rule goes like, if you've got final then you take it away, you've got your form here, L-I-R, and then you add your ending, A-I-S, je lirai, okay? So you've got 3 forms here, and they're actually the, well, conditional présent forms. Je parlerai, je finirai, je lirai, okay? Parler is to talk or to speak, finir to finish or to end, lire to read, okay? So the endings now. So we saw that previously that, well, the ending for je will be, the ending for je will be AIS, okay? The ending for tu will be, well, the same, AIS. The ending for il, elle will be AIT, okay? The good news is that even if we write them differently, like you see here, we pronounce them the same way. And it goes like eh, eh, eh. All right? So as usual in French, what you pronounce, well, it's not that difficult in a way, but then remember how to write them. AIS for je, AIS for tu, AIT for il, elle. So now let's see nous, and nous goes like I-O-N-S, okay? And it should be pronounced ion. Remember, final S is not pronounced. Ion, okay? Then for vous, it goes like I-E-Z, and it goes like ye, okay? Remember when you get this I before, it goes like ye, okay? Ye. So that's the reason why we had this ion here, and then ye. All right, and the last one, so even if it looks scary because you've got 3 vowels here and then nt, okay, A-I-E-N-T, so as usual, that's the way you should write it, but then phonetically, the good news is that you pronounce it e. So the same way that we had here, e here, e, and then e. Okay, so let's pronounce them, e, yon, ye, e. So if you look carefully, you've got only 3 phonetical pronunciation. The first one is here and here. It's the same. So it's e. After that, we've got this yon. And after that, we've got this ye. All right? So let's see now for parler. Parler, it's to speak or to talk. Okay, so je parlerai. Tu parlerais, il parlerait, elle parlerait, nous parlerions, vous parleriez, il parlerait, elle parlerait. Second example, choisir from the second group of verbs. Choisir is to choose. Je choisirais, tu choisirais, il choisirait, elle choisirait, nous choisirions, vous choisiriez, il choisirait, elle choisirait. Okay, not that difficult. And the last example, so for the third group, it's écrire. Écrire is to write. Okay, so same rule, if you remember. The example was with lire, to read, but then it's exactly the same rule. So if you look carefully, it's ending with this e. Okay, so you take it away, and after that you put the ending. J'écrirai. Tu écrirais, il écrirait, elle écrirait, nous écririons, vous écririez, ils écriraient, elles écriraient. All right, so it's not that difficult anyway. But of course, we've got some exceptions, as I said in the beginning. So the idea for these exceptions is that the verb will change. So endings will be the same, so that's one good news. So all the endings that we saw previously, well, they will be the same, but then you've got to remember the way the verb will change. So if you saw, that's the reason why I spoke about the future lesson. If you saw the future lesson and you remember the way these verbs are changing for the future, the good news is that they will be changing the same way. So être will become sœur. All right? And then after that, you will have to put the endings. Je serai. All right? So you will keep this sœur all the time for your conjugation. And after that, you will add all the endings that we saw. Okay? Avoir will become or. Same thing here. After that, you will add all the endings. So, tu aurais. Aller will become ir. And you'll get il irait, elle irait. Faire will become faire. Nous ferions. Savoir will become saur. Vous sauriez. Voir will become ver. Il verrait, elle verrait. Okay, so let's see them one more time. So, être, to be, je serais. Avoir, to have, tu aurais. Aller, to go, il irait, elle irait. Faire, to do, nous ferions. Savoir, to know, vous sauriez. Voir, to see, il verrait, elle verrait. Alright, so one more list of exceptions. Pouvoir will become pour. Je pourrais. Vouloir will become voudre. Tu voudrais. Pleuvoir will become pleuvre. Il pleuvrait. Devoir will become devre. Nous devrions. Venir will become viendre. Vous viendriez. Courir will become court. Il courrait, elle courrait. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Pouvoir, can, je pourrais. Vouloir, to want, tu voudrais. Pleuvoir, to rain, il pleuvrait. Devoir, to have to, nous devrions. Venir, to come, vous viendriez. Courir, to run, il courrait, elle courrait. Alright, so it was the first thing regarding the conditionnel présent, and then as I said, regarding the fact that it's quite close to the future, so the important thing is to remember that the endings for the future are AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT. Okay, but then for the conditionnel présent, if you remember them, it was AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. So to be totally honest, if you think about that, because basically we construct these two tenses the same way, okay, so the endings here and here will be the only way to make the difference between the future and the conditional. So it's quite important to really remember them by heart. Okay, so remember future, AI, AS, A, ONS, EZ, ONT, but then conditionnel présent, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, AIENT. Okay? And now let's see when we should use this conditionnel présent, because that's the most important thing. The first situation would be to express a desire or a wish, exprimer un désir ou un souhait. Okay? J'aimerais être en vacances. Aimer, to like or to love. Okay? And here you've got the conditional form. Être, to be, en vacances, on vacation, holidays. J'aimerais être en vacances. Second use will be if you want to donner un conseil, to give an advice. Vous devriez apprendre le français. Okay? Devoir, to have to, but then in that case, when you say vous devriez, you should. That would be the more correct translation. Vous devriez apprendre, apprendre is to learn, le français, French. And then if you want to ask something politely, that's the tense you should definitely use. And especially if you go in a coffee restaurant or if you go in a shop and you want to ask for something, then use this conditional form. I mean, trust me, it's quite important. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Okay? So let's read them one more time. J'aimerais être en vacances. Vous devriez apprendre le français. Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît. Another use of this conditionnel présent is if you want to construct a sentence, like in English, for instance, with this if. Okay? So if in French is si. And then the rule is quite strict in French. If you start with this if, si, then it should be followed by the imparfait form. We didn't see this form yet. It will come in the next lesson or in the next unit, sorry. So no stress about that. It's just an example, but it's just for you to know that if you want to construct this if structure, then it should be followed by imparfait. Then comes le conditionnel. Okay, so let's take one example. Si j'avais le temps, je ferais du sport. Okay, so si j'avais le temps, so if I had, it's the same in English. You put this I had. Si j'avais le temps, so time, je ferais. Remember, it was faire, to do, but then at the conditionnel form, du sport. Okay. Another example. Si j'étais riche, so riche, rich, était, it's to be, remember. Je voyagerais, voyager is to travel, autour du monde, around the world. Oops. And then the last one. Si elle était là, so être, to be, là, here, nous irions, so remember it was to go, aller, and it becomes ir, irions, nous promener. Okay, so se promener, to have a walk. Okay, that's it. I hope it was clear. Have a great day. The YouTube channel is here and the website is here and it's waiting for you. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon H. So let's start, and in this lesson we'll discover together what we call les nombres ordinaux. Les nombres ordinaux, premier, première. Okay, so you've got here the English version, so first, okay? But then as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine form and the feminine form, okay? So I will write here first masculine, then feminine, and I will read both, okay? So premier, première. Deuxième, second, seconde. Okay, so it's quite interesting because here you've got deuxième and then it doesn't change. It's the masculine or the feminine form is exactly the same. So that's a good news. And then we've got here another option, second or seconde. Okay, in that case, it does mean that nothing is coming after. Okay, so deuxième usually means that you've got after that third, fourth, etc. Okay, but then second, normally, it's the end. Okay, it's the second one. Okay. Troisième. Okay, masculine form, feminine form, the same. Quatrième. Cinquième. Sixième. Okay, one more time. Premier, première. Deuxième. Second, seconde. Troisième. Quatrième, cinquième, sixième, septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième. So far, I assume that it's not that difficult. You've got to remember that it's M, okay? Septième, huitième, neuvième, dixième, onzième, douzième, treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième. Okay. Treizième, quatorzième, quinzième, seizième, dix-septième, dix-huitième. 19e, vingtième, 21e, centième, millième, 1001e. OK? 19e, 20e, 21e, centième, millième, 1001e. A short lesson, I know, but quite useful. Okay, so next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website is here, and it's waiting for you. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll continue our introduction that we did in this unit, so regarding le conditionnel présent. And in this lesson, we'll only focus on the verb être. Okay? So it will be a short one, but still quite important. Je serai. Tu serais. Il serait. Elle serait. Nous serions. Vous seriez. Il serait, elle serait. Alright, so remember, conditionnel présent. So if you want to translate directly this je serais, it's I would be. Okay? But then in French, we've got only one form like that. Remember, so AIS, but then you don't pronounce the final S. Je serais. Same rule here. No pronunciation of the final S. Tu serais. Phonetically, it is the same. And then the good news here, it will be exactly the same. So final T is not pronounced. So phonetically, you've got the same form as we had previously. Il serait, elle serait. Okay, so one more time. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait. Alright? So then, final S not pronounced. And then this is this yon, yon. Remember, it goes in your nose. It's nasal. Yon. Nous serions. Okay? Then, vous seriez. And last but not least, and remember, it's quite strange, but A-I-E-N-T, many letters, only one simple sound, E, as we had here, here, and here. It's exactly the same sound. Il serait, elle serait. Alright? Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. And now, you must be a specialist regarding conditionnel présent of the verb her, être. Sorry about that. Okay, so next lesson and previous lessons are here, and then the website is waiting for you, and it's here. Okay, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon J. So in the previous lesson we saw the conditionnel passé form of être, to be, and in this lesson we'll focus on the conditionnel présent form of avoir, to have, okay? So let's see now how it goes. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so if you remember carefully, this conditionnel présent form, so it was introduced in this unit, so check the unit 7 and then put conditionnel présent, you will find the whole description and the whole lesson of conditionnel présent, but still, here, you can see that j'aurais, well, if you want to translate it directly, it would be I would have, okay, but then in French we've got only one form here, and then take a good look at the endings, AIS, AIS, AIT, IONS, IEZ, IENT, okay, the endings for the conditionnel présent form. Okay, so let's see how you pronounce them now. J'aurais, so final S, not pronounced, j'aurais. Then same thing here, tu aurais, you don't pronounce the final S. Il aurait, same thing here, final T is not pronounced, elle aurait, okay? So you've got the same pronunciation here for the three first forms. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, okay? Then, nous aurions, so this little link between the two, this liaison, nous aurions, final S not pronounced. Vous auriez, little link between the two, vous auriez, and then ils auraient, little link, but then look, A-I-E-N-T like that, and you only pronounce E, like we had here. It will be exactly the same pronunciation here. Ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so let's see that one more time. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Alright, so it was a short lesson, I know, but it's really, really important to know, at least, être and avoir by heart at the conditionnel présent form. Okay, if you're not sure, if you've got a doubt, then watch the video again and try to remember them by heart. Okay, the website or the channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net, as we would say in French. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover together the verb aller. So aller means to go, and especially the conditionnel présent form of this verb. Okay, so let's start right now. The first form goes like j'irai, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so let's check them one more time. The first one, j'irai. Okay, remember, final S not pronounced. J'irai. Tu irais. Same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu irais. And then, il, masculine form, irait, final T not pronounced. So what you can see is that these form, and this form are actually pronounced the same way. Okay, so il irait, elle irait. Okay, then nous irions. Okay, so let's make this little liaison between the two. Nous irions, final S not pronounced. Nous irions. Then vous iriez. So same thing here, make the liaison. Vous iriez. Remember, when you get this EZ at the end, you get the sound E. Okay, iriez, iriez, and then vous iriez. All right, and the final form, ils iraient. Okay, so remember, make the liaison as well. You get this S and then the vowel after. So ils iraient, and then if you look carefully, you get A-I-E-N-T. Okay, but then phonetically it goes like E. Okay, so technically these form and these forms here are pronounced the same way, and it goes like irait. Okay, so ils iraient, and then the feminine, elles iraient. All right, so j'irais, tu irais, il irait, elle irait, nous irions, vous iriez, ils iraient, elles iraient. Okay, so that's it for the conditionnel présent form of the verb aller. Aller, remember, it was to go, and then you've got the YouTube channel here, and it's youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos, and then the website is here and it's waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon L. And in this lesson we'll discover together a quite important thing, and it's lequel and laquelle. Okay, so first thing, well, let's see what lequel is. Lequel, well, basically, it's when you want to replace this quel. So the meaning of quel is what, okay, then plus a noun. D'accord? So quel plus un nom, okay? And when you want to replace this group, so what plus a noun, then you can have the lequel instead. Okay, remember that in that case, we'll see that a bit later in this lesson, but lequel, it will be for the singular masculine. Okay, then let's see how it goes for the feminine form, singular as well. So it will be laquelle. Okay, and then it will replace this quel, so what, but in that case, as you remember probably we've got the feminine and the masculine form plus a noun, so plus un nom, okay? So if you want to replace quel plus un nom, then you will have to use laquelle. So this is the feminine form and this is the singular feminine form, okay? So let's see now the singular form and the plural form. So the first form that we'll see will be the masculine. So it will be, as we saw, lequel, okay? So remember, you've got to pronounce it lequel. Even if you've got this QU, okay? Remember that this U phonetically doesn't exist, so lequel. Then for the plural form, you will add this S here and then S at the end, okay? And it will give you the pronunciation lesquels, all right? So final S is not pronounced. So here, when you get this L-E-S, okay, it's just like the article, if you remember, les, okay? So it goes like lesquels, all right? And then the feminine form, so singular, we saw it laquelle, okay? So basically same rule, Q-U, U is not pronounced here. And then you get this E, double L-E. Well, phonetically here, it is the same as what we have here. So, laquelle. So, the only difference between the feminine and the masculine form is this first part, okay? Laquelle, lequel. All right, phonetically, I mean, of course, if you write them, you've got to put this double L here. And then let's see for the plural form. So it will be quite logical in a way because we will have this plural form. So les, okay, as we had here, les, okay. And then quel, you just add this final S at the end, okay. And the good news is that phonetically, it's lesquels here for the masculine form and then lesquels for the feminine form, all right? So phonetically, it's exactly the same when we talk about the plural form here, but then if you want to write it correctly, remember that for the masculine, it will be E-L-S at the end here, and then E-L-L-E-S at the end for the feminine, all right? So let's see a few examples. So the first one, il y a deux cafés. Okay, so if you want to translate directly, it would be there are two coffees. Lequel veux-tu? So of course you could ask the same question and you could put this quel café veux-tu? What? Let's translate it straight. It would be more clear. Quel café veux-tu would be translated like what coffee do you want? Okay? In that case, okay, when you use this lequel, well, technically you could translate it directly like which one, okay? Which one do you want? Okay, so il y a deux cafés, lequel, so in that case, just to avoid repeating quel café, okay? Veux-tu, so remember, vouloir is to want, tu, you, okay? Do you want? So, lequel veux-tu? Il y a deux cafés, lequel veux-tu? All right, or then it's possible as well. In that case, it's more, let's say, spoken. Okay, the first one is the official one because in that case you put lequel, and after that you change the order. Remember, first the verb, then the subject, because that's the official and the formal way to ask a question. But then, if you speak normally, it's possible to, well, put the order a bit differently. So, il y a deux cafés. So this doesn't change, of course, okay? Tu veux lequel? All right, so you just keep the normal order. So you've got the subject here, you've got the verb here, and then you put lequel at the end, okay? Tu veux lequel? All right, meaning is the same, but then it's better to use this second form orally and the first form, if you've got to write, then use this first form, okay? So let's see another example. So, deux bus arrivent. Okay, so two buses arrive. Lequel prenez-vous? Remember, prendre is to take. Hein? Vous, you. Okay, so you could be the plural form, or then it could be the polite form for you. Okay, so lequel prenez-vous? Which one do you take? All right. Or then it could be as well as we saw in the previous example. You just keep the normal order, so subject, verb, vous prenez lequel. All right? And then another example. Voici les pâtisseries. Laquelle choisissez-vous? Okay, choisir, to choose. Voici les pâtisseries. Laquelle choisissez-vous? All right? Same thing here. Voici les pâtisseries. Vous choisissez laquelle? All right? So you can see that in that case, it's the same. We just keep the normal order. So subject, verb, and then laquelle. All right? So now you've got lequel, lequel, and laquelle. Remember, phonetically, well, basically this second part, quel, doesn't change if you want to pronounce it, okay? So that was it for the lesson regarding lequel and laquelle. I hope it was clear for you. The channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll discover together les professions. So many words. I hope you're ready because it will be quite useful and maybe a bit long. Let's try to see that together. Okay, so we'll start right now. Un menuisier. Un électricien. Un plombier. Un maçon. Un agent immobilier. Un opticien. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Un menuisier. Remember this UI. UI. Menuisier. All right. Then un électricien. So you can see that we make the liaison here. Un électricien. I-E-N, ien. Électricien. All right. Then un plombier. Remember, O-M goes like O-N, so it's on. Plombier. All right. Un maçon. Here you can see that we've got this little cédille beneath the C, okay? And it just means that you will pronounce this C as S, okay? So that's the reason why. It's un maçon. Son, okay? O-N in your nose, nasal, un maçon. All right? Then, liaison here. Un agent immobilier. Same thing here. Un opticien. Okay? Next page. Un dentiste. Un docteur. Un jardinier. Un agent d'entretien. Un mécanicien. Un boucher. All right, so let's see them one more time. Un dentiste. Remember, nasal, dentiste. Un docteur. E-U-R, un docteur. Un jardinier. Remember, I-E-R-I-E, jardinier. Un agent d'entretien. Liaison here. Un agent d'entretien. Un mécanicien. Remember, I-E-N, ien. Like here, ien. Un boucher. C-H, un boucher. So I tend to insist a little bit, but then it goes like un boucher. Okay? Next page. Un coiffeur. Un bijoutier. Un pharmacien. Un infirmier. Un vétérinaire. Un fermier. Okay, so let's see them now. Un coiffeur. Remember, O-I goes like wa, quoi, and then E-U-R, un coiffeur. Then we've got un bijoutier. Un pharmacien. So remember, P-H, so these combination of these two letters will produce the F sound. Fa, pharmacien. Okay, un pharmacien. Okay, then liaison here, un infirmier. un infirmier. I-E-R at the end, yé, infirmier. Okay, then un vétérinaire. Remember, accent aigu will give you this E sound. Vétéri, and then here it's open. R. Un vétérinaire. And then un fermier. Okay, let's see the next page. Un pêcheur. Un marin. Un policier. Un militaire. Un gardien. Un pompier. All right, so let's see them. Un pêcheur. So remember, when you get this accent circonflexe, you know that's the name of this accent. On the top of it will open the sound. So you get really open. Okay, so pêcheur, pêcheur, and then EUR, okay? Un pêcheur. All right, then un marin. IN nasal, un, okay? Un marin. All right, then un policier. IER, un policier. All right, then un militaire. Remember, AI, it's this E sound as well. E, militaire. All right, then un gardien. IEN here, yen, un gardien. All right, then un pompier. So remember, what I told you, when you get this OM here, it will give you the sound on. So exactly the same sound as this ON. All right, so in your nose, pompier. All right, next page now. Un avocat, un comptable, un architecte, un scientifique, un instituteur, un bibliothécaire. All right, so let's see them. Un avocat, so remember, liaison here, and then final T not pronounced, okay? Un avocat. Un comptable, so OM, remember, it goes like on, all right? And then, strangely, this P is not pronounced. Un comptable, all right? Then, un architecte. Same thing here, liaison, okay? Un architecte, all right? And then CH, architecte, all right? Then un scientifique, un instituteur, okay? So liaison here, and then remember this EU, it goes like with the R, instituteur. Then un bibliothécaire. Remember, in French, the H doesn't exist, so you don't pronounce it. Bibliothécaire. Un bibliothécaire. All right, so let's see the others. Un réceptionniste. Un facteur. Un conducteur. Un camionneur. Un chauffeur de taxi, un pilote. Okay, so let's see them. Un réceptionniste. Okay, remember when you get this T-I-O-N, so normally it will give you this S. I mean, I'm talking about the T here, okay? So, sioniste, okay? Réceptionniste, all right? Then, un facteur, E-U-R-R, un facteur. Then, un conducteur, O-N, conducteur. Un camionneur, camionneur. Un chauffeur de taxi, ok? A-U-O, then E-U-R-R, chauffeur. Un chauffeur de taxi. Un pilote. Okay, this one is quite easy. Un chef. Un musicien, un danseur, un comédien, un chanteur, un serveur. Okay, so let's see them. Un chef, so remember, CH, it will give you the sh sound. Un chef, okay? Then, un musicien, Un danseur. Remember, nasal here, A-N, en, un danseur. Un comédien. I-E-N, yen. Comédien. E, accent aigu here, gives you the E sound. Comédien, all right? Then, un chanteur. Un serveur. Un barman. Well, this one is not that difficult. Un sculpteur. Un sportif. Un peintre. Un photographe. Un journaliste. All right, so un barman. Un sculpteur. Same thing here. This P here is not pronounced. So, sculpteur. Un sculpteur. Un sportif. Un peintre. So remember when you get this E-I-N together here, then you pronounce this un sound. So nasal in your nose, un peintre. All right? And remember, final here is not pronounced. It only gives you the possibility to pronounce these two letters. So tr, tr, okay? Un peintre. All right? Un photographe. So here, PH, and here, PH, pronounce it like F, 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 f. Photographe. Okay, same thing here. This you don't insist on it. You only pronounce this F at the end. Un photographe. Okay? Un journaliste. Same thing here. You know, final only gives you the T. Journaliste. Okay? Un barman. Again. Oh no, un sculpteur. So I've been putting 2 times the same page. Well, let's repeat it. Un sportif, un peintre, un photographe, un journaliste. Okay, so let's see the last page. Un rédacteur, un dessinateur, un couturier. Okay, so un rédacteur. All right, remember, accent aigu here, so you will have this E sound, rédac, and then this okay? Un dessinateur, and then un couturier. Remember, O-U goes like OU, okay? Couturier. I-E-R-I-E, okay? Un couturier. All right? So, that was it. If you want more videos, then you can find them here. And then the website is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, Leçon N. And in this lesson, I thought it might be useful for you to have some vocabulary regarding cuisiner. So cuisiner is to cook, just because French people like to talk about food. They like to talk about cooking and all these things. So it's usually quite useful to have few words or few verbs to be able to discuss about that, okay? And especially at this level, Unité 7, I think it might be the time. So let's start now. Éplucher, battre, faire mijoter, pocher, griller. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Éplucher. Okay, remember when we've got this CH, the sound is sh. Okay, éplucher. All right. First group of verbs, okay, ending with ER. So basically it is quite easy to conjugate. Okay, then battre, battre. Okay, even if you've got deux T here, 2 letters, well, basically you've got only the sound of one, okay? Battre, okay? Third group of verbs, a bit tricky to conjugate, but still, it's possible at your level. Then, faire mijoter, okay? Faire mijoter. Then, pocher, okay? First group. Griller, okay? It's interesting because here you've got this E and then double L, okay? In most of the cases, and I don't say always because It's not possible in French to say always. We've got so many exceptions, but in most of the cases, you will pronounce it y, okay? Griller, that's the reason why. Griller, okay? Remember, er, because these are verbs here. Griller, pocher, éplucher, okay? You pronounce them e, okay? Even if you get this R, okay? This combination of two letters, R at the end, will give you the sound E. All right, so griller. Okay, let's see the others. Rôtir, cuire au four, bouillir, frire, couper. All right, so rôtir. Don't forget this accent circonflexe, sorry. Then cuire au four. Bouillir, so that's maybe the tricky one of the list here. So bou and then yir, okay? Bouillir. So bouillir, bouillir, okay? Frire and then couper. Well, couper is quite easy. First group here, so je coupe, tu coupes, il coupe. Nous coupons, vous coupez, il coupe. So quite easy to conjugate. Couper en tranches, râper, étaler au rouleau, remuer, mélanger. Okay, so let's see them. So here you've got this couper again, okay, en tranches. So tranche is a slice, okay, so in that case, couper en tranches. Râper, so don't forget this accent circonflexe here. First group of verb, easy to conjugate. Étaler au rouleau. Okay, étaler, so first group of verbs, quite easy to make. Then remuer, so this, maybe it's the difficult one of the list. Mu, okay, remuer, remuer. And then mélanger. Okay, remember, G, E, goes like je, okay? Mélanger, mélanger. All right? So now you've got many verbs to discuss with French people or French-speaking people about food and how to prepare it, okay? So if you want more videos, then it's here, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll discover together les plats d'un repas. So it will be a short lesson, but still in the previous lesson we saw that all the verbs, the main verbs that we can use in French to discuss about cooking and how to prepare a dish. And now we'll see les plats d'un repas. Okay, so un apéritif, une entrée, un plat principal, un fromage. Okay, so let's see, that's un apéritif. So here you get the liaison between the two. Un apéritif, okay, and then you've got the accent aigu, so it goes like et. Un apéritif, then une entrée, okay, remember, well, technically this final here is not pronounced, so phonetically it doesn't exist, so it's et, okay, entrée, remember, nasal here, entrée, une entrée, then un plat principal, final T here, not pronounced, un plat principal, en, remember, it's nasal, it goes in your nose. Un principal. Un plat principal. All right? Then, un fromage. Okay, remember, G, E, J, J. Okay, in that case, you don't insist on the final E, J. Fromage. Un fromage. All right? Then, une salade. Un dessert, un café. All right, so une salade, same thing here, final E, you don't insist on it. It only gives you the pronunciation of the previous letter. So d, salade, salade. Okay, une salade, un dessert. Okay, so remember that we've got here two s. Okay, that's the reason why you pronounce it s, and then it opens the dessert, un dessert. So you don't say un dessert, okay, but you say un dessert. Final T not pronounced. Un dessert. All right. Un café. Okay, remember accent aigu here. Un café, un café. Okay, so you've got everything now to talk about les plats. Okay, have a great day. YouTube.com/imagier, that's the channel, and then the website imagier.net. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon P. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le conditionnel passé. So, maybe some of you might think that it's a bit early to introduce this conditionnel passé form because normally it comes a bit later, but still I think that we've been introduced this conditionnel présent form in this unit, so it's still warm, and I still have the feeling, and I have the feeling that normally it should be okay for avoir and être, so at the conditionnel présent. That's the reason why I think it might be useful to introduce this conditionnel passé form, especially because it's not that difficult if you master the conditionnel présent form and then the passé composé. I mean by that these participe passé forms, okay? So we'll see how it goes. And then the first thing that we'll see in this lesson is l'utilisation, okay? So when do we use this conditionnel passé form? And the second thing that we'll work on is la formation, so the way we make it or we build it, okay? So let's start with the first one, so utilisation, okay? And then the first use that we will have for this conditionnel passé, it's to express regrets, exprimer les regrets, exprimer des regrets. Okay, so that's the first, well, one of the first use, let's say. The second one would be une information non confirmée. So if you're looking at the news, for instance, and then they want to talk about something that happened, but then they don't have all the elements to confirm this information. So normally in that case, they just use this conditionnel passé form, okay? And then something, I mean the last one would be imaginer des situations irréelles dans le passé. So you want to imagine some situations that, well, technically are not real and they take place in the past. So that's the use of le conditionnel passé. Okay, so first one, exprimer des regrets here. Second use, information non confirmée. And then the last one, imaginer des situations irréelles dans le passé. Okay? And now let's see how we make this conditionnel passé. All right? So, first example I wanted to put is je mangerai au restaurant. Okay? So this sentence, if you remember, we saw that in, well, these units anyway, when we introduced this conditionnel présent form, okay? So you've got the verb is manger, je mangerai au restaurant. And then, if you look at the conditionnel passé, well, it will go like j'aurais mangé au restaurant. Okay? Second example, tu regarderais la télévision. Tu aurais regardé la télévision. Okay? So same thing here. The first one is at the conditionnel présent form. Second one, conditionnel passé form. And then, il irait au travail would become il serait allé au travail. All right. So if you look carefully, then what you can see? I mean, you can see first that it is composed. So you've got two parts. The first one here is avoir. Then you've got what we called and what we saw previously for the passé composé form. This is participe passé. Okay, past participle. Here the same way, have a look, it's avoir and then it's the past participle, regardez. And here we've got être and here we've got the past participle. So maybe if you want to construct this conditionnel passé form, you will have first to use avoir, like we saw, but then avoir should be at the conditionnel présent form. Okay? Then you will put after this participe passé form that we saw previously when we introduced the passé composé, because that's the second part that we use for the passé composé as well. Alright, so first, avoir at the conditionnel présent form plus participe passé, past participle, then you will get your conditionnel passé form. Okay, but we saw as well that in some cases we'll use être, but then same thing, it should be at the conditionnel présent form. Whoops, plus participe passé, so it doesn't change, and it will give you conditionnel passé. Okay, so you've got to remember that in most of the cases, you will use avoir. Okay, so if you're not sure, if you've got a doubt, then put avoir. Okay, if you know that it should be constructed with être, then put être, of course. Okay, in both cases, remember that they should be at the conditionnel présent form. All right, so we'll see. So the verbs that will require être will be the following: aller, to go; arriver, to arrive; descendre, to go down; devenir, to become; entrer, to enter, to come in, to go in; monter, to go up; mourir, to die; naître, born; partir, to leave; rester, to stay; retourner, to return; sortir, to go out; tomber, to fall; venir, to come. Okay, so all these verbs will require être for this conditionnel passé form. And then if you remember what we've been seeing for the passé composé, well, they are exactly the same verbs that will require être, whether for the passé composé or then for the conditionnel passé. And the good news is that we've got other composed tenses in French, and this list will be always the same. So it means that this list of verbs that will require être will be the same for all these composed tenses. Okay, so remember one more time: aller, arriver, descendre, devenir, entrer, monter, mourir, naître, partir, rester, retourner, sortir, tomber, venir. Okay, so remember, you will have to use être with these verbs. Okay, so as I said, être, but then for the conditionnel passé, être should be conjugated at the conditionnel présent. All right, so let's see that. But then the other group of verbs that will require all the time être will be what we call les verbes réfléchis, so reflexive verbs, okay? And they usually goes like se regarder, okay? Se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So they will use être for this conditionnel passé form, but then, well, they are exactly the same verbs, you know, as we saw for this passé composé, so it is always the same rule. Okay, so se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So all the reflexive verbs will require être at the conditionnel passé. Okay, so let's see now how avoir and être, how they go at the conditionnel présent, because that's the first part that you will have to put. So it's j'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so that's what you will use in most of the cases. Okay, so let's see it one more time. J'aurais, remember, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here, final S not pronounced. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced. Nous aurions, liaison here, this little link. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced. Vous auriez, liaison here, and then a Z will go like E. Vous auriez, okay, and the last one. Ils auraient, so liaison here. Elles auraient. And then look, if you've got A-I-E-N-T, then phonetically it goes like aurait. Okay, so phonetically you've got aurait here, aurait, aurait, and here as well, aurait. Okay, so it's quite easy to produce orally. And then être, je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so we'll see that one more time. Je serais, same thing here, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, final S not pronounced. Il serait, final T not pronounced. Elle serait. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez. So here when you've got this Z at the end, then you get the sound E, seriez. So vous seriez, okay? And the last one, il serait, A-I-E-N-T here, phonetically it goes like E, okay? Serait, elle serait. So same thing here, we've got serait here, phonetically I mean, serait, serait, and serait. So the same sound. Okay? And then for the second part that we use, so what we call le participe passé. So the thing is that for the first group of verbs, so normally the first group of verbs, we talk about the verbs ending at the infinitive form with er. Okay? So these verbs are quite easy because if you've got, well, have a look at the first example that I put, and it's parler, parler to speak, to talk. So you can see that it ends with er here. It's here, okay? So this is the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb, okay? And then the participe passé, so this past participle, will be like that, accent aigu. So parler, all right? Then the verb regarder, er here, will follow the same rule. Regarder, like that, with the accent aigu. And here, when we talk about the first group of verbs, we are really talking about a lot of verbs, okay? So many verbs will follow this simple rule, okay? So the second part that you will use for this conditionnel passé will be written like that if the verb is belonging to the first group of verb. Even the verb aller. Aller, to go, remember, it's a tricky verb normally when you conjugate it, especially at the present form. But for this past participle form, it is quite easy because it goes like A, L, L, E, accent aigu. So it does follow the same rule. This ER become E, like that. Okay? Second group of verb, so regular verbs, not all the ER verbs, okay? Quite easy as well. Let's take choisir. Choisir is to choose, okay? ER, like that, and it will become E. Finir, to finish or to end, ER, and it will become E. Unir, to unite, ER, and it will become E. So it's quite easy, okay? Choisir, choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. So of course, we've got exceptions because we're talking about the third group of verbs, and then this one is, well, it's tricky. I mean, we've got to be honest with that. The first advice I would give you is to try to remember them by heart, okay? And I've been making a video about these tricky participe passé, okay? But then here we can have a look at them. So subgroups here, talking about the one ending with U, okay? So for example, connaître, to know, will become connu, okay? Voir, to see, will become vu. Okay? Ending with I, partir will become parti. Partir is to leave. Rire, to laugh, will become ri. Okay? The one ending with ite, like here, écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dire. Dit. Getting tired. And then es, mettre, will become mis. Mettre means to put. Prendre, to take, will become pris. Okay? So here you've got the past participle, so les participes passés of these verbs here. Okay? So we'll take one example. The example will be parler. Parler is to talk or to speak. Okay? So we will have at the conditionnel passé form, if you remember. So first part here is avoir at the conditionnel présent. Then here we've got the participe passé of parler. And it will give you j'aurais parlé. Tu aurais parlé. Il aurait parlé. Elle aurait parlé. Nous aurions parlé. Vous auriez parlé. Ils auraient parlé. Elles auraient parlé. Okay, so I wanted to put this et like that in another color just to tell you that if you've got a normal structure like that, so you've got the subject and then you've got the verb, okay, nothing in between, so subject, verb, then if you use avoir, exactly the same rule as we saw for the passé composé, so if you use avoir here, you won't have to modify your participe passé. So it will change, it won't change, sorry, it will stay like a accent aigu, okay? Even if it's the singular, the plural, or then the feminine. Okay, it doesn't change, so it will stay like parler. All right? But if you use être, like here, il serait allé, okay? So remember, aller was belonging to this group of verbs that require être, okay, to construct this conditionnel passé, all right? Il serait allé. So in that case, you can see that at the end, it's allé like that without anything after. But then, if we look at the feminine form, elle serait allée, you will have to add this e at the end, okay? Remember, e, in most of the cases, when you have to add something, it's the mark of the feminine. Okay, so elle serait allée, okay? But then phonetically it doesn't exist, all right? So it's allée here and then allée here, the way you pronounce it. But if you want to write correctly, you should put it. And then the same thing for the plural. We will have to put the plural, and then the mark of the plural, the thing that we've got to add at the end, will be S. The good news as well, you don't pronounce it as usual in French. You write it, you don't pronounce it. Okay, so it doesn't change. It's aller here, aller, and then aller. Okay, phonetically the same thing, but remember, it's just a question of, well, being correct if you want to write it. Okay, and then logically, feminine plural, then you should add a mark of the feminine, as we had previously, and S mark of the plural. And guess what? You don't pronounce it. Okay? So phonetically it's aller, 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 and aller. Alright, but you need to write them. Okay? So let's see now the full thing. So je serais allé, okay? And then if you want to make the liaison, it would be more beautiful. Je serais allé. Tu serais allé. Il serait allé, elle serait allée. Nous serions allés. Vous seriez allé. Il serait allé, elle serait allée. All right, so that's it. And then one example with these reflexive verbs that we saw, and then well, I just wanted to use this se présenter. Okay, so je me serais présenté. Tu te serais présenté. Il se serait présenté. Elle se serait présentée. Nous nous serions présentés. Vous vous seriez présenté. Il se serait présenté. Elle se serait présentée. All right, so if it's not really clear yet for these reflexive verbs, I mean, the way you should conjugate them, I definitely advise you to check the lesson regarding these reflexive verbs, because I've been making one video regarding that, so it would be easier for you to understand the way we construct it, especially in that case, why we put this je, me, tu, te, etc. Okay? All right, so remember, the last thing that you should remember before ending this lesson is that when you construct this conditionnel passé, so in most of the cases you will have to use avoir at the conditionnel present form, then the participe passé, and it will give you conditionnel passé. Okay? In some exceptions, so we saw the list of verbs, you should really try to remember them by heart. I know it's not easy, but try your best. And then the reflexive verbs, okay? So for these exceptions, we will use être at the conditional present form, then the participe passé, and it will give you this conditional passé form. Okay, I hope it was clear. youtube.com/imagier, that's the place where you can find all the videos, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 7, leçon Q. And in this lesson, we'll discover some vocabulary, and it will concern beauté et hygiène. So let's start now. La beauté. Une brosse. Un démaquillant. Un peigne. Un poudrier. Okay, so let's see them one more time. La beauté. Remember, we've got this combination of a, u here, of the vowels, okay? But then it will give you the sound o, beauté, okay? La beauté. All right, then une brosse. Remember, don't insist on this final brosse. Un démaquillant. So we've got this QU, but then U is not pronounced. So you get the sound qui. Okay, and then remember, double L after E will give you the sound y. Démaquillant. Final T not pronounced. Démaquillant. Okay, and this is nasal in your nose. En démaquillant. Then un peigne. Final E, you don't insist on it. It's ny, the last sound. And then this E combination will give you this E. Open est, un peigne, all right? Un poudrier, okay, remember, O-U, ou, pou, poudrier, all right? Un bigoudi, un fer à friser, un gant de toilette, un gel, un sèche-cheveux. Okay, so let's see them. Un bigoudi. It's quite funny to pronounce, isn't it? Bigoudi, okay, but not difficult. Un fer à friser. Un gant de toilette. Remember, G-A goes like ga, okay? G-g-g. But in that case, you've got this A-N, so it's nasal, gant, and then final T is not pronounced here. Un gant de toilette. Un gel, un sèche. So this one is a bit tricky. So remember, we've got this E accent grave here. So it's really open. Sèche, okay, sèche, and then cheveux. Usually this one is a bit of a problem because some of the students normally pronounce it chevaux, okay? So try to keep in mind that you've got E-U here. So it goes like okay, and then final X not pronounced, final X, should pronounce it the French way, final X is not pronounced, so you get cheveux, and then you get veut, okay? Cheveux, okay? And the full thing, un sèche-cheveux, all right? Une laque, une hygiène, un crayon à lèvres, un rouge à lèvres, un maquillage. All right, so let's see them. Une laque. Remember the rule when you get this QU, well, U is not pronounced, so you get k like that. Une laque. Une hygiène. So remember we've got this Y here, vowel, and it's pronounced like E, okay? Hygiène. H doesn't exist, H doesn't exist in French, so hygiène. Un crayon à lèvres. Final S not pronounced. Lèvres, okay? And then when you get this Y between two vowels, then you will have this cré. So like if you would have I here, A-I, cré, and then another I here, ion. Crayon. Un crayon à lèvres. Un rouge à lèvres. Same thing here, final S not pronounced, and then this E accent grave here, it gives you the E, really open sound. Lèvres. All right? Un maquillage. Okay, so here, same rule, QU, but then U is not pronounced, so qui, and then y. Maquillage. Une crème hydratante. Un coupe-ongles. Un vernis à ongles. Un parfum. Un shampoing. Okay, so let's cover them together. Une crème hydratante. So remember, H is not existing, and then this Y is pronounced like I. Hydratante. Okay, don't insist on the final E, and this is nasal. Hydratante. Un coupe-ongles. Okay, O-N, remember, nasal, ongle. Un coupe-ongles. Un vernis à ongles. Final S here not pronounced. Same thing here. Vernis à ongles. Un parfum. So remember, even if you've got this UM like that, phonetically it's exactly the same thing as if you would have UN. So it's nasal and it's un. So it really goes in your nose. You don't pronounce the M at all. Un. Okay? So par, fin, parfum. Okay? Un parfum. And then un shampoing. Okay, this is a strange one, really. Try to listen to me and repeat. So maybe you shouldn't visualize the word, but still it goes like shampoing. Okay, shampoing. One more time, shampoing. Okay, so the full thing, shampoing. Okay, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 7, leçon R. And I've been thinking that I could make maybe 2 videos, so it would be the first one regarding the verbs, okay? So just to give you quite many verbs, because at this level, at this stage, normally you should definitely try to learn as much or as many verbs as possible, and then vocabulary is the same, okay? So we will start right now. Avoir, posséder. Okay, so for each verb, okay, I will first put the direct translation of the verb, and then maybe, you know, 1 or 2 other verbs, okay? So it's really important to just keep in mind that the first one is the direct translation, okay? So the first one that you should use in almost all the contexts, okay? But in some cases, it's possible to use the other options depending on the context or the situation, okay? But then, so, avoir, posséder. être, aller, s'en aller. Obtenir, recevoir, avoir. Pouvoir. Okay, one more time. Avoir, posséder, être, aller, s'en aller, obtenir, recevoir, avoir, pouvoir. Voir, regarder, venir, faire, fabriquer, savoir, connaître, prendre, saisir. So let's repeat them one more time. Voir, regarder, venir, faire, fabriquer, savoir, connaître. So for these two verbs, I've been making one video, okay, that you can find if you use the search engine in YouTube, okay, because, well, really they mean exactly the same thing, okay, but it's just a construction that you will have to modify if you use savoir and then connaître, okay. Prendre, saisir. Penser, réfléchir. Mettre, placer. Vouloir, avoir envie de, désirer. Dire, raconter. Dire, déclarer. Ok? Penser, réfléchir, mettre, placer, vouloir, avoir envie de, désirer, dire, raconter, dire, déclarer, donner, offrir. Aimer bien, aimer, apprécier, regarder, travailler, écrire, donner, offrir. Aimer bien, aimer, apprécier, regarder, travailler, écrire, trouver, retrouver, jouer, falloir, devoir, utiliser, courir, se précipiter, trouver, retrouver, jouer, falloir, devoir, utiliser, courir, se précipiter, apporter, amener, montrer, exposer, présenter, garder, retenir, conserver, aider, assister, épauler, placer, poster, mettre, apporter, amener, montrer, exposer, présenter, garder, retenir, conserver, aider, assister, épauler, placer, poster, mettre. So that's it for the first part of the verbs. Okay, so the next lesson will be exactly the same thing. I mean, the same thing, no, but the same concept, but other verbs. Okay, so the video can be found here. Okay, and then all the others as well, and the website is here. Okay, have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 7, leçon S. And it will be the last lesson for this unit. As I said in the previous video, it will cover les verbes, okay? So it will be the second part of the list of the verbs that I wanted to give you before the end of this Unité 7, okay? And so, let's start. Essayez, tenter. Okay, so just to repeat, if you didn't check that, well, if you didn't see the first video, so I will put each time the first verb here, it would be the direct translation of this verb. Okay, so it will apply, well, it will be the same meaning in almost all the contexts. Okay, and then the second or third or maybe fourth option, it will be a translation that would be possible in some situations. Okay, but not all. Okay, but still, essayez, tentez. Demandez, interroger. Lire. Appeler. Partir. Essayer. Tenter. Demander. Interroger. Lire. Appeler. Partir. Entendre, ouïr. Démarrer, commencer, entamer. Espérer, souhaiter. Tourner, retourner. Avoir besoin de, nécessiter. Entendre, ouïr, démarrer, commencer, entamer, espérer, souhaiter, tourner, retourner, avoir besoin de, nécessiter. Se sentir, croire que, ouvrir, arrêter, cesser, payer, régler, acheter. Se sentir, croire que, ouvrir, arrêter, cesser, payer, régler, acheter. Porter, transporter, marcher, se promener, rester, séjourner, envoyer, expédier, rencontrer, retrouver, se réunir. Porter, transporter, marcher, se promener, rester, séjourner, envoyer, expédier, rencontrer, retrouver, se réunir. Croire, souhaiter, désirer, couper, tailler, se souvenir, se rappeler, tomber. Croire, souhaiter, désirer, couper, tailler, se souvenir, se rappeler, tomber. Manger, se restaurer, aimer, adorer, patienter, attendre, fermer, finir, terminer. manger, se restaurer, aimer, adorer, patienter, attendre, fermer, finir, terminer. That's it. So it was the last video for this unit 7, unité 7. Okay, if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here and it's waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is unité 8, leçon A, and we'll start this unit with vocabulary, and the topic is au café, so quite useful. Un serveur, une table, une terrasse de café, un crème, un noir, un expresso. Okay, so one more time. Un serveur, une table, une terrasse de café, un crème, remember, accent grave, un crème, un noir, un expresso. Okay, remember we've got this X here. Expresso. Okay. Un cappuccino, un chocolat chaud, un café glacé, un thé vert, un thé blanc. All right, so un cappuccino, not really difficult to produce, un chocolat chaud, remember CH, chaud, chocolat, and then final T not pronounced, chaud, final D not pronounced. Un café glacé, un thé, remember H is not pronounced. Un thé vert, final T not pronounced. Un thé vert, un thé blanc, final C not pronounced. Un thé blanc, okay? Un thé nature, une tisane, une camomille, un thé au lait, un thé au citron, un thé glacé. Un thé nature, une tisane, une camomille. So remember when we get this E and then double L, it goes like y. Mille, camomille, une camomille, un thé au lait, final T not pronounced, un thé au citron, un thé glacé, un jus d'orange, un jus de pomme, un jus de tomate. All right? Un jus d'orange, un jus de pomme. In most of the cases, French people will pronounce it like un jus de pomme. Jus de pomme. All right? And then same thing here, un jus de tomate. Okay, so you don't insist on the de. Jus de tomate. I know it's quite difficult to produce, but still try. So, un jus d'orange, here it's not difficult. Un jus de pomme, un jus de tomate. Okay? That's it for this short but useful lesson. If you want more videos, it's here, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is unité 8, leçon B. And in this lesson, so previously we just saw in the leçon A at the café, au café, and then, well, logically we'll see for this second lesson, au restaurant. Okay, so let's start now. Une table, un verre, une assiette plate, une assiette creuse. Okay, so let's see them one more time. Une table, un verre, une assiette plate, une assiette creuse. Une assiette à dessert, une serviette, une fourchette, un couteau, une cuillère. So let's repeat them. Une assiette à dessert, une serviette, une fourchette, un couteau, une cuillère. Une cuillère à soupe, un garçon, un menu, une carte des vins, à la carte. Une cuillère à soupe, un garçon. Remember when we get this cédille beneath the C, it will give you the pronunciation S of C. So instead of K, as it should be with O. Okay? So un garçon, un menu, une carte des vins, à la carte. Une addition, un reçu, un pourboire. Une addition, un reçu, un pourboire. And that's it for le restaurant. If you want more lessons and more videos, then youtube.com/imagier is here. And then the website imagier.net. You can find more material and it's waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 8, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll work on le poisson. So it will be a vocabulary lesson. Okay, so let's start now. Le thon. La dorade. La morue. Le saumon. Le bar. Let's repeat them. Le thon. Remember, H here is not pronounced. Le thon. La dorade. La morue. Final not pronounced. Le saumon. O-N, remember, nasal in your nose. Saumon. Le bar. Le merlan. La raie. La sardine. L'aigle fin. La limande sole. Okay? So, le merlan. La raie, final E, not pronounced. La sardine, you don't insist on the final E, it only gives you the N pronunciation. Sardine. L'aigle fin, la limande sole. La sole. L'espadon. La truite. Le maquereau. La lotte. La sole, same thing, don't insist on the final E, okay? It only gives you the L sound. Sol. L'espadon, O-N in your nose, nasal, on, espadon. La truite, same thing here, final E not pronounced, T, la truite. Le maquereau, so technically this K, just pronounce it K, mac, maquereau, maquereau. Alright, and then E-A-U, remember when you combine these three vowels, you get the sound O, maquereau. Okay, and then la lotte, final E not pronounced, lotte, lotte, okay, la lotte. Alright, so that's it. You've got many words now if you want to talk about fish. Les poissons. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and then imagier.net, the website if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll still work on vocabulary as we did previously in the previous lessons, and we'll cover in this lesson les céréales. L'avoine, le blé, le maïs, le millet. So let's repeat them. L'avoine, remember, don't insist on the final E. L'avoine, le blé, here, accent aigu, et Le maïs, so here you get this tréma, so maïs, maïs. And then you pronounce the final S, maïs. Le millet, here, I, and then double L, so I, millet. E-T at the end, open, millet. L'orge, le quinoa, le son. Let's repeat. L'orge, le quinoa, le son. And that's it. Really short, but quite useful. More videos, youtube.com/imagier, and then more material here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon E. And in this lesson, we'll discover together l'imparfait. So we saw previously le passé composé, so this past tense that we use quite often. And this is the second one, so l'imparfait. And in this video, we'll see together the first part, l'utilisation, so when do we use l'imparfait? Okay, and then the second part will be la formation. So how do we build, how do we construct this imparfait form? Okay, so, but then let's focus now on l'utilisation. So when do we use l'imparfait? And then the first situation when we will use l'imparfait will be if you want to describe something in the past. Une description dans le passé. Okay, so if you want to describe something in the past, like in this example here, la pièce, the room, était, so that's the verb here. The verb is to be, okay, and it's the imparfait form, était, grande, big, et sombre, dark. Okay, so in that case, you want to describe the room, then you should use l'imparfait. Second situation, une habitude dans le passé. So a habit, something that you are used to do in the past, okay? And the example is je partais, partir is to leave, okay? And it's the imparfait form here. Le matin, the morning, à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case, you want to say that it's an habit, something that you do in the past, then you should use l'imparfait, okay? Other situation when you will need to use l'imparfait, une répétition dans le passé. Okay, so répétition, you understand, something that repeats itself dans le passé. The example here, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. Okay, so aller is to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant. All right, so something that you do and that repeats itself in the past. And then, if you want to say something that lasts, durer is to last, in the past, dans le passé, then, in that case, this sentence is quite interesting because I wanted to make the difference between the use of the imparfait here, okay, and then here you've got the passé composé form, all right? So, je regardais la télé, so la télévision. All right, so in that case, you tend to use, of course, l'imparfait because it lasts a while when you watch TV. So if it's a movie or something like that. When tu as appelé, okay? So appeler is to call on the phone, for instance, okay? So in that case, you want to make the difference between something that happens and it's an action. So tu as appelé, okay? And then here you use l'imparfait, well, because it lasts longer. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand tu as appelé. All right? And then we've got another structure. So if you want to insist on the fact that something lasts and then something continues, then we've got this structure. Être, so it's to be, être en train de, okay? And then you will put l'infinitive form after that, so the basic form. All right, so an example here as well. So I wanted to make the difference as well with, between the passé composé form here. Je n'ai pas répondu. Répondre is to answer, okay? Car, because, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs, okay? So faire mes devoirs, to do my homework, Okay, and then in that case you use this structure j'étais en train de, because you want to say that, well, it lasts. Okay, it's quite long. It's not something that will take 1 minute or 2 minutes, but it's longer than that. Okay, so that's the reason why we use this j'étais en train de faire, so était en train de, as we saw here. Okay, so you will have to use this verb être, okay, but then at the imparfait form, of course. Okay, so, and then one thing that you should keep in mind is that être, so to be, croire, to believe, penser, to think, savoir, to know, are often, and it's quite important, souvent, often, so it's not always, okay, because it's not possible to say always, especially if you're talking about French grammar, okay, but often you use them at l'imparfait form, okay. Now let's see how to construct this imparfait, okay. So I've been taking some verbs from the first group and then the second and the third group, okay. If you remember, we've got 3 groups of verbs in French. So the first one, regarder, so is to watch, okay, and then I've been putting this nous form at the present for a good reason. You will see why a bit later. So you should know the present form of regarder, and it goes like nous regardons, so that's the present form, nous regardons, okay. For the second group, I've been taking finir, finir, to finish, to end, okay. Same thing, you will put this nous form at the present, nous finissons, okay. And then for the third group of verbs, I took prendre, prendre is to take, okay, and it goes like nous prenons. All right, so nous regardons, nous finissons, nous prenons. So the reason why I wanted you to see the nous form is just because that's the form we will use to construct the imparfait. Okay, so the thing will be to take away the ending of nous, and the ending of nous, it's ons, like you saw here, here, and here. So the idea is that this ending, you will take it away, okay? Then, that's the thing we will keep. Regarde, like that, without the ending for nous. Finisse, without the ending for nous. And then prenne, without the ending, okay? And after that, you will add the endings for l'imparfait. And they will be like for je, AIS, for tu, AIS, for il or elle, AIT, for nous, IONS, for vous, IEZ, and for il, elle at the plural, AIENT. All right, so now if you, or if we talk about the pronunciation, the good thing is that this will be pronounced e, this will be pronounced e, obviously because you write it the same way. This will be pronounced e as well. So final S and final T are not pronounced, and this is pronounced the same way. And the good news is that this form, A-I-E-N-T, is pronounced E as well. Okay, so we've got E here, E, and then E. Okay, so that's quite easy to produce. I mean, it's not normally, it's not a big difficulty for the students to make this E sound. Okay, and then for nous, it will be, so if you remember correctly, so final S is not pronounced here. Okay, and then this O-N, so it's a nasal and it goes in your nose and it goes like on. All right, so you don't hear any N, so it's really on. Okay, when you add this I before, okay, you will get the y sound. So you get yon, yon, that's the full form, okay, yon. And then ye here, okay, so est, ion, ié, est. All right? So now, je regarde. And then est. So that's the full form that you will have. And then you will pronounce it. Je regardais. All right? So if we have the example for finir, it was finisse. Remember this form that we got from the new form of the present. Okay, so finisse, and then you add est. Je finissais. All right? And then the last verb we had was prendre, if I remember correctly. Yes? And it was prenne. Okay, the form that we got when we took away this ons ending from the present. Okay, so prenne, and then you add your ending, est. Je prenais. Okay, so let's see how it goes for all the forms. So, je regardais, so it's regarder, to watch. Tu regardais, il regardait, elle regardait, nous regardions, vous regardiez, il regardait, elle regardait. Okay, so remember, regardait, 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 and then as well, regardait. And after that, you've got this ion, as I said, regardions, and then ié, regardiez. All right? Let's see finir now. Je finissais, tu finissais, il finissait, elle finissait, nous finissions, vous finissiez, il finissait, elle finissait. Okay, so same thing here. Have a look. Finissait, 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 same form. And then finissait here, same form. I mean phonetically, okay? And then ion, finissions, and then finissiez. All right? And the last verb we had with to take, prendre. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, elle prenait, nous prenions, vous preniez, il prenait, elle prenait. Okay? So remember that in that case you will have to really pronounce the like a prenait. All right? So same thing here, final S not pronounced. Je prenais, tu prenais, il prenait, final T not pronounced, so the same form, okay? And then plural, as I said, prenait as well, okay? And here, prenions, preniez. Okay? And then of course, avoir and être can be in some cases quite tricky. So that's the reason why we'll take a few minutes to watch or to have a look at them. The first one, avoir, and well, it's not that tricky at all because it goes like that. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. So it is quite easy. Honestly, it is quite easy. Just try to remember, especially if you want to use it only orally, then it's quite easy because it's avait, and avait, remember, okay? So, j'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Nous avions, let's make this beautiful liaison here. Nous avions, okay? Vous aviez, same thing here, a little liaison. Ils avaient. Elles avaient, okay? And then let's have a look at être. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay? Same thing, not that difficult at all, and especially if you want to pronounce it, it's not really difficult. J'étais, okay? Remember, here we've got accent aigu, so it goes like et, all right? J'étais. Okay, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, little liaison here to make it more beautiful, nous étions, okay, final S not pronounced, remember, vous étiez, same thing here, little liaison, and then ils étaient, liaison as well, elles étaient, all right? That was it for l'imparfait. If you're not sure or if you've got few doubts again, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. So this is the channel here, youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos. And then the website imagier.net. Don't be afraid to send me a message. Tell me what you think about the video. Okay? Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll work together on le passé composé et l'imparfait. So, I just introduced this imparfait form in the previous lesson, and we saw the passé composé, well, a long time ago in a way, though still, the thing is that normally with students, when they've got these two forms, so after having introduced this imparfait form, it's usually quite tricky and difficult to know exactly when to use le passé composé and l'imparfait. Okay, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to just spend a few minutes with this video and just try to work a little bit on that and see if things and uses are okay with you. Okay, so let's start now. So in this video, first I will focus on l'imparfait, so when should we use l'imparfait, and then after that le passé composé. Okay, so the first thing that will refresh will be l'imparfait. Okay, so l'imparfait, remember that you will use it when you want to describe something in the past. Okay, so the example I took, la pièce était grande et sombre. Okay, la pièce, the room, grande, big, sombre, dark. Okay, so in that case you use être, to be, all right, and then you use it at the imparfait form to make this description. Okay, the second use will be something that you have, so une habitude, it's an habit or something that you are used to do. Okay, so une habitude dans le passé. So the example, je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so in that case you want to insist on the fact that it's something that you tend to do every morning. Maybe je partais le matin à 8 heures. Okay, so not so far from this habit concept is something that will repeat or that did repeat itself in the past. Okay, une répétition dans le passé. So if you want to express or to well, say something that repeats itself in the past, then in that case you should use l'imparfait. The example, nous allions, okay, so aller, to go, tous les soirs, okay, so every evening, au restaurant. Okay, so in that case, you should definitely use the imparfait form. Okay, nous allions tous les soirs au restaurant. All right. Another use would be une situation qui dure dans le passé. Durer is to last. Okay, so in that case, I did write this sentence with the two forms. So here you've got the imparfait form, and here you've got the passé composé form. Okay, and then we tend to use both here just to make, well, clearly the difference of use of them. So the first one, je regardais, regarder is to watch, la télé. Okay, so je regardais la télé quand, when, tu as appelé. Appeler is to call, okay, on the phone. Quand tu as appelé. All right, so we want here with this sentence here to use the imparfait form because it lasts in the past. Okay, so when you watch TV, maybe it won't last 1 minute or two, but a bit longer than that. Okay, and then tu as appelé, well, it's an action, something that doesn't take too long if you compare it to the previous verb here. Je regardais la télé. Okay, so that's the reason why here je regardais la télé will be used at the imparfait form because it lasts longer than the other one. Okay, tu as appelé. All right, and then another structure that we can use as well if we want to insist on the fact that something lasts and something continue. Okay, pour insister sur la durée et continuité, then the structure is être en train de, and then you put your verb at the infinitive form here. So infinitive form is the basic form of the verb. Okay, so être, so that's the verb être that you should conjugate at the imparfait form. Okay, and then same thing here. I wanted to make the difference between the two. So here you've got this passé composé. Je n'ai pas répondu. So répondre, to answer. Okay, maybe someone was calling on the phone. Je n'ai pas répondu. Okay. Car, because, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Faire mes devoirs, to do my homework, okay? So, j'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So, in that case, you use this structure, so être en train de, because you want to insist on the fact that, well, it takes a while to make them. Okay? J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. All right? Now, le passé composé. So, le passé composé, well, the first use, of course, of le passé composé, it's une action, an action qui s'est passée, that took place avant le moment présent. So, before the present moment, the example that we could have here, je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Okay? And here, well, the first part here, je suis en retard, I am late. It's the present. Okay? And then you want to, well, give the reason why. Parce que, because, j'ai marché, so marcher is to walk, okay? And this is the imparfait form, okay? Trop lentement, too slowly, okay? Je suis en retard parce que j'ai marché trop lentement. Then, une action dans le passé qui a des limites temporelles, okay? So it's an action that took place in the past, all right? But then you've got some clear limits when it started or when it ended, okay? And then the example here, dimanche dernier, j'ai dormi toute la journée. Dormir is to sleep, okay? So this is here the passé composé form. Toute la journée, all day long, okay? So you've got clearly a limit, toute la journée. You know exactly when it stopped, all right? Une action qui est terminée, okay? So clearly here, if you want to introduce your birth date, then je suis né, okay? So it was an action in a way, okay? But still it's finished. So le 16 juin 1970, okay? Je suis né, so that's the reason why here you will use this verb naître, okay? Je suis né le 16 juin 1970. Une histoire composée de plusieurs actions, okay? So if you've got several actions, okay, in a story, then normally you should use le passé composé. For instance, hier, yesterday, je suis rentré, I came back home, okay? Rentré, je suis rentré. J'ai préparé à manger, etc., etc., okay? So orally, you will explain to a friend or to a colleague what you've been doing yesterday, okay? You want to introduce these actions, okay? And in that case, that's the tense that you will use, the passé composé, all right? If you want to speak about an event of the past with, for instance, hier, yesterday, le mois dernier, last month, ce matin, this morning, cet après-midi, this afternoon, dimanche midi, so dimanche is Sunday, okay, midi, noon, jeudi, Thursday, matin, morning, okay, so with these structures, and if you're talking about an event, an action, okay, in that case, you definitely should use le passé composé. Okay, so of course these are examples. Okay, we've got so many others that I didn't have the, well, I didn't want to put everything in this page. All right, so if you want to use, and this is quite important, negative form, okay, connected to the present form or the present. For instance, if you want to say that, so je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Patinage is ice skating, okay? You want to say that you never did ice skating. In that case, well, you should use le passé composé form, okay? Je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Oops, I should put something instead. It's not a virgule, it's point. It should be point. Sorry, it was a little mistake here. Okay, but still, je n'ai jamais fait de patinage. Okay, same example here. Il n'a jamais eu de chance. Okay, avoir de la chance, to have luck. Okay, il n'a jamais, never eu de chance. So in that case, you should put that at the passé composé form. Okay, and then, well, same thing. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance. All right, in that case, it's with pas and not never, but it's clearly the same meaning. Nous n'avons pas eu de chance, and in that case, you should definitely use here the passé composé form. Okay. So of course avoir and être can be quite tricky, so that's the reason why we'll take few minutes to see them, and we'll start with avoir. Okay, this is the imparfait form. J'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. And next to it, we'll put the passé composé form. J'ai eu, tu as eu, il a lu, il a eu, sorry, elle a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Okay, so let's take 1 minute to see them one more time. J'avais, final S not pronounced. Tu avais, same thing. Il avait, final T not pronounced. Elle avait. Nous avions, little liaison, final S not pronounced. Nous avions. Vous aviez, same thing here, little liaison between the two. Ils avaient, so remember, even if we've got this A-I-E-N-T, well, we don't pronounce it, or we don't pronounce this E-N-T, so we get avait, okay, phonetically. Ils avaient, okay, and then elles avaient. And now for the passé composé form, so if you remember clearly, we use the verb avoir at the present form, then we put this participe passé form. So it does mean that it will be the same all the time. That's the reason why we see it here, okay? And this is pronounced, so it's an exception because normally you should pronounce it differently, but, so it's an exception. It is pronounced U, okay? U, that's the way you should pronounce it. So, j'ai eu. Tu as eu, il a eu, elle a eu, nous avons eu, vous avez eu, ils ont eu, elles ont eu. Alright? So, j'ai eu, tu as eu, il a eu, elle a eu, nous avons eu. Okay, so here you can see that we make double liaison. Nous avons eu. Okay, same thing here. Vous avez eu, ils ont, and then here as well, tu. Ils ont eu, elles ont eu. All right? Let's see être now. And it goes like j'étais. So same thing here. We'll start with the imparfait form. Tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. And then the passé composé form. J'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été, nous avons été, vous avez été, ils ont été, elles ont été. Okay, so let's take 1 minute again to pronounce them. J'étais, so final S not pronounced. Tu étais, same form. Il était, elle était, final T not pronounced. Here, little liaison and final S not pronounced. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, liaison as well here. And then remember, this is not pronounced. Elles étaient. Okay? Then, so same rule as we saw for avoir. So you've got avoir here at the present form, and then you've got this participe passé form, so that will repeat itself every time, and it's pronounced like été, été. All right, so j'ai été, tu as été, il a été, elle a été. So here, double liaison, nous avons été. Vous avez été, same thing here, double liaison. Vous avez été. Ils ont été. So same thing here. You get first the liaison z, and then you get the t. Okay? Ils ont été. All right? Ils ont été. Elles ont été. Okay? I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then if you want to send me a little message and check more things, more material, it's here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon G. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la forme passive. So it's quite important. Take the time to relax and we'll start right now. So I wanted to put an example, simple sentence, okay, here. We've got Jean mange une pomme, okay? So Jean, that's the name of the person, mange, manger, to eat, and it's the present form. Une pomme, an apple. Okay, so if we have a look at this sentence, of course, Jean is the subject of the sentence. Then we've got mange, manger, so it's the verb. Okay, then we'll have une pomme, so that's what we call complément d'objet direct. I know it's a bit scary, so complément just because it will complete the sentence, it will give more information, okay? Then objet direct, so objet, it's not because it's an apple, okay? It could be a person, it's grammatically, it's an object, okay? So, and then direct, just because between your verb and this complément, you don't have any preposition. Okay, so normally we tend to write it like that, COD, okay, complément d'objet direct, all right? And then, if you think about the sentence, normally, when you've got a sentence like that, so Jean mange une pomme, well, the important thing in this sentence is the subject, okay? For one good reason, it's just because we start with it. And as it's here in the first place, well, we tend to think that this is the most important thing of the sentence, okay? So if we would like to put the focus on le complément d'objet direct, so if we would like to have une pomme as the main thing of the sentence, okay? So it would be actually the whole idea of this form passive. Okay, so what could we do? We could first take une pomme, okay, and then of course put it in the first place, because, well, the focus will be on the first word or first thing that will come in the sentence. Then we take Jean, and then of course, Jean is not coming right after because the verb should come between the two. So it will be here. Okay? And after that, manger, so the verb mange here, should be transformed. And that's the whole thing of the passive form. Okay? You will have to use être. So you will have to conjugate être plus le participe passé of your verb. Okay, in that case it's quite easy because manger belongs to the first group of verbs, so regular verbs, and then when we talk about the participe passé form, it will be manger like that with the accent on the top of the here. Okay, so let's have a look how it will go. Une pomme est, so the verb être at the present form, because here we've got a sentence at the present form. Manger, okay? So as I said, you've got this accent aigu, okay? And the important thing here is that because we construct this passive form with être, then we should, at the end of the participe passé, add something if it's feminine or if it's plural. In that case, une pomme, an apple. You can see here that it's feminine, une pomme. So we will add this so the mark of the feminine. Okay, so une pomme est mangée Jean. And obviously something is missing here, okay? And the thing that we will put or we will add to construct this passif will be par. All right, so now we've got this sentence, une pomme est mangée par Jean. And it's the passive form, okay? Forme active, Jean mange une pomme. Forme passive, une pomme est mangée par Jean. All right? Let's take another example. I did put this la pomme instead of une pomme, but well, technically it's the same. The important thing is that this passive form will be I mean, it will be possible to make it at the present form, or even at the future, at the passé composé, at the imparfait, because the only thing that will change will be être. Okay? So in that case, example for le présent, Jean mange la pomme. You change it and you get la pomme est mangée par Jean. Okay, so that's the one we saw, so it's actually quite easy. But then now, let's see if we've got le futur. So the sentence will go like Jean mangera, okay, so it's this will eat, okay, la pomme. And then if you want to put this sentence at the passive form, then la pomme sera, so remember sera, it's the form of être at the future, okay? So that's the only thing that will change. So you definitely should know by heart all the form of être, and obviously avoir, but I mean not avoir for this lesson, but still. So you should know them by heart because you will have to use them. For instance, in this passive form, you must use them. So la pomme sera mangée par Jean. So the rest doesn't change. I mean, that's the only thing that you will have to change. You put this être form, okay, at the correct tense. In that case, it's the futur. And then let's see le passé composé now. Jean a mangé la pomme, okay? And then if you, well, change it and put it at the passive form. So la pomme a été, remember this a été is the passé composé form of être, okay? Mangé par Jean. The rest doesn't change. Okay, so let's have a look at the conditionnel présent because we saw it already in the previous unit. Jean mangerait la pomme, okay, would eat, okay, c'est mangerait la pomme. So if you change it, la pomme serait, okay, and that's the conditionnel présent form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay, then imparfait, Jean mangeait la pomme était mangée par Jean. And the last one, conditionnel passé, because that's the last one we saw. Jean aurait mangé la pomme aurait été, and that's here, aurait été, conditionnel passé form of être, mangé par Jean. Okay? So remember, être, then participe passé, then par. Don't forget this par because it's quite important. Okay, and this will be, well, the three elements that you will need to use to construct this form passive. Okay, I hope it was clear. Have a great day, and then remember, more videos on youtube.com/imagier, and then don't be afraid and send me a little something just to tell me what you think about the videos. The website is here, and then you can find more material there. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 8, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll see together la conjugaison à la forme passive. So we saw la forme passive in the previous video lesson, so I definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't do it. And then in this lesson, we'll take few examples, or at least two examples, two verbs, and then we'll see how they go, okay? So remember, that we will see in this lesson le présent, le futur, le passé composé, le conditionnel présent, and then l'imparfait. These are the verbs that we already covered in these lessons or in the previous lessons, okay? So that's the reason why we will try to see how they go at the passive form, all right? So remember that if you want to construct this forme passive, then the first thing will be être, and this verb être will be changed, so according to the fact whether it's present, futur, passé composé, etc. And then after that, you will put this participe passé form, okay, to get your passive form, all right? So that's it. We'll take two examples. The first one will be admirer, to admire. And then the second one will be choisir, to choose, okay? But then the idea is that as we will change them in or at this form passive. So clearly it will be to be admired and to be chosen. Okay? So let's see now admirer. Présent, so it will be je suis admiré. Tu es admiré, il est admiré, elle est admirée. Nous sommes admirés, vous êtes admirés, ils sont admirés, elles sont admirées. Alright, so as you can see, être will be the only thing that will change here. Alright, well, if we are really honest, then we can say that the participe passé form here is changing as well, because if you can see, if you have a look here, it's here like that written a, and then here you just add this okay? Remember that we add this final because we've got here a feminine subject, and so this final is the mark of the feminine, so singular feminine, okay? But then if you really want to think about that phonetically, you don't pronounce it, so whether it's masculine admirer or feminine admirer, you will pronounce them the same way. But still, if you want to write it correctly, you should add this So same thing here. If we look at this last form here, we've got this S at the end. So S is the mark of the plural. So you should put it at the end. You don't pronounce it, okay? So you get admirer, but still you should put it. And here you've got, well, first the feminine and then the plural S. Phonetically, it is the same, admirer. Okay, so you've got phonetically only one form, and it's admirer. Okay, but then keep in mind that because we constructed with être here, then we should put the feminine here if the subject is feminine, the plural here if the subject is masculine plural here, and then the feminine plural here if the subject is feminine plural. Okay, so it will be the same for all the tenses. Okay, so I won't repeat that after. Okay, and then keep in mind that être, so the verb, will be the only thing that will change in this, these structures. All right, so let's see now le futur. Je serai admiré, tu seras admiré, il sera admiré, elle sera admirée, nous serons admirés, vous serez admirés, ils seront admirés, elles seront admirées. All right? So if we want to make this structure at the passé composé form, so j'ai été admiré. So you can see that here you've got j'ai été. All right? So it's the verb être, to be, okay, but at the passé composé form. All right? Tu as été admiré. Il a été admiré. Elle a été admirée. Nous avons été admirés. Vous avez été admirés, ils ont été admirés, elles ont été admirées. All right? So if we want to make it at the conditionnel présent form, then we will get je serais admiré, tu serais admiré, ils seraient admirés, elles seraient admirées, nous serions admirés, vous seriez admirés, ils seraient admirés, elles seraient admirées. Okay, so same thing here. If you look carefully, that's only the verb être that will change. And then imparfait form would be j'étais admiré, tu étais admiré, il était admiré, elle était admirée, nous étions admirés, vous étiez admirés, ils étaient admirés, elles étaient admirées. All right? So clearly, it's not that difficult. The only thing that you should definitely remember by heart is the verb. It's the verb être at all the forms that we already covered, okay? And then you will have to use it, well, clearly to make this passive form, all right? So the second verb that I wanted to introduce was choisir, okay? So at the present form, it will go like je suis choisi, tu es choisi, il est choisi, elle est choisie, nous sommes choisis, vous êtes choisis, ils sont choisis, elles sont choisies. So same thing here that we had for admirer. So remember that you will have to here, for example, put the at the end for the feminine, okay, because here we've got the feminine singular, so we just add okay. You will have this s at the end here for the plural, so masculine plural, and you will have this es feminine plural form. Okay, same rule, you don't pronounce them. So phonetically, you will have choisi, 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 and choisi. So the same phonetical form, okay? And it's quite easy to remember. Je serai choisi, tu seras choisi, il sera choisi, elle sera choisie, nous serons choisis, vous serez choisi, ils seront choisis, elles seront choisies. Okay? Let's see the passé composé form. J'ai été choisi, tu as été choisi, il a été choisi, elle a été choisie, nous avons été choisis, vous avez été choisis, ils ont été choisis, elles ont été choisies. Then the conditionnel présent form, je serai choisi, tu serais choisi, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie, nous serions choisis, vous seriez choisi, il serait choisi, elle serait choisie. Okay? And last but not least, imparfait. J'étais choisi, tu étais choisi, il était choisi, elle était choisie, nous étions choisis, vous étiez choisis, ils étaient choisis, elles étaient choisies. Alright? So, that's it for la conjugaison à la forme passive. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and the website imagier.net if you want more material, or then if you want to send me a little message, it would be nice. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll work on vocabulary for a change because we've been doing grammar quite much. So the topic is la géographie. L'Europe. Okay, so I did put this F just to give you the information that it's feminine, okay, because it doesn't show here with the article. L'Europe. L'Asie. L'Afrique. L'Amérique du Nord, l'Amérique centrale, l'Amérique du Sud. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Europe. Remember this final it's not really present. It only gives you the possibility to pronounce this P, PP at the end, okay? Europe. L'Asie, same thing here. Final is not pronounced. L'Afrique, same thing here. Final it's only the k at the end that you will hear. L'Afrique. Okay. Amérique, same thing as Afrique. Amérique du Nord. Final D, not pronounced. L'Amérique du Nord. L'Amérique centrale. Same thing here. Centrale, remember, E-N, nasal, so it goes in your nose. En, centrale. All right. L'Amérique centrale. L'Amérique du Sud. Here you should pronounce the D. Sud. Sud, okay? L'Amérique du Sud. All right? So one more time. L'Europe, l'Asie, l'Afrique, l'Amérique du Nord, l'Amérique centrale, l'Amérique du Sud. L'Australie, l'Océanie, l'Antarctique, l'Eurasie, l'Océan Atlantique, l'Océan Pacifique. Okay, so let's see them one more time. L'Australie, final E not pronounced. L'Océanie, final E not pronounced. Remember, Q-U-E here, it's K. Okay, so tic. L'Antarctique, l'Antarctique. L'Eurasie, final E not pronounced. L'Eurasie. Okay, same thing here for the ic. Okay. L'océan Atlantique. 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 L'océan Pacifique. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. La mer du Nord. la mer de Chine, la mer des Antilles, la mer Méditerranée. Okay, so let's see them. L'océan Indien. So remember here it's nasal and it can be quite tricky. So first you've got this un here and then you've got this yin, yin. Okay, Indien. L'océan Indien. L'océan Arctique. Remember, tic, ic. La mer du Nord. Final D not pronounced. La mer de Chine. Remember, don't insist on the E. Chine. Okay? And then this CH, sh, Chine. Alright? La mer des Antilles. So here it's quite interesting because, well, you've got this E and then double L, S. Okay? So final S and E, really you don't pronounce them. So you get this E sound. Antilles. Okay? La mer des Antilles. Little liaison between the two. Des Antilles. La mer des Antilles. La mer Méditerranée. Okay, here final not pronounced, but then you pronounce this E at the end. Méditerranée. Okay, la mer Méditerranée. La mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. La mer Noire. La mer de Bering. Okay, so la mer Rouge. Remember, G and then j. Rouge. Okay, la mer Rouge. La mer Caspienne. Okay, and then double consonant here, and it's the same, and N, so it does open the sound here. So it's e. Caspienne. Caspienne. Okay, then here, la mer Noire. Same thing here that we had previously. Final not pronounced, okay? And then OI, remember, wa, noir, noir. La mer Noire, okay? La mer de Bering. That's it for this lesson. It was quite short, but I hope it was relaxing and interesting. So if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, that's here. And then if you want to send me a little message, then imagier.net, or then find more material. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon J. And in this lesson we'll see some vocabulary and we'll see la météo. So I hope it's okay with you. Let's start right now. La météo. Un nuage. Une pluie. Une goutte de pluie. Un éclair. Une brume. Un brouillard. Alright, so let's see them one more time. Un nuage. Une pluie. Une goutte de pluie. Un éclair. So you can see I make this little liaison between the two. Un éclair. Une brume. Un brouillard. Final D not pronounced. Une rosée. Un verglas. Un ciel clair. Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. Une bruine. So let's see them. Une rosée, final E not pronounced. Un verglas, final S not pronounced. Un verglas. Un ciel clair. Un ciel couvert, final T not pronounced. Un ciel couvert. Un ciel nuageux. This can be quite tricky, but take the time to nuageux. Remember, final X here, not pronounced. Nuageux. Okay? Nuageux. Un ciel nuageux. Okay? Une bruine. Une pluie. Une neige. Une averse. Un orage. Un ouragan. Une averse de grêle. Une pluie. Final E not pronounced. Une neige. Une averse. So same thing here. Neige, final not pronounced. You only pronounce this j. Same thing here. Averse. Okay. S is pronounced. The E is not pronounced. Un orage. Same thing here. J. Okay. Not the E. Un ouragan. So liaison here, like we had here as well. Une averse de grêle. All right. So I wanted to put them with the article un ou une to make it more clear, but it's clear that in some cases, well, you will have to use the instead of so le or la, okay, instead of un ou une, but it was just to make it more clear that I wanted to use only un ou une, and after that you can decide whether you want to use this article or the other one, okay? So this is it for this lesson. youtube.com/imagier is the place where you can go to find more videos, and the website is here, more material, and then you can send me a little message. Thank you, bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover together, if it does arrive, yes it does, les climats. Okay, so it will be a short one, vocabulary one, but still it's quite interesting. Let's see that. Les climats. Les climats tropicaux. Les climats tempérés. Les climats polaires. Okay, so les climats tropicaux. So you can see that even if we've got the plural form here, S, we don't pronounce the S, and then we don't pronounce the T either. Les climats tropicaux. Final X not pronounced. Les climats tempérés. Final S not pronounced, but then you should definitely pronounce the accent. Tempéré, okay? Les climats polaires. So same thing here. E and S are not pronounced. Polaire. Okay? Les climats continentaux. Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. Les climats subarctiques. Okay, so les climats continentaux, remember, final X not pronounced, and then this AU together, they give you the sound O, okay? Les climats subtropicaux. Les climats de montagne. So remember here, O-N, on, mon, ta, and then this G-N-E, ny, montagne. All right? Les climats subarctiques. All right? So it was just to practice pronunciation. If you want more videos, then whoops, it's here, youtube.com/imagier, and the website is here, imagier.net. More material is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll discover together le plus que parfait. So it's quite interesting, not that difficult, and quite useful. So let's see what le plus que parfait is. So first in this video, as usual for the tenses, because it's a past tense, we'll first discover together or see together l'utilisation. So when should we use le plus que parfait? And then how do we make, construct, build this tense? Okay, the first thing, utilisation. When do we use le plus que parfait? Important. If you want to, well, should I? Yeah, I will read that the French way first, okay? Exprimer des faits qui se sont passés avant d'autres faits passés. Oh my God, it can be quite tricky. It's not really tricky. Let's say that if you want to resume or if you want to say it fast, le plus que parfait is the past in the past. Okay? So, let's see. Now, you've got the timeline here. Let's see, first, second, and third thing. The first one could be le présent, so we are here right now, okay? Then, this is the past, so if you want to express something that happened in the past, whether you use le passé composé or we saw that's previously l'imparfait, okay? And then, you've got here le plus que parfait, okay? So, first, if you want to talk about what happened yesterday or then even years ago, you will have to use whether passé composé or imparfait, okay? But then, if you want to make a relation to something that happened previously, you should definitely use this plus que parfait form, okay? So that's the reason why we tend to say that it's the past in the past, all right? So, let's have an example. Ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau que tu avais préparé hier. Okay? If we have a look, we've got two verbs in this sentence. This is the first one, j'ai mangé. It is the passé composé form. This is the second one. Tu avais préparé. This is le plus que parfait. Okay? Passé composé, plus que parfait. So what do you want to say here? You want to say, ce matin, this morning, j'ai mangé, manger is to eat, le gâteau, the cake, que, that, tu avais préparé, préparé is to prepare, yesterday, hier. Okay? So you want to say that, ce matin, j'ai mangé le gâteau. Okay? So it happened in the morning, this morning, and then yesterday, you had prepared this cake. Okay? So that's the reason why in the second part of the sentence, you use le plus que parfait because this action happened before. All right? So it was the past in the past. Okay? So let's see now how to construct it. And it's not that difficult because first, if you have a look, so I did put some regular verbs here. First one, je mangeais au restaurant. So this form here is the imparfait. Okay, so why did I put the imparfait? Just for you to have a look at the ending of this verb. This is avoir. Okay, so you can see that they end actually the same way. A-I-S, A-I-S. Okay, and then if you have a look here, you've got manger, manger, so you can notice that this is the participe passé form of the verb manger. Manger is to eat. Okay, so first you've got avoir, then you've got the participe passé. Okay, maybe it rings a bell for you. Second example, tu regardais la télévision. Okay, tu avais regardé la télévision. So if you have a look, well, it looks the same. You've got first avoir, then you've got participe passé here, okay? And then, so I took this verb aller. Aller is to go, and remember, when we've got these composed tenses, it's a bit tricky because it doesn't use avoir as most of the verbs, but it uses être, and look, here, it's the same. Il était allé. So it does use être here, and then we've got the participe passé form. All right? So the rule is that if you want to construct this plus que parfait form, then you should use first avoir at the imparfait, then the participe passé, and you will get your plus que parfait form. Okay? In some cases, you will use être at the imparfait form, then the participe passé, and you will get le plus que parfait. Okay? We've been covering already few composed tenses in French, and well, it does follow exactly the same rules. Okay? So that's the reason why it will be quite familiar for you, because the following verbs, aller, to go, arriver, to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, to born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. So all these verbs will use être, as they do for all the other composed tense that we saw, like passé composé, for instance. Okay? And then all the verbes réfléchis, so reflexive verbs like se regarder, s'appeler, se présenter. So all these verbs will also require être, okay, for the plus que parfait. Okay? So let's see one more time the imparfait form of avoir and être as well, but we'll start with avoir just because that's the form. I mean, these are the forms that you will have to use when you want to construct this plus que parfait. So it goes like j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, and then for être, j'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. All right, so you can see here that we've got this AIS ending and AIT ending. You pronounce them the same way, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait. And then you saw probably that we've got also here A-V-A-I-E-N-T, but then you pronounce it avait. So the same way as we pronounce here, okay? J'avais, tu avais, il avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient. Okay? The only difference is that you will have to make the liaison between the two. Elles avaient, ils avaient. Okay? Same thing here. Était, était, était. And the last one, était. So you pronounce them the same way. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright? So, remember that for these participe passé forms. So, the second part that you should have. Okay? When we're talking about verbs, so in French we've got three groups. Okay? The first one is the ER verbs, so verbs ending with ER. Only one exception, and it's aller, but then the good news is that aller will behave the same way, so it won't be tricky. So remember that when you've got a verb like parler, for instance, here, parler is to talk or to speak, it ends with ER, okay? You will take this ER away, and you will replace it with E accent aigu, parler. Same thing, regarder, to watch, you take this ER away, and you put this E here. Aller, even if it doesn't belong to the first group, it will behave the same way, so that's a good news. Aller, ER, you take it away, and then you put this E, okay? Second group of verbs, ER, unfortunately for you, not all the ER verbs, okay? But then these are from the second group, choisir, to choose. You take this ER away, and then you change it, you put I instead, choisi. Finir, to finish, to end, IR away, same rule, and then you put fini. Unir, IR, you take it away, to unite, and then you get uni. Okay, after that, when we talk about the third group, it's quite tricky, and my advice would be to try to learn them by heart like in many languages, but still we have some subgroups, okay? So you've got a list here. So the one that will end with U, for instance, connaître, to know, être will become U, connu, all right? Voir, to see, voir will become U, vu. Partir, well, in that case, they will have this I. Even if it ends with ER, it's not from the second group, it's from the third group, okay? So, but then it becomes parti, okay? So quite easy. Rire will become ri, okay, partir, to leave, and then rire, to laugh. It, like écrire, to write, IRE will become IT here. Dire, to say, IRE will become IT, okay? Remember, you put this T, you don't pronounce it. Écrit, dit, all right? And then the last subgroup here, or I think it's the last, I'm not sure about that anymore. Mettre, ETTRE will become ES. Mi, same advice here, don't pronounce the final S like we had here. T is not pronounced, S is not pronounced. Mi, mettre, to put. And then prendre, prendre is to take, okay, ENDRE, and it will become ES, pris. All right. An example for parler, so parler will go like that for the plus que parfait. J'avais parlé, Tu avais parlé, il avait parlé, elle avait parlé. Nous avions parlé, vous aviez parlé, ils avaient parlé, elles avaient parlé. Okay, so if you look carefully, I did put this E in orange just to show you that when you construct, a normal structure or simple structure like subject, verb, okay, nothing in between, then if you have avoir, you don't put anything at the end. So you don't need to add this E for the feminine or S for the plural. Just keep your participe passé like that. If you constructed with avoir. But, have a look here. Aller, you write it like that. Aller. This is the masculine singular form, so basic form. Feminine singular form, you will have to add this E for the feminine. Masculine plural form, you will have to add this S for the plural. And then here, feminine plural form, you will have to add this S, so for the feminine and S for the plural. The good news is that phonetically they go the same way, aller, 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 all right? But if you want to write correctly, remember to put for the feminine, S for the plural, and obviously S for the feminine plural. Okay, so let's see aller now. J'étais allé. Tu étais allé. Il était allé. Elle était allée. Nous étions allés. Vous étiez allés. Ils étaient allés. Elles étaient allées. All right, so you can hear that here, for instance, I make here a liaison. Ils étaient, and then here I make a liaison as well. Ils étaient allés. Elles étaient allées. All right, and then remember, aller, 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 and then aller. So the same phonetical form, okay? If you want to construct this plus que parfait, so I took this example with a verbe réfléchi, okay? Je m'étais présenté, tu t'étais présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée, nous nous étions présentés, vous vous étiez présenté, il s'était présenté, elle s'était présentée. All right, so remember all these reflexive verbs, so les verbes réfléchis, will require all the time être, okay? Remember, avoir at the imperfect form, and then participe passé, and you will get a beautiful plus que parfait, and in some cases, être at the imperfect form, plus participe passé will give you another beautiful plus que parfait. That was it for the plus que parfait. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is here, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon M. And in this lesson, we'll work on les pronoms relatifs. So pronouns, one more time, yes, because we've got quite many pronouns in French and we use them quite often, okay? But in that case, we're going to work on les pronoms relatifs, and we'll see first qui, then que, after that dont, and finally où, okay? So the first one that we'll work with will be qui, okay? So pronouns, as usual, are these little words that you use to avoid repetition if something was already said, or if you want to, in one sentence, combine two different sentences, okay? So the first one, qui, normally we use it because it's subject, okay? So it can be whether for a person or a thing, pour une personne ou une chose, okay? And then the first examples that we'll see, will be for une personne, okay? So, qui? So if we take this example, the first one, first sentence, nous connaissons un homme, okay? Connaître is to know. Nous connaissons un homme. And then we've got the second sentence, cet homme travaille dans un restaurant. Okay, so it's totally possible to have these two sentences like that. Okay, but then if you look carefully, we repeat cet homme or un homme. Okay, we've got here cet homme, okay, and it's here in the first sentence as well. Let's imagine that we would like to combine these two sentences, make one, and just avoid repeating here un homme or cet homme. In that case, well, we will use this pronom relatif, okay? We will use this qui just because if you look carefully in the second sentence here, cet homme travaille dans un restaurant, well, cet homme here is subject of the verb. And that's the reason why we'll use qui, okay? So it could be a person, like in that example, okay, cet homme, but it could be also an object or a thing, okay? So the sentence you will get will be this one. Nous connaissons un homme qui, and that's where you put your pronom relatif, travaille dans un restaurant. Okay? So it is quite easy to make. It's not that difficult. You just need to remember that it should come well before the verb here, all right? And then we've been choosing this qui just because it is the subject of the verb. All right? So let's see now the same sentence. Nous connaissons un homme. But then here, if you look, cet homme a travaillé dans un restaurant. So here we've got the passé composé form here. You remember, you put avoir first and then you put here your participe passé form. All right? So of course, cet homme, we would like to avoid repeating this one. So we'll get this sentence. Nous connaissons un homme qui a travaillé dans un restaurant. So basically it is quite simple because it doesn't change that much. You only need to use again one more time this pronom relatif qui, okay, before the verb. So keep in mind that even if you've got two forms here, it's only one verb, okay? It's composed. You've got first avoir and then participe présent, participe passé, but still it's only one verb here, so that's the reason why qui should come before. Okay? And then we'll see a third example. Nous connaissons un homme. Cet homme va travailler dans un restaurant. Okay? So in that case, what do we have here? We've got a second sentence in which we've got this is going to work. Okay? So va, it's aller. Okay, so that's what we call futur proche. Okay, so this man, cet homme, is going to work, va travailler. All right, so of course, same thing here. We don't want to repeat cet homme or un homme. Okay, so we will get this. Nous connaissons un homme qui va travailler dans un restaurant. All right, so just before the verbs here. All right, so it's quite simple. Okay, let's see now if we replace une chose, a thing, okay, with qui. So, je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge, okay. Regarder is to watch, une voiture, a car. Je regarde une voiture, cette voiture est rouge. So, of course, in that case, we would like to avoid the repetition of une voiture, okay. And then, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge, all right. So, je regarde une voiture qui est rouge. So exactly the same thing here. You just put this qui, and then you get the verb after that, est rouge. All right? Let's see the same sentence, but then let's put here the passé composé. J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était, imparfait, rouge. Okay? J'ai regardé une voiture. Cette voiture était rouge. So same thing here. We don't want to repeat voiture, then we will get the simple sentence. J'ai regardé une voiture qui était rouge. So just before the verb. Let's put that at the future. So, je vais regarder une voiture. So, I am going to watch une voiture. Okay. Cette voiture sera, so here you've got the real future, what we call futur simple, okay? So it's will be, sera rouge. Exactly the same thing, we don't want to repeat une voiture, so je vais regarder une voiture qui sera rouge. Alright, so it's really simple. You should keep in mind that first thing, well, of course, you get to spot the word you want to replace. And if it is subject, like we have here, then you should put qui. So whether it's a person or an object or a thing, so it will be qui, just because it's the subject of the sentence, okay? And you have to put it here before the verb, okay? Now, we'll have a look at que, okay? So que, you should remember that it will replace what we call complément d'objet direct. So complément, it's because it will complete the sentence. Objet, because it's what we call grammatical object, okay? And then direct, just because we don't use or we won't use any preposition between the verb and this grammatical object. Okay, and then normally we tend to write it shortly, COD. Okay, so if you see this COD written somewhere, it's just because we want to say complément d'objet direct. Okay, and then the same thing will work first with the person, so example with persons, and then choses, things, and then let's start now. So que, c'est l'acteur, tu admires cet acteur. Okay, so in that case, of course, if we look carefully, we would like to avoid repeating acteur, because it's in the first sentence and then it is in the second sentence as well. But if you have a look here, in the second sentence, you've got tu, okay, so it's the subject. Then you've got admire, so it's the verb admirer, to admire, all right? And after that, you've got cet acteur, so the thing we would like to replace. Okay, and then if we look carefully, so what we saw is that cet acteur is, well, first it's a complement, okay, it will complete the subject and the verb. Then it is what we call grammatical object, and if you look carefully between admirer and cet acteur, we don't have anything, so we don't have any preposition, so it does mean that it is direct, okay? In that case, we should use que. All right, so let's look at the sentence now. C'est l'acteur que tu admires. All right, so you first put back your first sentence here, c'est l'acteur. Then you put this pronom relatif que, and then the sentence continues, tu admires, subject, verb. Okay, now let's have a look at the same thing, but at the feminine. C'est l'actrice, tu admires cette actrice. Okay, so exactly the same sentence, but it's the feminine form. C'est l'actrice, tu admires cette actrice. Okay, we don't want to repeat actrice, obviously. Then we get c'est l'actrice que tu admires. All right, so same concept, same structure, no problem. So let's see now with une chose, a thing, okay? C'est la voiture, tu adores cette voiture, okay? And then obviously we don't want to repeat la voiture, okay? Adorer, to adore, tu adores cette voiture. C'est la voiture que tu adores. All right, so same concept, you first put que here, then subject verb, okay? Be careful. And be careful at the passé composé form. Why? Well, look, normally when we construct a sentence, we first start with the sujet. Then we've got the verb. Then we've got, so what we saw, complément d'objet direct. Okay? And normally, when we introduce the passé composé form, we say that if we use avoir, normally, you don't have to put anything at the end of your participe passé form, so you don't need to mark the feminine form or the plural or the feminine plural. okay? But then when we've got this special structure with first le pronom relatif COD, so what we just saw, this que, before the verb, the rule will be that you will have to put the feminine or the plural or the feminine plural at the end of your participe passé. So let's have a look first, and it will be quite easy because it is here. Have a look, c'est l'acteur. Tu as admiré cet acteur. So here you've got the passé composé form, okay? But then it's the masculine. So normally it shouldn't be a problem if we look the sentence. C'est l'acteur que tu as admiré. All right, so we've got this que, pronom relatif, complément d'objet direct. So I told you that if it's before the verb, at the passé composé form, it can be tricky, but in that case, it's the masculine form, so it doesn't change anything at the end of your participe passé form here. That's the reason why it doesn't change here. If you look carefully, it's the same form. Okay? But if we take now the feminine form, c'est l'actrice. Tu as admiré cette actrice. We want to replace actrice, then we will have c'est l'actrice que, so the structure doesn't change at all. Tu as admiré. The only thing that you will have to put is this which is the mark of the feminine, at the end of your participe passé form here. Okay? The good news is that phonetically here you don't pronounce it, okay? But in some cases you will have some participe passé ending with maybe T or something like that, and then if you put the feminine form you will have to pronounce it, okay? So it's really important to remember that with this kind of structure, when you've got this pronom relatif and then the que, complément d'objet direct, at the passé composé form, and you've got the feminine form, you will have to add at the end of your participe passé here. Okay? If we've got the plural, like here, so masculine, but then the plural form, ce sont les acteurs, tu as admiré ces acteurs. Okay, so we just don't want to repeat les acteurs. Ce sont les acteurs que tu as admiré, and then have a look here. We've got the mark of the plural, and it's S at the end. Okay, so same thing as usual in French, you don't pronounce it, okay, but it's really important to remember that you should put at the end of your participe passé here the S. Okay, if we have like here the feminine plural form, ce sont les actrices, tu as admiré ces actrices, okay, we don't want to repeat les actrices, then ce sont les actrices que tu as admirées. Okay, so remember here, admirer, well, first you've got this mark of the feminine, then you've got this S at the end, mark of the plural. Okay, phonetically you don't pronounce it, but still remember you've got to put it. Okay, S. So as I said, you know, for this admirer, adorer, all these examples that we've been covering so far, you don't pronounce it. So that's the reason why I wanted to put few sentences in which, well, you'll see that you can see the difference. So the first one, c'est le camion que tu as conduit. Okay, le camion, it's the truck, okay? Que tu as conduit, conduire is to drive, okay? And you've got here the passé composé form, okay? So in that case, of course, we've been using this pronom relatif, que, okay? And it's complément d'objet direct, all right? It is before the verb tu as conduit here. So normally it does mean that the rule, well, tells us to put something at the end of the participe passé if it's the feminine or if it's the plural or feminine plural. In that case, we've got le camion, so we don't put anything at the end of conduit. We just leave conduit like that. okay? But if we put, well, the same sentence, but at the plural, in that case, ce sont les camions que tu as conduits, okay? You will have this S, you don't pronounce it, but it will be here. Now, the feminine. So we take la voiture, the car, okay? La voiture, it's feminine. C'est la voiture que tu as conduite. And that's when you hear the difference between conduit, because remember, final T is not pronounced, conduit here, and then the feminine conduite. Okay, so here you can listen to this t, t, okay, conduite. All right, c'est la voiture que tu as conduite. Okay, and then the same thing for the plural, so it will be feminine plural because it's les voitures. Ce sont les voitures que tu as conduites. All right, so that's the reason why it's quite important to remember this rule, even if in most of the cases you won't pronounce the difference between your participe passé, whether it's at the masculine, the feminine, or the plural form. But in some cases, like, well, these examples, you can hear the difference between at least here the masculine and the feminine form. Okay? And then the last thing, tricky thing with que is if you put something after and it's not with a vowel. So remember, as usual in French, when we've got this and something after, so a vowel, they don't really get along. So the rule is that you should take away, okay? So it will go like that. So c'est la boisson que il demande. So normally, if we respect the rule, you know, we should put this que pronoun, okay? But then, as I showed, they don't really get along as usual, and so que or should disappear. So you get the final structure. C'est la boisson qu'il demande. Now let's have a look at dont, okay? And the important thing with dont is that you will use this dont instead of complément avec préposition de. All right, so the important thing here is that, so it should be un complément, so something that will complete the sentence, so coming after the verb, all right? And then it should be introduced with this préposition de here, all right? So let's have a look. And well, as we did previously, so we'll first start with the personne, and then after that, une chose, a thing. Voici l'homme, tout le monde parle de cet homme. Okay, so voici l'homme, here is the man. Okay, so even if it looks a bit strange to have a short sentence like that, okay, but still it was for the example, so I thought it might be useful. And then tout le monde, everybody, everyone, parle, to talk, de cet homme. Okay, so the important thing here is to spot first, well, of course, we've got the subject here, tout le monde. Then we've got the verb, parler. Okay, then if you look carefully between our complement here, cet homme, because that's the thing we don't want to repeat, and the verb, so between them, we've got the preposition de. Okay, and it tells us that if we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay, we will have to use this dont pronom here. And the sentence will go like that. Voici l'homme, so the first one doesn't change. Dont, so you put here your pronom relatif, then tout le monde parle. So you just put back what we've got, subject and verb. Okay, it's not really difficult. Then if we put the same structure but then at the passé composé form, voici l'homme, tout le monde a parlé de cet homme, so same thing, we don't want to repeat l'homme, okay. Voici l'homme dont, so same position, tout le monde a parlé. Okay, so it doesn't change anything, you just put it, but then, well, the tense is different here because it's passé composé. Okay, so let's see now if we would put the same sentence but then at the futur proche, so near future. Normally I tend to put this structure just because it means that you've got two verbs here, okay, just to see. So l'homme is the thing we don't want to repeat, so voici l'homme dont tout le monde va parler. Okay, so it doesn't change anything. It should be here, and then the sentence continues. Let's see if we want to replace une chose, a thing. Then, je n'aime pas le livre. Nous nous servons de ce livre. Okay, so aimer is to like. In that case, you've got the negative form. Je n'aime pas le livre. Okay, nous nous servons. Okay, so in that case, I wanted to use this se servir. Se servir is to use something, but it's se servir, so it's a reflexive verb. Okay, de ce livre, and then you can see that we've got ce livre. Okay, we've got the verb here, and between the two, we've got the preposition de. So it does tell us that if we don't want to repeat le livre, we will have to use this pronom relatif dont. So the sentence will be je n'aime, sorry, I forgot the pas. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. All right, so remember, you should put the pas. I forgot to write it, sorry. Je n'aime pas le livre dont nous nous servons. Okay, and then ou, okay, the last one for this lesson. Ou, well, you've got two options. Whether you will use this ou to replace what we call complément de lieu. Lieu is a place, okay, or then you will use it to replace un complément de temps, okay, temps, time. Let's see first if we want to replace complément de lieu. Okay, so je vous présente la ville, je suis né dans cette ville. Okay, so je vous présente, présenter, to present, la ville is the town. Je suis né, I was born, dans cette ville. Okay, so in that case, well, have a look. You've got cette ville and la ville, so probably that's the thing we don't want to repeat. Okay, and then here we get dans, so it's in. Okay, so you know that it's a place. All right, so it's what we could call, or what we call complément de lieu. So it's a place. All right, so if you want to avoid repeating la ville, then you will have to use this ou pronom, and the sentence will go like that. Je vous présente la ville. Okay, so your first sentence doesn't change at all. Ou, so you put your pronom here, and then je suis né. The rest continue. Okay, like that. Okay, and then let's have another situation when we want to replace un complément de temps. Okay, so it won't be a place, but it will be something with the time. So où, c'est l'année. Okay, année it's year. C'est l'année. Il a fait très froid cette année. Okay, so you can see here, well, you've got this passé composé form. Okay, faire froid when it's cold. Okay, so it was cold, or cette année. And then, well, obviously we don't want to repeat année because it's here and it's here. Okay, and in that case, well, you tend to use cette année just to indicate the time or when it was. Okay, so c'est l'année où il a fait très froid. All right, so quite simple. First part doesn't change. Then you put your pronoun où, then the sentence continues like that. Il a fait très froid. All right? Few other examples for this time concept, because normally, obviously, in many cases, people tend to think that où, it's only for a place, so that's the reason why I thought it might be useful to give you few examples just to see how to use it. So the first one, for instance, c'est le jour the day, c'est le jour où elle est venue. Okay, venir is to come. C'est le jour où elle est venue. Second example, ils arrivent le jour où tu seras absente. Okay, arriver, to arrive. Sera, so remember, it's the verb être, to be. Okay, but it's the future form. Tu seras absente. Absente, you won't be here. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir, le moment, the time, où le bébé, the baby, va dormir, is going to sleep. C'est le moment où le bébé va dormir. Okay, so I know it was long, but it was quite important. So if you're not really sure about the use, don't be afraid to watch the video one more time. If you want more videos, then the YouTube channel is here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon N. And in this lesson, we'll work together on les structures avec deux pronoms, and especially when one of them, so one of the pronouns, when you will use to pronounce, and one of them will be en, okay? So it was introduced in a previous video lesson, okay? So we'll work on this lesson, on the pronoun en, okay? And then next lesson will be with le, la, les, the lesson after lui, leur, and the last lesson regarding this topic with two pronouns will be with the pronoun I. Okay, so let's see now with en. So me, or then M apostrophe, te, T apostrophe, or then lui, se, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, and ce, or S apostrophe, will be placed before en. Okay, so that's the rule. En will come after me, or M apostrophe, te, or T apostrophe, lui, ce, or S apostrophe, nous, vous, leur, or ce, or S apostrophe. Okay, so that's the way it will go. So en is coming after. Okay, so we'll see a few examples, and then I thought it might be useful to put, well, the examples at the present form, so le présent, and then passé composé, because if you remember correctly, this passé composé is what we call a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future structure that we've got, and normally you make it with the verb aller, and then your verb at the infinitive. And it's quite interesting because in that case, well, it gives you two verbs, okay? So the question is, how do you put your pronouns when you've got two verbs in your sentence, okay? So let's see now le présent. Mon ami me donne un conseil. All right, so mon ami, my friend, me donne, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay? So let's say that we would like to replace un conseil in that case, and then we saw in the previous lesson that un conseil could be replaced with en, okay? And so, mon ami, me, so it should be before, if you remember what we saw previously, so me should be in the first position, and then en should come right after, and then the verb, all right? But then if you remember, we've got this here, so me, and then en is starting with the vowel as well, so should go away. That's the reason why you will have this M apostrophe, so m'en donne un, all right? Second example, ta femme t'achète une montre. Ta femme, your wife, acheter is to buy, une montre, a watch, okay? And then, of course, we would like to replace une montre in that case. We will use this en pronoun, okay? And you get ta femme. So you've got this te again, but then as it's with the vowel here, en, then needs to go away. T'en achète une, all right? So as we saw for the rule, first we've got te, after that en is coming, and then we've got the verb, okay? Then, il nous apporte des fruits, okay? So remember, apporter is to bring, des fruits, fruits, okay? In that case, we would like to replace des fruits, and so we will replace it with the pronoun en, okay? Il nous en apporte, all right? So, nous first, then your pronoun en, then the verb, okay? So let's see now with the passé composé. So, same sentence. Mon ami m'a donné un conseil. All right. Mon ami m'en a donné un. So it will be exactly the same thing, especially if you think that a donné, the thing that you see here, okay, it's only one verb. Okay, so you've got two parts because it's composed, all right? So first you've got avoir, and then you've got this participe, passé form, okay? But it's only one verb, all right? That's the reason why you put first your pronoun here, me, and then you put this second pronoun en before avoir, okay, because this is the verb here. So you get mon ami m'en a donné un. Let's see now the same sentence that we had previously, but at the passé composé form. Ta femme t'a acheté une montre. Okay, so same thing here. Ta femme, so te should be here, but then, of course, with the vowel, we take away the e. En a acheté une. Ta femme t'en a acheté une. All right, and then, ils nous ont apporté des fruits. All right, same thing. Ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so nous first, then en, and after that you put your verb. So same rule here, it's composed, so you've got two parts, but still it's only one verb here. So let's read it. Ils nous ont, okay, beautiful liaison here, ont apporté. Okay, so the full thing goes like, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, so let's read it one more time. Mon ami m'en a donné un, ta femme t'en a acheté une, ils nous en ont apporté. All right, and then the last example we'll see with the futur proche. So in that case, it will be quite interesting because we will have two verbs. Okay, so let's see. Mon ami va me donner un conseil. Okay, so exactly the same idea. We'll replace un conseil by en, and then we see how it goes. Mon ami va. All right, so here you've got this verb aller. All right, so the first verb here, and then you will put your pronouns. So me here, of course, e is going away. Then you've got your pronoun en before the second verb. Okay, donner, to give, that's the second verb here. Infinitive form, as usual in French, when we've got two verbs. So, mon ami va m'en donner un. All right. Ta femme va t'acheter une montre. Exactly the same rule. Ta femme va, so you've got first your verb here, then te, but then e is going away, en, and the second verb, acheter une. All right. Ils vont nous apporter des fruits. Ils vont nous en apporter. Okay, so that's the only thing that you should remember. So when you've got one verb, whether it's simple or composed, then it is before the verb. When you've got two verbs like here, so with these first aller, then your verb, so donner here, remember that your pronouns will come before the second verb, okay? But then the order will stay the same. All right? So I hope it was clear for you. Have a great day. If you want more lesson, and then the next or previous lessons can be found here, youtube.com/imagier, or then the website www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 8, leçon O. And in this lesson we'll discover together les structures avec deux pronoms. And if we're more precise, if you've got one of these two pronouns, if it is le, la, or les, okay? So we saw in the previous video the same concept. So when you've got two pronouns in the same sentence, but then one of them is en, okay? So if you want to check it, then it is the previous video. And then after that, we'll see lui, leur, and we'll work with y, okay? But then in that video, we'll work on le, la, ou les, okay? And then the rule is quite simple. If you've got first me, te, nous, vous, they will come first, and after that, you will put le, la, and les, okay? That's the rule. If you've got le, la, and then les, it will come all the time after me, te, nous, and vous. Okay, let's see that more precisely. And so we'll work on présent, passé composé, because it's a composed tense, so it's quite interesting to see how you put this pronouns when you've got a composed tense. And then the futur proche, so this near future, so I am going to like in English, so aller plus infinitif, okay? It's interesting because in that case you've got two verbs, so we'll see how you put your pronouns when you've got the structure, the sentence with two verbs, okay? So let's start now with the présent. So, mon père me conseille ce livre. Mon père, my father, conseillait to advise or to recommend, in that case, ce livre, this book. So we want to replace ce livre. We will put le, okay? And as we saw for the rule, so mon père, first me, then le, and after that, the verb, sorry. Mon père me le conseille. Okay, that's it. Quite simple, remember. Me first, then le, and then the verb. Second example, tes amis, your friends, donner is to give, les clés, the keys. Okay, tes amis nous donnent les clés. So we want to replace les clés, so we should replace it with the plural form, so it's les, okay, here, les, and then remember, first nous, then les, and after that the verb. Tes amis nous les donnent. Okay? And the final example, je me réserve, okay, so réserver, to reserve, la place de parking, so the parking place, la place de parking. In that case, we don't want to use la place de parking, we want to replace it with a pronoun, so je me la réserve. Okay, remember, first me, then la, and after that your verb. Okay, so it's quite simple, it's not really difficult, remember, in that case, me, nous, me here in the first place, then le, la for the feminine, les for the plural, second place, then the verb. Let's see how it will go with the passé composé form. So passé composé, as you can see it in its name, it's a composed tense. Okay, so you've got two parts. First you've got avoir, then you've got here participe passé. Okay, so mon père m'a conseillé ce livre. Same thing, we don't want to use ce livre again, so we put the pronoun. Okay, so in that case, if you look carefully, then mon père me first place, then you should have le here because it's the masculine form, but then you've got here a vowel after, so needs to go away, so you get L apostrophe. Mon père me l'a conseillé. All right? Then, tes amis nous ont donné les clés. So exactly the same sentence that we had previously at the present form, but in that case, it's the passé composé form, okay? Tes amis nous les ont donné. Okay, so same rule, first nous, then les, before, and then after that you put the verb here. So you can see that I've been putting in red the ending here just to remind you or let you remember that we've got a rule in French. Normally when we make this passé composé form with avoir like that, and if you've got what we call complément d'objet direct before, you should put at the end of your participe passé form here, feminine if the word is feminine, so s if the word is plural, okay? In that case, we've got les clés. Les clés is feminine plural, so that's the reason why we will add first feminine and then plural here. Okay, so the good news is that you don't pronounce it. So donner, okay, so whether it would be without this final es or with es, you will pronounce it the same way. Tes amis nous les ont donnés. Okay? And then the last one. Je me suis réservé la place de parking. Je, me first, then la, and after that, suis réservé. Okay, so it doesn't really change that much if you think. First me or then nous as we saw, then le or then la and les, and after that you put your verb, even if in that case it's a composed verb, it doesn't change anything, you just put it before. Okay, so let's see now how it will work with futur proche, so structure with two verbs. So, same example, mon père va me conseiller ce livre. And now you can see something interesting. You can see that me and le will be placed before the second verb. Okay, so mon père va, so you put first your verb, me le conseiller. All right, so keep in mind that me and le should be before the second verb. Tes amis vont nous donner les clés. Tes amis vont nous les donner. Je vais me réserver la place de parking. Je vais me la réserver. All right, so the rule goes like that. Me, nous, me. So as here we saw first place, then le, la, les, second place. All right, and after that, your second verb. All right. I hope it was clear. If you want more lessons, then youtube.com/imagier and then imagier.net if you want more material. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon A. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call le présent continu. So le présent continu, it's an interesting structure because it's the kind of structure that you can use if you want to insist on the fact that an action or something, a process is continuing at the time when you are speaking or talking, okay? And the way to construct this is to use first this expression, être en train de. So you can see that here we've got the verb, être, to be, okay? And this structure should be, obviously, at the present time. Okay, and no, not the present time, sorry, but the present tense. All right, so you should conjugate your verb être here at the present. Okay, then you will put the verb that you want to use in your structure. This verb should be at the infinitive form, so the basic form of the verb. Okay, so and it will give you this présent continu. Okay, so let's see a few examples. First, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Okay, faire is to do, and then mes devoirs, my homework, all right? And then when you use this je suis en train de, okay, so you want to insist on the fact that at the time when you are talking, the process is taking place, okay? And it continues, and that's the whole concept of it. So, je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. All right. Second example that we've got, so same thing here. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Okay, so same thing, regarder or to watch un film, a movie. So the action is taking place, and of course it continues if you use this en train de. Okay, but then remember that you've got to put here the verb être at the present form for tu es. Okay, so you need to conjugate it, and then elle est en train de réparer, so to repair, son vélo, her bike. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. All right, so same thing, it's continuing, it's taking place at the time when you are talking. And the last one, il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Préparer, to prepare, le petit déjeuner, breakfast. Okay, so il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so at the time when you are talking, he's doing it right now, and the process is continuing. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je suis en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu es en train de regarder un film. Elle est en train de réparer son vélo. Il est en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so that's what we call le présent continu. But then if you think about that, well, it would be possible to transpose that at the past as well. Why not? So, let's call it le passé continu. And it's possible because, well, the idea is that you just use the same structure, être en train de, okay? But think about that because we've been covering the past tenses already, and it would be a bit strange to use this passé composé tense, because normally we tend to use this passé composé when we want to express actions, okay? But then, in that case, imparfait would be more appropriate, okay? So if you want to use this passé continu concept, then use être en train de, and you use this imparfait, okay? Then, same idea, you put your verb at the infinitive form, and you will get this passé continu. Okay, so you know what? We'll take exactly the same sentences that we had as examples for the present, but we just put them at the passé. And here we go. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. So as you can see, the only thing that will change in this structure is être, okay, because in that case you should put it at the imparfait form. J'étais en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu étais en train de regarder un film. Elle était en train de réparer son vélo. Il était en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. All right, so the only thing that will change here, here, and here, it's the verb être that you should put at the imparfait form. All right, and in the same logic, we could put this structure at the future as well. Why not? So, le futur continu. And in that case, exactly the same structure, so être en train de, but then obviously, so être should be at the future form, okay, so the real one, and then the infinitive form, just to get this futur continu. Okay, same example, same sentences, so je serai en train de faire mes devoirs. Tu seras en train de regarder un film? Elle sera en train de réparer son vélo. Il sera en train de préparer le petit déjeuner. Okay, so as you can see, the only thing that will change here is the verb être. So it should be at the futur simple form, so the real future. Okay, here, here, and here. Okay, so I hope it was clear. Now you've got 3 strange, not real tenses, but still quite useful and quite used in the French language. If you want more videos, sorry, you can go to youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you here if you want to find more material, or then you can find, or you can send me a little message. It would be nice. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, Leçon B. And in this lesson, we'll discover together what we call le passé récent, like the recent past, if you want to translate it directly. So le passé récent is like a false or a fake tense that we've got, because technically it's the present tense, but then if you want to express something that you just did, okay, so we've got a tense for that, and it's quite useful and quite easy to make, because the concept is that first you will use the verb venir and the preposition de. Okay, so venir is to come, venir de, so this should be at the present tense, and then you will put your verb at the infinitive form, okay, and you will get what we call le passé récent. Okay, so it's a technique just to express something that you just did. Okay, so it's not possible to use this passé récent, of course, for last week or the month before. It's not possible. Okay, so it's really something that is somehow connected to the present. So present, something that you just did. Okay, so of course, if you want to make it, you should know the conjugation of venir by heart. If that's not the case, then don't worry, here it comes. So at the present tense, it's je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient, nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. All right, so let's see that one more time. Je viens, final S not pronounced, okay? And when you combine this IEN, you get this yin, yin. Je viens, all right? Tu viens, well, exactly the same thing. Final S not pronounced, and then you get this yin sound, all right? Then il vient, exactly the same sound, because final T here is not pronounced. Elle vient. All right. Nous venons. Okay, so final S not pronounced, and then remember that you pronounce this like a the. Venons. Okay, O-N in your nose, on. Venons. Nous venons. All right. Vous venez. Okay, so a Z at the end combine will give you the sound E, and here you've got venez. Vous venez. All right. And then ils viennent. So remember, as usual in French, when we talk about conjugation, E-N-T at the end, you don't pronounce it here. And then you've got this here, followed by this double N. So double consonant here, so when they are identical, they will open the sound of this so you will get it, and it will be produced like okay? So viennent, viennent, okay? Don't insist on this. No, viennent, viennent, okay? Ils viennent, elles viennent. All right? So remember, je viens, tu viens, il vient, elle vient. Nous venons, vous venez, ils viennent, elles viennent. So this is the first part that you should use to make this passé récent. Okay? And remember, after that you put this preposition de plus your verb at the infinitive. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay? Discuter, to discuss, avec, with my sister, ma sœur. Je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Okay? Something that just happened. All right? And then same thing here. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Boire, to drink, un verre, glace, de lait, of milk. D'accord? Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Same thing here. It just happened. Elle vient de gagner le match. Gagner is to win. Le match, obviously, the match. Elle vient de gagner le match. And the last one. Nous venons de déjeuner. Okay? Déjeuner here. So when you have your lunch, okay? Nous venons de déjeuner. Alright? So, je viens de discuter avec ma sœur. Tu viens de boire un verre de lait. Elle vient de gagner le match. Nous venons de déjeuner. All right? So keep in mind, venir at the present form, as we see here, and then the preposition, la préposition de, and your verb at the infinitive form. And then you get this passé récent, something that you just did. Okay? Well, that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier and more material. The website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon C. And in this lesson, we'll see together what we call in French le futur proche. So if you want to translate this futur proche directly, it would be like the near future. So technically, it is one way that we've got to express the future, but then we keep a structure that is conjugated at the present tense. Okay? And so to make it, we'll see it right now. First, we need to use the verb aller. Aller is to go. Okay? And well, this verb aller should be at the present tense. Then you will put your verb. Your verb should be at the infinitive, so the basic form of the verb. Then you will get this futur proche structure. Okay, so it is like in English, for instance, when you say I am going to something, it is exactly the same structure. Okay, express something that you want to do or you are going to do. Okay, but still it will be at the present tense. Okay, so the only thing that really you should remember and know by heart is the verb aller at the present tense. If you don't remember it, well, don't worry, it is coming right now. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so this is the verb aller at the present tense. Okay, let's see it one more time. Je vais, final S not pronounced here, and remember when you combine this A and E together, you get the sound E, so really open. Je vais. Tu vas, final S not pronounced. Tu vas. Il va, elle va. Nous allons, remember final S not pronounced. O and together it's on, and then we'll make this little link between the two, what we call the liaison. Nous allons. Okay, then vous allez, remember a Z at the end here will give you this A sound. Okay, aller, and then as previously this little link between the two, liaison. Vous allez, right? Then ils vont, final T not pronounced, and then O and together, on vont. Okay, ils vont, elles vont. All right, so one more time. Je vais, tu vas, il va, elle va, nous allons, vous allez, ils vont, elles vont. Okay, so that's the only thing that really you should modify or conjugate, because after that you will put your verb at the infinitive form. So let's see a few examples now. And the first one, je vais sortir ce soir. Sortir is to go out, ce soir, this evening. Okay, so I am going to go out. Sounds strange in English. This evening. Okay, in French, well, it's quite possible here. Je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Apporter is to bring. Un gâteau, a cake. Elle va apporter un gâteau. Okay? And after that, nous allons faire du café. Faire is to do, or in that case it could be to prepare. Du café, some coffee. Nous allons faire du café. Okay? Vous allez partir en vacances. Partir is to go. En vacances, on vacation, and here you can see that at the end we've got this point d'interrogation, so it means that it's a question, and if it's a question we should raise the voice a little bit at the end. So let's repeat it. Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so I tend to insist a little bit, but still that's the idea. You should raise your voice a little bit at the end just to inform the person that it's a question. Okay, vous allez partir en vacances? Vous allez partir en vacances? Okay, so you can hear it. First, je vais sortir ce soir. Then, elle va apporter un gâteau. Nous allons faire du café. Vous allez partir en vacances? And that's it. Now you know how to make this futur proche. If you want more video, then youtube.com/imagier and the website if you want more material, or then send me a little message. It would be nice. imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon D. And in this lesson we'll discover together what we call in French le futur antérieur. So the futur antérieur is a tense, okay? So I thought it might be useful to introduce it right now because we've been covering quite many tenses so far, and this one is quite useful. So the way we will construct this video is first we'll see l'utilisation, so when do we use this futur antérieur, and then the second part will be la formation, so how do we construct, how do we build this tense, okay? So the first part will be l'utilisation, when do we use it, and so the main, or well, the only concept of this futur antérieur is that it will be used to express what we call le passé dans le futur, so the past in the future. So I know it might sound a bit strange, but still it does exist in other languages, for instance English. So you will see that if you compare it to English, it's almost the same thing and the same construction. Okay, so let's first see. So if we are here, okay, this is the timeline. So if we are here, normally if we want to express what is happening right now, we will use the present tense, so le présent here, okay? And then if we want to talk about the future, then we'll use this futur simple, for instance, so the tense we've been seeing previously, Okay, and if we want to talk about what happened before, so it's still, if you look carefully, it's still the future for us because we are here. It's the present right now, so it's still the future, but you want to really go that way. First the future, then the past. So in a way, it's the past in the future. All right, so if it's not clear so far, let's see one example. At the future form, so if we want to use this faire is to do, je ferai mes devoirs. Mes devoirs, my homework. Okay, so this is the sentence at the future form. Je ferai mes devoirs. Okay, and if we've got the same sentence but at the futur antérieur, so it will be like j'aurais fait mes devoirs. Okay, so if you want to translate it directly, see, I will do my homework, and then here I will have done my homework. So if you feel the difference in English between the two sentences, well, it's exactly the same thing in French. Okay, so strangely, if you say je ferai mes devoirs here, it's the future. Okay, but then if you use the same structure at this futur antérieur, I will have done my homework, then you've got the feeling that of course it's the future, but in a way it's done already. Okay, so it's more certain with this sentence, and it's exactly the same use that we will have in French as it is used in English. Okay, so now second part, formation. So let's have a look now. First sentence, so it's the real future. Je mangerai au restaurant. Okay, and then here we've got j'aurais mangé au restaurant. So this second part is the futur antérieur. So if we take the time to look a little bit here, we can see that we've got first avoir, okay, at the future. And here we've got this participe passé form that we saw previously. Okay. Second example, if we take the sentence, tu regarderas, regarder is to watch, la télévision, okay. Tu auras regardé la télévision. So this is the same structure at the futur antérieur. What can we see? We can see avoir one more time, and it's at the future tense. And then here we can see that we've got the participe passé form. Okay, so third example, il ira, ira, so it's coming from aller, okay, aller is to go, au travail, at work, and then here, il sera aller au travail. So we can see that here we've got être, and then we've got the participe passé form here. Okay, so what can we deduct? Here we've got avoir, participe passé, avoir, participe passé, être, participe passé. So the rule is like that in most of the cases. If you want to construct this futur antérieur form, first you will have for most of the verbs avoir, and it should be at the futur form, and then the participe passé form, and you will get your futur antérieur. In some cases, you will have to use être at the future form, so le futur, then your participe passé form, and you will get the futur antérieur form. All right, so if you saw the previous videos that we've been doing for other composed tenses in French, like passé composé, plus que parfait, etc., well, it is exactly the same way to construct it. The only difference is here. Okay, so if you use avoir for one verb at the passé composé form, for instance, you will use avoir as well at the futur antérieur. The only thing that will change is that for this futur antérieur form, it will be here the futur. Okay, and if you use être for some verbs or one verb at the passé composé, it will be exactly the same thing, but keep in mind that here it should be at the futur form. Okay, so remember that for être, we've got aller, aller is to go, arriver, arriver to arrive, descendre, to go down, devenir, to become, entrer, to enter, to come in, monter, to go up, mourir, to die, naître, born, partir, to leave, rester, to stay, retourner, to return, sortir, to go out, tomber, to fall, and then venir, to come. Okay, so keep in mind that all these verbs will require être. Okay? And then when we talk about être, of course, as usual in French, for these composed tenses, all the reflexive verbs like se, something. Okay, so se regarder, for instance, or then s'appeler, or then se présenter. So they will all the time require être, okay? And we will see in that video that, of course, the way to conjugate them will be a little bit different, okay? But then, of course, let's see one more time, avoir and être at the future form, because that's the first part you will have to use if you want to construct this futur antérieur. And avoir at the future form goes like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so one more time. J'aurai, remember, A and O together will produce this O sound. A and E, aurait. Alright, then tu auras, final S not pronounced, aura. Il aura, elle aura. Okay, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, O and N together, nasal, on, A-U-O, auront. Alright, and then if you want to make this beautiful link, the little liaison between the two, it would be perfect. Nous aurons. Okay, here, same thing here. Vous aurez. Alright, O, and then EZ at the end will give you this E sound, aurez. Alright, and then this little link, this little liaison between the two, vous aurez. Okay, then ils auront, final T not pronounced, O-N together, on, auront, okay, and then the link between the two, ils auront, elles auront. Alright, so j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Alright, then now for être. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. All right, so let's see it one more time. Keep in mind that when we've got like that, you really pronounce it so serait, okay? I together, serait. Okay, the first S is quite strong, serait. All right, then tu seras, final S not pronounced, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, so final S not pronounced, then O-N, on, seront, vous serez, Z together at the end, et serez, all right? Ils seront, final T not pronounced, and then you've got this nasal, on, seront, elles seront. All right, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. All right? So remember that the second part should be what we call this participe passé form. I've been making a big video concerning the participe passé. So if you really want to work on that, it will be more full of examples. Okay, right now here in this video I will only cover first here, as we've got the first group, so regular ending with er, and it's quite easy because it will become e, like that. Okay, so parler, er will become parler, your participe passé form. Regarder, ending with er here, regarder, accent aigu. Okay, and even this aller verb, so it doesn't belong to the first group because it's quite tricky when you come to conjugate it. But even this one is quite easy for this participe passé form because it's accent aigu like that. Okay, so all these verbs from the first group will become parler, regarder, aller, so like that for the participe passé form. Okay, verbs from the second group, so er, remember not all the er verbs belong to the second group, so be careful. And so examples like choisir, and it will become choisi, finir, fini, unir, uni. All right, so all these verbs will become like that, choisi, fini, uni. So this is the participe passé form, so the second part that you should put in your futur antérieur. Okay, so let's see now the third group. So it's a tricky group. So as I said, I've been making a video, and you've got more examples, but still, so main subcategories, if you want, in a way. So the one that will end with U, so like here and here. So connaître, connu. Connaître is to know. Voir, to see, vu. Okay, then ending with I. Partir, to leave, parti. Rire, to laugh, ri. Then the one ending with it. Écrire, to write, écrit. Dire, to say, dit. Okay, and the one ending with es. Mettre, to put, mis. And then prendre, to take, pris. All right. An example now with parler. J'aurais parlé. Tu auras parlé. Il aura parlé. Elle aura parlé. Nous aurons parlé. Vous aurez parlé. Ils auront parlé. Elles auront parlé. All right. So as we saw, first you've got this avoir at the future form. Then you've got your participe passé here. Okay. Aura, then participe passé, etc. So I wanted to put this accent aigu like that just to show you that in a normal structure, so when you've got your subject and then your verb, okay, and if you conjugate it with avoir, so it will be exactly the same rule as we had for all the composed tenses in French. You don't need to put anything at the end of your participe passé form if the structure is simple, like subject and verb. All right, but if we conjugate it with être, like it is here the case with aller, aller is to go, remember, and it requires être. So what you can see it's that il sera allé here. You've got the masculine and singular form, so you will put this accent aigu like that without anything. But if you've got here the feminine form, elle sera allée, you will have to add this mark of the feminine at the end of your participe passé form. Okay? You don't pronounce it, but still you need to write it. Okay? So remember, a mark of the feminine singular. If you've got the plural, like it's the case here, ils seront allés et s, like that. So you'll put this s, you don't pronounce it, but still you need to put it. Okay? Elles seront allées. Here you've got the feminine form and it's the plural, so you've got this a mark of the feminine, then you've got this s mark of the plural. Same thing here, you don't pronounce it, but you need to write it. Okay, so let's read them. Il sera allé, elle sera allée, ils seront allés, elles seront allées. All right, so let's see now how it go for the full thing. So, je serai allé. Okay, so I did put this like that just to make it possible to put the feminine. All right. Tu seras allé. Il sera allé, elle sera allée. Nous serons allés, vous serez allés. Ils seront allés, elles seront allées. Okay, so one more time. Je serai allé, tu seras allé, il sera allé, elle sera allée. Nous serons allés, vous serez allés, ils seront allés, elles seront allées. And now we saw at the beginning of this video that all the reflexive verbs require as well être, okay? But then remember that the conjugation, it is a bit more tricky because you've got to use these me, te, etc. So let's see how they go when you put them at the futur antérieur, okay? So, je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. Okay, so you can see that as we conjugate these verbs with être, well, it will respect exactly the same rules. So we've got to put as the mark of the feminine when needed, S mark of the plural when needed. Here we've got nous, so it's the plural, vous as well. Okay, and then es, like for here, elle, so feminine plural, so and s, for the feminine, s for the plural. Okay, so let's read them one more time. Je me serai présenté, tu te seras présenté, il se sera présenté, elle se sera présentée, nous nous serons présentés, vous vous serez présentés, ils se seront présentés, elles se seront présentées. So, keep in mind that if you want to construct this futur antérieur, it should be first avoir at the future form, then your participe passé, and you will get a beautiful futur antérieur. In some cases, être au futur plus participe passé, and then you will get your futur antérieur. I hope it was clear. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found at this address, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon E. And in this lesson we'll see together something quite useful, and it's les articles à la forme négative, because it can be tricky in some cases, and I have been students who've been asking me, are they transformed, do they stay the same if you put the sentence at the negative form? So that's what we'll see in this lesson. Okay, so we'll see first the indéfini and the partitive. Okay, so les indéfinis et les partitifs. All right, so indéfini, it would be translated as a in English. Okay, and then the partitive, something. All right, and then we will work on les articles définis, so the in English. Okay, so but then first, let's see indéfini et partitif. Okay, so let's see the example for the article indéfini at the masculine form, like un, for instance. And then let's see how it goes. Il a un chien. Okay, un chien, a dog. And here we've got the verb avoir. Okay, il a un chien. So a dog. Okay, so keep in mind that if you want to transform this sentence at the negative form, then il n'a pas de chien. So you can see that un here will become de here. All right, so that's the first thing that you've got to keep in mind if you want to use these articles. So article indéfini, and you want to put the sentence like in that case at the negative form, then un will become de. Okay, so let's see the example for the feminine form now. Une. Il y a, there is, remember, une manifestation, demonstration, il y a une manifestation. So if we want to put this sentence at the negative form, il n'y a pas de manifestation. So you can see that this article une becomes de at the negative form. All right, so what about the plural now? Des, and then j'achète des lunettes. Je n'achète pas de lunettes. Okay, des lunettes, glasses. Acheter, to buy. J'achète des lunettes. So you can see that it will be exactly the same rule. So des becomes de. Okay, so what we've got here, un is becoming de, then une is becoming de, and after that you've got des, and it's becoming de as well. Okay, and this is for what we call les articles indéfinis, so in English. Okay, and then let's see now for the part les partitifs. Okay, so if you want to introduce this something concept, let's see now. Je bois du café. Boire is to drink, and then when you've got this du café, well, really it's some coffee. You don't specify the quantity, so it's really what we call partitif. Okay, je bois du café. So this is the masculine form here, du. And if you look carefully, negative form, je ne bois pas de café. So you can see that du is becoming de at the negative form. All right. Second example, de la. Okay, so it's for the feminine form. Elle prend. Prendre is to take. De la tarte. Tarte is pie. Some, okay, would be this de la tarte. Negative form, elle ne prend pas de tarte. So you can see that this de la will become de at the negative form. All right? So what can we say if we've got un, une, or then des? So what we saw previously, so this indéfini, article indéfini, or then if we've got du, de l, or de la, as we saw previously, so what we call les partitifs. Okay, if you want to put, well, them in a sentence and the sentence is at the negative form, then you will not use them, but instead you will use de or des apostrophe if you've got a word with a vowel after or the sound of a vowel. Okay, that's really something quite important, and you should try to remember this rule because it is quite useful, especially because we tend to use quite often. I mean, negative forms. I mean, it's not really rare. Okay, so it is one main rule that you should keep in mind. But of course, in French, we've got exceptions, and the exception is this structure or this form that we've got, c'est, it is, or this is. Okay, so when we use this c'est, we'll see a few examples now. Here, c'est un champion. Okay, un champion, a champion. So c'est, this is, it is, un champion. Okay, and if you want to, well, put the same sentence at the negative form, well, look, ce n'est pas un champion. So you will keep your article as you had previously here, un. It doesn't change. Feminine form, c'est une amie. Okay. Negative form, ce n'est pas une amie. Feminine, it's exactly the same rule, so une will stay here. You don't modify it. And for the plural, ce sont des produits naturels. Okay. Produits, products, naturels, natural. Ce ne sont pas des produits naturels. All right, so what can we say about that? Oh, sorry, we've got the partitive as well. So, du, so same thing. C'est du chocolat noir, okay? Chocolate, and then noir, it's black, so dark if you want. C'est du chocolat noir, okay? Négation, ce n'est pas du chocolat noir, okay? So here we've got the partitive and it's still the same here, du and du, okay? So partitif féminin, c'est de la vanille. Ce n'est pas de la vanille. So, de la is here, and it's still here for the negative form, okay? Vanille, vanilla. All right? So now we can have the rule. So when we've got un, une, and then des, so what we saw, les articles indéfinis, or then if we've got du, de le, or de la, okay? So in that case, it's the partitive. Remember that if you use them with c'est at the negative form, they will stay exactly the same. Okay, so that's the main rule that you've got to keep in mind with these articles. So indéfini or then with the partitive, if you use them in normal structures, then they will change and they will become de or des apostrophe as we saw previously. But if you use these articles or then the partitive with c'est, in that case they don't change when you put them at the negative form. Okay, so now we'll see the definite, so les articles définis. Okay, and so we've got for the masculine le, okay, so it's the equivalent as at the in English, but then we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural. So le, have a look at this. Je prends le train, okay, prendre is to take, le train, the train, okay. Je ne prends pas le train, okay, so the article doesn't change at all. You just put it back, even if it's the negative form. It doesn't change, okay? So, feminine, elle aime la musique. Aimer is to like or to love, okay? Elle aime la musique, the music. Elle n'aime pas la musique. It doesn't change at all. Les, plural form, nous détestons les olives noires, okay? Détester, to hate, okay? Olives, and then noir, black. Nous détestons les olives noires. Negative form, nous ne détestons pas les olives noires. Okay? In that case, it doesn't change. So you can see le doesn't change, la doesn't change, and le doesn't change either. Alright, so the rule is quite simple. If you've got in your structures le, la, or le, and you want to have this structure at the negative form, then they will stay exactly the same. They won't change. Alright? And that's it. If you want more videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier and the website www.imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon F. And in this lesson, we'll discover together 108 adjectives. Okay, so the list will be long, but still they are quite useful. So get ready. We're starting right now. Fâché. Okay, so remember that here, even if you've got this accent circonflexe on the top of A, well, technically it doesn't really change the pronunciation. Fâché. Fâcheux. So final X not pronounced, and then you get your combination of U, E. Fâcheux. Endormi. Remember, E-N, en. Endormi. Attractif. Réveillé. Okay, I-double-L-Y. Réveillé. Horrible. Okay, first letter is H, but then we don't pronounce H, so you don't pronounce it. And the first thing you hear is O. Horrible. Meilleur. Okay, same thing here. I-double-L-Y. Meilleur. Mieux. Final X not pronounced. Grand. Final D not pronounced. Ennuyé. Okay, so first en, then nuit, then yé. Ennuyé. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then the same concept. Ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Courageux. Final X not pronounced, and then you've got this U, E, and G plus E. After that it's je, so je, okay? Courageux. Courageux. Génial. Calme. So don't insist on the final E. Calme. Joyeux. Final X not pronounced, and then joyeux. Okay? Joyeux. joyeux. Nuageux. Final X not pronounced, and then G-E-U, je. Nuageux. Correct. Dangereux. Okay, so final X not pronounced, and then don't really pronounce this here. Dangereux. 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 Décider. Malhonnête. Okay, remember, H doesn't exist, so malhonnête. Don't insist on the final E. Malhonnête. And here you get E accent circonflexe, so you pronounce it like E. Malhonnête. Désorganisé. Affreux. Final X not pronounced. And then you get this freux, freux, affreux. Ennuyeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, and then ennuyeux. Ennuyeux. Facile. Excellent. Okay, you've got double L here, and then it will open the sound of your E here, and it will be E. Excellent. Excellent. Excité. Passionnant. Okay, here you pronounce the double S because you've got a vowel, so it's really a strong one. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. And then here you get this en sound. Passionnant. Cher. Blond. Final D not pronounced. Célèbre. Okay, first you get this E, then here you get the E, so célèbre. Final E not really pronounced. Rapide. Favori. Final. Bien. Okay, so remember, when you get this combination of I, E, N, you get the sound yen, yen, okay, and then B. Bien. En forme. Brumeux. Okay, final X not pronounced, so you get this E and then U. Brumeux. Brumeux. Free. Final T not pronounced. Free. Amical. Effrayé. Okay, remember, double F, so you open the E, so E, effrayé. And here you get this frayé, effrayé. Effrayant. Final T not pronounced. Effrayant. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. You've got only one S here between the vowels, so it's really this Z sound. Amusant. Amusant. Plus loin. Beau. Okay, so remember we've got this strange combination of vowels. A, U, so 3 vowels, but then phonetically it's only O. Okay, so beau. Grillé. Okay, at the end you've got this E, and then remember double L after E. Y. Grillé. Grillé. Beau. One more time. Dur. Travailleur. Okay, remember double L, y, and then E-U-R, heure. Travailleur. Travailleur. Saint. Okay, combination of A, I, N phonetically will give you this pronunciation. Saint. Lourd. Final D not pronounced. Honnête. chaud, final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this C and H, you get the sh sound, A and U, O, chaud. Important, final T not pronounced. Intelligent, final T not pronounced. Intéressé. Intéressant, final T not pronounced. Gentil. So it's a strange one because here this final L is not pronounced. Okay? Gentil. Gentil. Tard. Final D not pronounced. Paresseux. Final X not pronounced. Cuire. Seul. Joli. Chanceux. Final X not pronounced. And then remember C, E, U will give you this se sound. Chanceux. Chanceux. Fou. Combination of O and U. Ou. Fou. D'âge mûr. Misérable. Okay, don't insist on the final here. You get this bl sound at the end. Okay, misé, et because you've got this accent aigu, rable, misérable. Nécessaire. Don't insist on the final nécessaire. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. Nouveau. Remember, combination of A and U together, it's O. So you get nouveau. Okay? Agréable. Don't insist on the final bl. Agréable. Agréable. Normal. Ordinaire. Don't insist on the final ordinaire. Organisé. Accent aigu et organisé. Obèse. Remember, accent grave est obèse. Don't insist on the final Parfait. Final T not pronounced. Parfait. Parfait. Pauvre. A-U together will produce this O sound. Pauvre. Populaire. Populaire. Don't insist on the final Populaire. Rapide. So same thing for final don't insist on it. Just pronounce this D. Rapide. Silencieux. Final X not pronounced, okay? This part here will be pronounced like cieux, okay? Then you get silencieux. Silencieux. Prêt. Final T not pronounced. Accent circonflexe like that phonetically gives you the E sound. Prêt. Détendu. Accent aigu. Et. And then en. En. Détendu. Riche. Final not really pronounced, so sh is the last sound. Riche. Malpoli. Sûr. Accent circonflexe on the top of U. Sûr. Court. Final T not pronounced. Court. Remember, when you combine this O and U together, you get the sound OU. Court. Similaire. Final E not pronounced. Similaire. Petit. Okay, remember to pronounce this like a Petit. Final T not pronounced. petit. Réussi. Okay, first you've got this E, then U, and double S, so really strong S and E. Réussi. Réussi. Ensoleillé. Remember, double L after E. Ensoleillé. Sûr. Talentueux. Final X not pronounced. Then you get this U together. Then TU. Tueux. Talentueux. Talentueux. Terrible. Terrifié. Fatigué. Okay, remember when you combine this G, U, and E, you will get the G, okay? But in that case, you get the accent, so it's G, all right? Fatigué. Fatigué. Fatigant. Okay, remember when you get G and A, you don't need to put the U between, because when you combine these two letters, you get the sound G, G. So ga, okay? In that case, you've got A N, so it's gant. Final T not pronounced. Fatigant. Fatigant. Moche. Don't insist on the final E, then you get the last sound is sh. Moche. Antipathique. So remember, this H doesn't exist phonetically, so antipathique. Okay, final E not pronounced. Antipathique. Malheureux. H doesn't exist, okay, so you get mal, heureux. Final X not pronounced. Malheureux. Malsain. A-I-N together, it's a nasal and it's un. Malsain. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. Then C-H, sh. Chant, méchant. Inhabituel. Utile. Chaud. Final D not pronounced. Venteux. Final X not pronounced. Then E-N. En. Venteux. Pire. Final E not pronounced. So R at the end. Pire. Faux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Then you get this AU together. O. Faux. Jeune. Final E not pronounced. But then EU together. Jeune. Jeune. And that's it for this first list of adjectives. There was a mistake. I didn't want to stop because I was continuing. But there is one word in the list that is not, of course, an adjective, and it was leather. Cuir. Okay, so probably you did correct that on your own, but then I didn't want to stop because I was in a good mood. Okay, if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier. And then the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon G. And the series of adjectives is continuing because we've been seeing a bit more than 100 adjectives in a previous lesson. And we'll see approximately 100 adjectives in the following lesson. So the idea is to give you as many adjectives as possible at this time of your learning process because I think it's important now. Okay, so we'll start right now. Accidentel. Vivant. Final T not pronounced. Vivant. Ancien. Remember, A-N, ancien. Ancien. En colère. E accent grave like that. Here you pronounce it E. Colère. En colère. Large. Don't insist on the final E. Large. Pieds nus. So final S here and then final S here is not pronounced. And then when you get this combination here, it's yé, pied. Okay, so you don't hear the D. Pieds nus. Bas, final S not pronounced. Génial. Décontracté. Okay, so you've got accent aigu here and here, so it's E. Décontracté. Okay, décontracté. En céramique. Okay, so remember this Q-U-E here will give you the sound K. Okay, céramique, because you don't insist on the final E. Céramique. Alright? En céramique. Classique. Okay, so exactly the same thing. You don't insist on the final E, so you get K as the last sound. Classique. Côtier. Okay, so here you get this O, accent circumflex. You tend to insist a little bit more on it, so it's a bit lower. Co, okay? Côtier. Okay, I-E-R here, yé. Côtier. Froid. Final D not pronounced. Froid. Commun. Okay, U-N-1. Commun. Confiant. Final D not pronounced. So I-A-N, yan, fiant, confiant. Cruel. Okay, remember, cruel. Dangereux. Final X not pronounced. And then don't really pronounce this E here. Okay, so you get dangereux. Mort. Final T not pronounced. O-R, or. Mort. Décoré. Okay, so accent aigu et, accent aigu et, décoré. Décoré. Profond. Final D not pronounced. O-N, on. Profond. Individuel. Spectaculaire. Okay, so don't insist on the final E. So l'air spectaculaire. Spectaculaire. Tôt. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then this O accent circumflex is a bit stronger than normally. So tôt. Âgé. Okay, accent aigu here. Et âgé. Électronique. Okay, so as we saw previously, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, électronique. Méchant. Final T not pronounced. C-H together, sh. Méchant. Excellent. Remember, double L and E before, it will open the E. So, excellent. Passionnant. Final T not pronounced. Passionnant. Cher. À la mode. Final E not pronounced. À la mode. Rapide. Final E not pronounced, so rapide. En forme. Final E not pronounced. En forme. Évasé. Remember, one S between two vowels. Z. Évasé. Courant. Final T not pronounced. A-N. En. Courant. Folk. Fragile. Okay, final E not pronounced, and then when you get this G and I, Gilles, fragile. Amical. effrayant. Okay, so final T not pronounced, and then you get effrayant. Okay, effrayant. Gelé. Amusant. Final T not pronounced. Content. Final T not pronounced, so en as well. Content. Content. Amical. Dur. Utile. Final not pronounced, so utile. Horrible. Okay, remember we don't pronounce H here. Horrible. Immense. Final not pronounced. Immense. Important. So final T not pronounced. And then remember, you've got this EM, and after that it's a consonant, so it is here nasal. Important. Important. Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Indépendant. Indépendant. Informel. Intelligent. Final T not pronounced, so G-E-N, Jean, okay? Intelligent. Double L, it opens the pronunciation of your E, so it's E. Intelligent. Intéressant. Double S, same thing here. S, strong, and it opens the pronunciation of your E. Intéressant. Final T not pronounced. Humain, remember, H is not pronounced, A-I-N, un, humain. En direct. Logique, remember, Q-U-E at the end, K, logique. Bas, final S not pronounced. À taille basse, okay, so basse, final E not pronounced, but then you pronounce the double S, so S, basse. And then here you've got the double L after your I, remember, taille, à taille basse. Chanceux, final X not pronounced, this C-E-U, ce, chanceux, chanceux. De luxe. Mathématique, remember, H doesn't exist, so mathématique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end, K. Mathématique. Médical. Mémorable. Don't insist on the final E. Mémorable. Négligé. Okay, E accent aigu here and here. Et. Négligé. Négligé. D'âge mûr. Minimum. Nerveux. Final X not pronounced. E-U, E-V, nerveux. Bruyant. Final T not pronounced. So you get bruyant. Okay? Bruyant. Bruyant. Hors ligne. Final here not pronounced, so ligne. And then here, S is not pronounced, the final one, so hors. And remember, H doesn't exist. So, hors ligne. En ligne. Okay, so here, en ligne. En plein air. All right, so you've got this air here, and then we tend to make the liaison plein air, plein air. En plein air. Douloureux. Remember, final X not pronounced, so you get this OU together, ou, douloureux. Douloureux. Populaire. Final E not pronounced, so populaire. Populaire. Psychologique. Okay, remember it's an exception here because you've got this C-H-O. Normally we should pronounce it sho, okay, but in that case we pronounce it ko. Psychologique. Remember, final Q-U-E like that. K. Psychologique. Silencieux. Final X not pronounced. Radioactif. Enregistré. Okay, so here final with the accent, so E. Okay. T-R-E accent grave, c'est accent aigu, it's très. All right. So enregistré. Okay, but then you don't really insist on this. Enregistré. Enregistré. Détendu. Okay, so E-N-N. Détendu. Détendu. Renouvelable. Look. Renouvelable. Remember, bl at the end. But then this here is not really pronounced. So, renouvelable. Renouvelable. Okay, it's a bit tricky, I know, but try your best. Renouvelable. Romantique. Remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Romantique. Royal. Okay, so same thing with this Y. Royal. 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 Sûr. Effrayé. Mitoyen. Okay, same thing with the Y that went here with effrayé and royal, sorry. So, mitoyen. Mitoyen. Peu profond. Final D not pronounced. Peu profond. Mince. Okay, mince. Irrité. Droit. So final T not pronounced. Stressé. Okay, remember you've got double S here, so you pronounce it really strong. Well, it's between two vowels. So C, all right. And then here you get this E before the double S, so it will open the pronunciation of the E. Stressé. Stressé. Stressant. Okay, final T not pronounced, and then A-N-N. Stressant. Fort. Final T not pronounced. Réussi. Okay, réussi. Réussi. Bronzé. So O-N, on, and then Z. It's really pronounced like Z. Bronzé. Bronzé. Superstitieux. Okay, so final X not pronounced. Superstitieux. Okay, remember when we get this T after E and then E here. S. Superstitieux. Superstitieux. En mitoyenneté. Okay, so mitoyenneté. En mitoyenneté. Terrifiant. Final T not pronounced. Double R here, so it will open the pronunciation of your E, and then it will be E. Terrifiant. Résistant. Final T not pronounced. Résistant. Tropical. Sous-marin. Okay, so E-N here. Un, rein, marin. All right, and remember, sous, okay, final S not pronounced, so S-O-U, sous-marin. Utile, final E not pronounced, utile. Verbal. Visuel, remember it's E here and L, visuel. Visuel. And that's it for this list of 100 adjectives. I hope it was useful. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and it's waiting for you. And the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. And this is Unité 9, leçon H. And in this lesson, we'll finish our little thing that we started 2 lessons ago with the adjectives. Okay, so this would be a list of 120 adjectives. Okay, and it will complete the whole adjective series that I wanted to introduce at this point of our learning process. Okay, so let's start now. Alarmant, final T not pronounced. Ambitieux, final X not pronounced, and then remember that you've got this T, I, and then vowel, so si. Ambitieux, ambitieux. Amusé, okay, accent aigu at the end, so E, Z, amusé. En colère, okay, remember, accent grave, E, and then R, okay, you don't insist on the E. Colère, en colère. Artificiel. Athlétique, okay, remember that H doesn't exist, so athlétique, remember Q-U-E at the end, K. Athlétique, athlétique. Réveillé, okay, so accent aigu here and here, so E, and then you get E, and then double L, Y. Réveillé, réveillé. Mal payé, okay, remember when you get this Y and 2 vowels, so payé, payé, mal payé. Irritable, don't insist on the final E. Aveugle, same thing, final E, not really present. So aveugle, gl, aveugle. Bouillant, final T not pronounced. A and together, remember, nasal, en, okay? And then here you get bou, all right? And after that you get this yan, okay? Bouillant, bouillant. Autoritaire, so final not here. Autoritaire, autoritaire. Courageux, final X not pronounced. G-E-U together, they will give you this je, okay? Courageux, courageux. Large d'épaule, final S not pronounced. Large, final E here not pronounced. D'épaule. Enterré, okay, remember, N together, nasal, en, and then you get this double R here, and it will open the sound of the E, okay? Enterré, enterré. Épais, final S not pronounced, A-E together, épais, épais. Calme, final E, not here. Stimulant, final T not pronounced, stimulant, stimulant. Circulaire, final E not pronounced, I together, it's E, okay, so R, circulaire, circulaire. Raser de près, final S not pronounced, okay, so here you get the E accent grave, E, près, okay, here E accent aigu, et raser, raser de près. Confiant, okay, final T not pronounced, so O-N, on, I-A-N, ian, confiant, confiant. Attentionné. Okay? At the end, you've got this E accent aigu, so E, A, temps, so remember, E-N, en, temps, sionné. Attentionné. Contemporain. Okay, so I-N at the end, un. E-M here, because it's followed by a consonant here. You've got this P, so it will be a nasal, so it will be en. And here another nasal, on. Contemporain. Contemporain. Condamné. Okay, so it's really strange because this M here, well, technically it's not pronounced. Condamné. Okay, condamné. Effrayant. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Effrayant. Effrayant. Couper court. Final T not pronounced. And here you get this E accent aigu. Couper court. Fâché. Remember, C and H together. Sh, sh. And then E, ché. Fâché. Cruel. Okay, U here. Cruel. Actuel. Actuel. Mignon. Okay. Here in that case, G-N-O-N, gnon. Mignon. Sourd. Final D not pronounced. O-U together. Ou sourd. Ferme. Okay, final E not pronounced. Ferme. Décoratif. Okay, E accent aigu. Et décoratif. Décoratif. Déprimé. Désert. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. Désert. And really this Z sound just because you've got one S between the two vowels. Okay, Z. Désert. Décider. Okay, remember, accent aigu here and here, so et décider. Décider. Électronique. Okay, so K at the end, remember, Q-U-E at the end. K. Électronique. Électronique. Émouvant. Final T not pronounced. A-N together. En. Émouvant. Émouvant. En voie d'extinction. En voie, final E not pronounced, d'extinction. Okay, remember, T-I-O-N, sion. Extinction. Extinction. En voie d'extinction. Énorme. Final E not pronounced, énorme. Énorme. Entier. So remember, I-E-R, yé, okay? And then the T, tier, and the nasal before, en, entier. Éternel. Okay, so E accent aigu, éternel. Éternel. Épuisé. Okay, remember, you've got two accent aigu, épuisé. Épuisé. Disparu. Fidèle. Final E, not pronounced, so accent grave here. L, fidèle. Fidèle. Fantastique. Okay, Q-U-E at the end, K. Okay, tic. Fantastique. Fantastique. Fascinant. Final T not pronounced, so you get this A-N. En, non. Fascinant. Imaginaire. Final E not pronounced. Imaginaire. imaginaire. Étranger. You gotta remember R at the end, et. So after that, well, before that, sorry, G. So étranger. Étranger. Glacial. Frustré. À temps complet. A. Okay, so even if you've got an accent, it doesn't change the pronunciation of your A. Okay, so it's A. And then temps. Okay, so in that case, it's only the nasal here that you will hear. Temps. Okay, because the P is not pronounced and the S is not pronounced. Temps. And then complet. Okay, here a T at the end will open it. The sound of the E. So E. Okay, plaît. Complet. Complet. And then OM is nasal here, just because you get your P after that. So it's on. Complet. À temps complet. À temps complet. Furieux. Okay, final X not pronounced. Furieux. Furieux. Génétique. Remember, K. Génétique. Coupable. Final not pronounced. Coupable. Coupable. Saint. Alright, so final T not pronounced, and then when you combine this A-I-N here, you get the un sound. Saint. Saint. Honnête. So remember, H doesn't exist. Honnête. Horrifié. Same thing here. You don't pronounce the H. Horrifié. Exalté. Okay, so here, final with the accent. So exalté. Humain. Remember, H doesn't exist. So U, then A-I-N together. Un. Humain. Humain. Hypnotique. Remember, at the end, Q-E, K, tic. So H is not pronounced. Hypnotique. Hypnotique. Illégal. Illogique. Remember, K, ic. Illogique. Ingénieux. Final X not pronounced, so I-E-U, I-E, nieux. Ingénieux. Ingénieux. Impatient. Okay, remember, final T not pronounced. And then you've got this T, I, and a vowel, so sien. Sien. Impatient. Impatient. Impoli. Okay, remember, I-M, and then a consonant after, so nasal. Impoli. Impossible. Don't insist on the final E. Impossible. Incroyable. Okay, same thing here for the final E. Don't pronounce it. So, incroyable. 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 Indépendant. Final T not pronounced. Pas cher. Informel. Insensible. Okay, final not pronounced. Insensible. Insensible. Irrégulier. Okay, remember, I-E-R at the end of your word here, it will be ye, okay? Irrégulier. Irrégulier. Irresponsable. Don't pronounce the final E. Bl will be the last sound. Sable. Irresponsable. Légal. De luxe. Final E not pronounced. Insignifiant. Okay, final T not pronounced, so you've got this I-A-N, yan, so F, before, fiant, insigni, okay, remember, G-N-I, ni, insignifiant, insignifiant. Mineur, E-U-R, heure, mineur, mineur. Mythique, remember, Q-U at the end, K, okay, and then Y is pronounced like I, mi, H is not pronounced, T, K, mythique. D'origine. Nomade, final E not pronounced. Officiel. Paranoïaque. Okay, remember, Q-U-E, K, ac. Paranoïaque. Paranoïaque. Pacifique. Q-U-E, K, ic. Pacifique. Potelé. Okay, here you don't really pronounce this E. Potelé. Potelé. Psychologique. Okay, remember at the end you've got this K. Okay, so ic, and then Y is pronounced like I. Psy. And then it's an exception here because normally we should pronounce it chaud, okay, but then we pronounce it co. Psychologique. Psychologique. Raisonnable. Remember, I together, est. Raisonnable. Distant. Final T not pronounced. Distant. Gratifiant. Same thing here. Final T not pronounced. Gratifiant. Rythmique. Remember, Y pronounced like I and then H doesn't exist. Rythmique. Rythmique. En ruine. Don't pronounce the final E. Ruine. Sacré. Accent aigu at the end. Et sacré. Autosuffisant. Final T not pronounced. Autosuffisant. Autosuffisant. Sensé. Final E, accent aigu, et sensé. Sensible. Okay, final E not pronounced. Bl will be the last sound. Sensible. Similaire. So final E not pronounced. Okay, similaire. Mince. Final E not pronounced. I-N together. Un. Mince. Lisse. Double S here, so it's really a strong S. Lisse. Okay, don't insist on the final E. Lisse. Stressant. Final T not pronounced. A-N together. En. And then double S. Sans. And it will open the pronunciation of your E. So E. Stressant. Stressant. Chic. Okay, you pronounce the final C and then CH together. Sh. Chic. De banlieue. Okay, final E not pronounced. So I-E-U, I-E, L, lieu, banlieue. De banlieue. Très petit. Final T not pronounced and then E is pronounced like a E. Petit. Très petit. Here, final S doesn't exist, it's not pronounced. Très petit. Très petit. Traditionnel. Okay, so you get double N here. Traditionnel. Onel, onel. Traditionnel. Transatlantique. Okay, so at the end, tic. Remember Q-U-E, K. Okay. Transatlantique. Transatlantique. Tribal. Tropical. Sans peur. Okay, pronounce the final R, E-U-R, heure, peur. Sans peur. Don't pronounce the final S here. Sans peur. Inconfortable. Okay. Don't pronounce final E. Table. Inconfortable. Inconfortable. Au chômage. Remember, CH together. Chômage. Au chômage. Malchanceux. Final X not pronounced. CEU, ce. Malchanceux. Malchanceux. Peu utile. Final E not pronounced. Peu utile. Désagréable. Final E not pronounced. Bl at the end. Désagréable. Désagréable. Peu réaliste. Don't insist on the final E. Peu réaliste. Intact. Intact. Peu sûr. Affecté. Ondulé. Riche. Okay, remember, C-H-E, sh. So, sh normally, but then you don't insist on the final E, so sh. Riche. Solide. Same thing here, don't insist on the final E. Solide. Bien payé. Okay, remember, final E accent aigu, et, okay. Payé. Payé. Alright? Payé. And then I-E-N, yen. Bien payé. Bien payé. And that's it for this list. I hope it was not too long for you. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon I. And in this lesson, we'll work together on les prépositions avec les articles. So it will be the first step into this big thing that we will do concerning the preposition, les prépositions, because it's quite important in French. And then I thought it might be important to, well, work on them at this point of our learning process. Okay, so first here in this video we'll work on a and then de, and especially when you combine these two prepositions with articles. So we'll see first the indefinite, so les articles indéfinis, un, une, des, okay, and after that we'll see les articles définis, le, la, les, okay, and especially we'll concentrate on the way these prepositions will react in a way when they are combined with these articles, okay. So the first one that we will discover together will be a, okay, and so we'll see avec les articles définis. So remember, les articles définis, it would be translated in English as a something, okay, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine form, so it's un, the feminine form it's une, and the plural form it's des, okay. So let's see now. I've been making few examples. So I did take this parler verb, to talk, because it's quite interesting. You can use it with the preposition a, to talk to, okay, and it's also possible to use it with the preposition de, to talk about something, okay. So that's the reason why I wanted to use this verb, just to show you that, well, basically it's possible to use two prepositions if you want to express something different, and then just to see how it will change if you put an article after that. So the first sentence, je parle à un homme, okay, un homme, a man. Je parle à un homme, okay, I talk to a man. So in that case, what you can see is that you keep your preposition à here right after the verb, and then you put your article and basically nothing happens, okay. Je parle à un homme. So let's see an example with the feminine. Je parle à une femme. Okay, une femme, a woman. Je parle à une femme. Same thing here. Nothing happens. So it's actually quite easy. And then, have a look here. Je parle à des amis. All right. Je parle à des amis. Same thing here. You've got your preposition and then you've got the article. So, un, masculin, une, des. Okay, so the good news is that if you use this preposition à, and after that you put this article indéfini, un, une, des, nothing will happen. No modification, no changes, you just keep them like that. Okay, let's see now if you want to put this article défini. Okay, remember article défini, if you want to translate that in English, it would be the something, okay, but then as usual in French we've got the difference between the masculine form le, the feminine form la, and the plural form les. Okay, so remember masculine le, feminine la, and then the plural les. Okay, so let's have a look now. If we keep, well, the same verb as I said, you know, je parle, parler, to talk, and in that case you can have a look and you can see that it's been changing a little bit, okay? So, a plus le will become o, like that. You write it AU, you pronounce it o, okay? Je parle au directeur. Directeur, translation, director, okay? Je parle au directeur. Let's see the feminine form. Je parle à la directrice, okay, directrice, director, but the feminine form, okay. Je parle à la directrice. So here you can see that, well, nothing happens, so you still have your preposition à, and then you've got your article here, okay. So nothing changes when you get the feminine form. And let's see the plural form now. So you've got the directors, so it's the plural form. Je parle au directeur. Okay, so you can see that here you combine a plus les and you will get this aux, okay, and then phonetically you produce it or you pronounce it o. Okay, so here o, masculine form, plural form o as well. And for your information, it could be, so I did put this directeur here, okay, it could be directrice, so it could be the feminine plural. It wouldn't change anything because it will be still this o, okay, so it will be for the masculine or the feminine plural, it will be aux, all right. So je parle au directeur, so here for the masculine. Je parle à la directrice, here for the feminine. Je parle au directeur for the plural, all right. So if we want to make it clear, then we can say that a plus le will become o, okay. Then a plus la, well, will stay the same, a la, it doesn't change at all. And then a plus les will become o, aux, but then remember that phonetically it's o. Okay, so that's the main thing that you should remember if we talk about this preposition a combined with the article, les articles définis here. Okay? And now let's have a look at de. So exactly the same thing, we'll see how de will react. So first avec les articles indéfinis, okay, so un, une, and then des, all right. So I took this parler again, okay, so, but that, keep in mind that if we've got this parler and then we use the preposition de, then it's to talk about something, all right. So here, je parle d'un homme, all right. So normally we should have here de un homme, but well, as you know, we've been seeing that quite often now. It's not a new thing. Remember that here will disappear and then you will put this little apostrophe, d'un homme, okay. Je parle d'un homme, all right. But then the thing is that no major modification will be done because you just keep your de. Well, the needs to disappear, but then still you've got your article. Okay? Je parle d'une personne. Okay? Une personne, a person. Je parle d'une personne. So exactly the same thing here. Nothing major happens, only this disappear, but then that's the only thing that you should remember to do if you want to combine the two. All right? The tricky thing is here when you want to combine de and des. All right? Just because we think that it would sound strange to have this de, des, roman. Okay, so the thing that will disappear will be the article. Okay, so that's the reason why we get this je parle de roman. All right, so in that case, des will be taken away. All right, so remember, de plus un will become d'un. De plus une will become d'une. De plus des will become de. Okay, so we will have to take this des away. All right, so let's see now how it will work if we combine it with les articles définis. So le, la, and les. Okay, as we saw previously. Let's see now the examples. The first one, je parle du voisin. Voisin, here it's the masculine form of the neighbor. Le voisin, okay, the neighbor. And what you can see here is, well, the result of the combination of de plus le, okay? It will become du, okay, for the masculine form. Je parle du voisin, okay? So I talk about the neighbor. So let's see now how it will go. So I kept this neighbor, but then here it's the feminine form, so it's la voisine, all right? And what you can see here, je parle de la voisine, well, it will stay the same. So you keep your preposition, de, and then you put your article, la, and you put your name, or your word, sorry, voisine, okay? Je parle de la voisine. Nothing happens here. And it's a good thing. And then for the plural, as we had for a, remember, well, for the masculine singular and the plural, changes will happen. So, je parle des voisins. Here we've got the plural form of voisins, so neighbors, all right? Je parle des voisins. So remember, masculine, du, feminine, de la, and then the plural form. Plural, whether it's masculine or feminine, it will be the same, okay? So, des. Okay? So, let's write it like that. De plus le will become du. De plus la will stay the same. Nothing happens. De la. And then de plus les will become des. Okay, so it was a little introduction because the next lessons will be maybe more tricky but quite interesting. We'll cover the preposition, all right? So if you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then more material can be found here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon J. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la préposition a. Okay, so in the previous lesson, I've been introducing the modification of this preposition a when it's combined with articles. Okay, so I would definitely advise you to watch it if you didn't. And then in that lesson, we'll discover, well, the different uses of la préposition and you'll see that it's a long video. Why? Just because a could mean or could be translated in English with at, in, to, and then I explain you the reason why we've got this second to here, because it will be the from something to something. Okay, so that's the main reason why we've got the two to-dos. And then it could be translated with on, and then other meanings and other uses of this preposition a. Okay, so we'll start with at, if that's okay with you. And so, few examples. The first one, so if you want to translate it with this at, would be il reste à la maison. Rester is to stay, okay? And in that case, we would construct it with à, okay? Il reste, he stays, à la maison, at home, okay? Il reste à la maison. Second example, we could use this conduire, okay? Conduire is to drive, and then when you want to introduce the speed, okay, in that case it's 40 km/h, then you would use this à, okay? So at 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Je conduis à 40 km/h, okay? And then the last example we could have for this at, it's for the price, like here, à 10 euros. Le prix, the price, est fixé, okay, à 10 euros. Okay, so in that case, it would be translated by this at, but then in that case, well, here, we would use this à in French. Okay, so il reste à la maison. Je conduis à 40 km/h. Le prix est fixé à 10 euros. Okay, so if you want to express this at concept for these situations, then you will have to use this preposition à. Okay, so let's see now the second category we will have, and it will be this in concept. So the first one, mon frère est au lit. Okay, mon frère, my brother, is au lit, in bed. Lit is bed. Okay, mon frère est au lit. Second example, il est à la campagne. Campagne, country, countryside. Okay, il est à la campagne. All right, so in that case, it will be used, we will use this preposition à. Okay, and then the last one, so if you want to introduce a town, okay, you want to use this habiter. Habiter is to live. Okay, j'habite à Paris. All right, you can see we don't put any articles, just the name of the town. J'habite, I live in Paris. J'habite à Paris. All right, so mon frère est au lit. Il est à la campagne. J'habite à Paris. Okay, so if you want to, well, translate this in concept that would be in English, then it should be à with, as we saw, the combination with the articles, if needed, and the modification, au lit, à la campagne, à Paris. All right, let's see another use of à, and it would be to. Few examples. Je rentre à la maison. Okay, so in that case, rentrer, it's to go back. All right, so je rentre à la maison. And when we want to introduce this concept, then we should use this à la maison. Je rentre à la maison. Second thing, nous allons, allons is to, aller is to go, okay, à Marseille. Nous allons à Marseille. Okay, so we go to, all right, so in that case, you should use this preposition à. All right? Then, il donne un conseil, okay, donner is to give, un conseil, an advice, okay, so he gives an advice, à sa fille, his daughter. So in that case, to his daughter, you should use also this preposition à. Okay, so je rentre à la maison, nous allons à Marseille, il donne un conseil à sa fille. All right, and so now, whoops, we'll see the second use of this to, okay, but when it's combined with the preposition de, like here. So de would be from, and then you put something, and à will be the to. All right, so je travaille, travailler is to work, de, so from, 8 heures à 17 heures. Okay, so it's really the from to. Okay, so in this example, it's quite traditional or quite classic because we introduce the hours or the time. Okay, so from to. Let's see another example now. Il sera, remember, sera, it's to be, but the future form. Il sera en France du 15 juin. Okay, so here you've got a date, and if you look carefully, you've got this du. So it does mean that normally you should put the article le 15 juin, and that's the reason why we've been combining the two, and it becomes du. Okay, we've been seeing that in a previous lesson, so if it's not clear, watch it. Du 15 juin au, same thing here, we've got the preposition à, but then combined with the same article, so le, okay, and it will become au 22 juillet. All right, so in that situation, you can see that it's exactly the same concept, but as we use the articles, then we've got to modify the prepositions. Okay, so il sera en France du 15 juin au 22 juillet. And the last example that we can have, ce train, this train, okay, va, so goes, de Rennes à Paris, okay, and in that case, we just put the name of the towns, okay, de Rennes à Paris. But then in that case, so whether it's à 17h au 22 juillet à Paris, so the concept is it's this two, okay, but then it is combined with de, and then remember de with the articles, and it will change, so in that case it would be du. All right. Another possibility would be the concept of this on. Okay, so let's see a few examples here. Ce film, this movie, est à la télé. Okay, on TV, à la télé. Okay, we've got this à here and then la télé. So télé, of course, it's for télévision. Okay, but in most of the cases, we don't use in French this télévision, the full word. We just use this télé word. Okay, ce film est à la télé. Second example, mon ami, my friend, habite, habiter is to live, au, so same thing here, you've got this preposition, but it's combined with le, so it becomes au, and then cinquième étage, cinquième, fifth, and then étage, floor. So in that case, you want to say that your friend is living on the fifth floor, okay? And in that case, we get to use this à preposition. Third example, il y a une horloge, okay, a clock, au mur, okay, so same thing here, okay, le mur, the wall, okay, but then we combine a and le and it becomes au, okay, au mur. Il y a une horloge au mur. So let's read them one more time. Ce film est à la télé. Mon ami habite au 5e étage. Il y a une horloge au mur. All right. And now let's see all the others possibilities that we've got. Okay. So with verbs, because some verbs, and it's only examples here because we've got many verbs that will require this preposition à. Okay. So parler, parler à, to talk to. Penser à, okay, to think about someone or something. Arriver à, okay, to succeed, to do something. Okay, so in that case, you should use this preposition à with these verbs. Okay, you will see that normally the way students do is that they will remember these prepositions and the combination of verbs and preposition little by little. So when you will encounter a new verb with a preposition, the idea is to try to write it or to try to memorize it, and that's the way it will go. Okay, so same thing, you can combine this preposition à with adjectives. For instance, interdit à, or then prêt à. Interdit, it's forbidden. Prêt, ready. Okay, so in that case, you should combine these adjectives with the preposition à. Okay, so it's possible to use this preposition à when you want to express or to tell how it is done. Okay, so for instance, when you want to say that it's been done, it's been machine done, or handmade, yeah, you use this fait, So faire is to do, okay, but then in that case it would be done, okay. La machine fait à la main. All right. Second use, when you want to use this travel concept. So venir is to come, okay. So if you want to say that, well, to come by something, okay. Here it's pied, foot, vélo, and then motorbike, okay. So the concept in French is that if you're not inside, so like a car, a train, tramway, subway, so if you're not inside, then normally the concept would be to use this preposition à, okay, when you want to use this come, go, okay, by. So you should use this à preposition, okay, but then keep in mind that in many cases French people tend to use, when it comes to vélo, moto, well, you can listen and you can hear quite many times this en instead of à. Not really for pied, because well, French people will still use this à pied, okay, because it's like a common expression, but still for vélo and moto many persons will use this en, okay. Officially it should be a mistake, but then many persons are using it, so just be ready and try to remember that it's possible that you will hear this en vélo and then en moto, okay. If you want to describe something, okay, so for instance, la personne au manteau vert, okay, so in that case you want to say that this is the person who is wearing the green jacket, okay, au manteau vert, so in that case it's always the same, so a and le combine and it will become o. Or then, you know, in that case it can be red hair, okay, so cheveux roux, so in that case it's the plural, okay, a plus les, and it will become o, like that. But it's quite common to use this a, okay, and then you want to describe a person. So it's also quite commonly used if you want to talk about food. For instance, un gâteau au chocolat. All right. So un gâteau au chocolat, same thing here. À le, okay, un gâteau au chocolat. Or then un croissant aux amandes. Un croissant aux amandes. So gâteau, cake, chocolat, chocolate. Croissant, it's this classical French pastry. And then amande, almonds. Okay. And then the use, so for instance, if you want to make a difference between, because une cuillère it's a spoon, okay, so coffee spoon will be une cuillère à café, all right, so in that case we've got to use this preposition à as well, or then une machine à laver, washing machine, so une machine à laver. Another option would be the owner, so if you want to say la maison, so the house, est à mon frère, okay, so belongs to my brother, so in that case we use this être, to be, okay, and then à here, mon frère, my brother, okay, or then you could say ce chien, this dog, is mine, so est is à moi, so it's possible, like we've been seeing here, to put a noun after, or then you could put a pronoun like here, à moi, or then you could put the name of the person. C'est à Eric, okay, does it belong to Eric? C'est à Eric, so it's a question in that case, all right? So it's quite commonly used, this à, when you want to say that the person is owning the thing, okay? And then the time, so if you want to use this rendezvous, so let's meet, à 20h, okay, so in that case you should use this à and then you put the time, à 8h du matin, for instance. The pain, normally we've got this expression, so when you say that, when you want to say that, well, you've got an ache, something somewhere in your body, so avoir mal and then à, all right, and then you will combine it with the article, so ventre would be like stomach, okay, so stomach ache would be avoir mal au ventre. So obviously this au is a plus le. So that's the reason why it's like that. Okay, ventre is masculine. So if it's tête, la tête, head, headache, à la tête. Okay, so same structure, avoir mal à la tête. And then, in that case, pied, foot, au pied. Okay, avoir mal au pied. Okay, so in that case, you get the plural form. And the last thing that we'll use this preposition a for, it's when you want to say goodbye. So if you notice that probably we say à demain. So see you tomorrow, à demain. À bientôt, bientôt soon, see you soon. À tout à l'heure, so it's in a few minutes or in a while. À tout à l'heure, okay? À demain, à bientôt, à tout à l'heure. So in that case, you should definitely use this preposition à if you want to say these things. Okay, well, that was it for la préposition à. More videos are here, youtube.com/imagier, and then the website imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon K. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la préposition de. Okay, so in the previous lesson, it was la préposition à, and the lesson before, it was the combination of these two prepositions when you've got articles after. So if you didn't watch them, please do. It will be more easy for you. So let's start now. La préposition de. So we'll see the different uses that we can have of this preposition de, and especially the meaning in English. Okay, so the first use that we could have or we could spot for this preposition de is the partitive. So in French, partitif. Okay, so a few examples here. Il boit du café. Okay, boire is to drink. Du café, café, coffee. And then here, well, we've got the partitive form, so it's some coffee, okay? And then remember that we've got the preposition de, but then when it's combined with this le, it becomes du, okay? That's the partitive form. Il boit du café. And then other example, sorry. Second example, elle prend de la salade. Okay, prendre is to take, de la salade, some salad. Okay, so elle prend de la salade. Okay, first use of this preposition de, it's this partitive concept. All right, second use will be the translation of from in English. Okay, so a few examples. Je viens de Paris. Venir is to come. I come from Paris. Okay, so in that case, really this de would be translated with from. Okay, un appel, so appel is a call, de ma mère, from my mother. Okay, so it's exactly this from concept in English. Okay, so let's see now another possibility. When you want to introduce this belonging concept, okay, then usually you should use this preposition de, like here, l'ordinateur de Samuel. Okay, so with this structure, you want to say that l'ordinateur, the computer, belongs to Samuel. All right, so in that case, you should use this de. So it's quite simple because you just put the word, well, the noun, and after that you put this de and the name of the person. Okay, it could be also like here, la voiture, the car of the neighbor, in that case, yeah, du voisin, voisin is the neighbor, okay, and then, well, in that case, if you look carefully, you've got the preposition de combined with the article le, the neighbor, okay, and it becomes du, all right. Other possibility, l'ami, the friend, de mon père, okay, my father, of my father. So it's really this belonging, something or someone is belonging in a way to something or someone as well. Okay, so l'ordinateur de Samuel, la voiture du voisin, l'ami de mon père. Okay, so let's see now another possibility of the use of la préposition de when you want to introduce this containing concept. Like here, for instance, une boîte, a box, de chocolat. Okay, so inside the box you've got chocolates, okay, and then une boîte de chocolat. Okay, so the use of de in that case, it's quite clear. It's just because les chocolats sont contenus dans la boîte. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, bottle of water. Okay, and so in that case, you should use this de. Okay, but then obviously, because you've got first here a vowel, okay, they don't really get along. So as usual in French, disappear, and you get this apostrophe. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, une bouteille, bottle, eau, water. A bottle of water. Une boîte de chocolat. Une bouteille d'eau. Okay, so in that case, definitely you should use this preposition de. Okay. So if you want to introduce the fact that it's made of something, then for instance here, un rideau. So rideau is curtain, and then de lin. Lin is linen. Un rideau de lin. Okay. Second example, une chaise, a chair, de bois. Bois is wood, of wood. Okay, so in that case, un rideau de lin, une chaise de bois. So when you want to introduce the fact that these things are made of something, then you will have to use this preposition de. Okay? And then the use. For instance, here, une station de métro. Une station de métro. Other possibility, une place de parking. Yeah, sorry about that, but well, French people tend to use this parking as well. So I know it's coming from English, but still you should pronounce it the French way. Parking. Une place de parking. Okay, and the last one, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, enregistrement is recording. Un studio d'enregistrement. So as you can see in that case, as usual in French, as we saw previously, we've got this de, but then as enregistrement is starting with a vowel, then needs to go away. Okay, so une station de métro, une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Okay, so that's this use concept. So what you use these things for. Okay, so une place de parking, un studio d'enregistrement. Normally we tend to use as well this preposition de when we combine or when we use these superlatives things. So for instance here, le plus beau film de tous les temps, of all time. Okay, so le plus beau, okay, most beautiful, beau is beautiful, film, movie, de tous les temps, of all times. Le plus beau film de tous les temps. Okay, and then la plus grande, big, avenue du monde. And in that case, you can see that you combine this de and then the article le monde, the world, okay? De le becomes du, okay? So du monde, of the world. La plus grande avenue du monde. Okay, so for all these superlatives constructions, then remember you will have to use this preposition de, okay? De tous les temps, du monde. And so keep in mind that it's also possible to combine, and some adjectives will require this preposition de, as we had previously. Some adjectives will require the preposition a, okay, and it will be exactly the same with the de. So for instance, étonné, astonished, then we put de, okay. Content, happy, de. Désolé, sorry, de. Okay, so as I said, and it will come after that for the verbs, try to remember them when you encounter them or when you read them, okay? That's the only way to really remember them. So, and for the verbs, exactly the same thing. So, parler de, remember, we had the example with parler. So, parler à, to talk to. Parler de, to talk about something. So, parler de, for instance. S'excuser de, okay, to excuse oneself, s'excuser. Promettre, to promise, de. Okay, so these verbs will be constructed with the preposition de. And that's it. I hope it was clear. youtube.com/imagier if you want more videos and then more material, or then the possibility to send me a little message. www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous et bienvenue dans Learn French with Vincent. This is Unité 9, leçon L. And in this lesson, we'll discover together la préposition en. Okay, so remember, previous lesson we saw la préposition de. The lesson before it was la préposition a. And in the next lesson, we'll discover, quite many other prepositions. Okay, so let's start with la préposition en right now. So la préposition en can be used to express this to concept in English. For instance, je vais en ville. Okay, I is to go, and then ville is town. Okay, so je vais en ville, or then nous voyageons. Voyager is to travel, en Espagne, Spain. Okay, so in that case, when you want to, express this to concept in English, in many cases we'll use this en preposition. Okay, other use could be this in. For instance, j'habite en Finlande. Habiter is to live. Okay, I live in Finland. J'habite en Finlande. Je fais l'exercice en 5 minutes. Okay, so I do, okay, faire is to do, l'exercice, the exercise, in 5 minutes. Okay, so in that case, and it's quite important, when you use this in, so en here, it will mean the time you need to make the exercise. Okay, so you don't want to express that you will do that in 5 minutes, so after 5 minutes, but really if you use this preposition en, in that case, it is to express the time that you need to make this exercise. All right, so in, like that, en Finlande, and then en 5 minutes. Let's see now for the countries. So in many cases we'll have, so as we saw in a previous lesson, we've got the difference for the countries between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural countries. Okay, so in many cases, when the country is ending with this vowel en here, okay, and here, it will mean that it is feminine. Okay, we've got exceptions, of course, because French language is quite tricky, so we've got exceptions like Mexique, for instance, it's masculine. Okay, but in many cases it will mean that it's feminine. If it's feminine, then you will have to use this preposition en if you want to express this in concept. Okay, en France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, and now we'll read it with the liaison if needed. En France, en Espagne, en Allemagne, en Italie. Okay, so if you want to express this in with countries and only feminine countries, then you should use this en preposition. Okay, and then when we're talking about the seasons, we've got 4 seasons, and as usual in French, we need to have one exception, okay? But then for the 3 others, it will be en, okay? En été, so in summer, été is summer. Then en automne, okay, autumn. And then en hiver, okay, make the little liaison here. En hiver, hiver is winter. Au printemps, okay, so keep in mind that for printemps, you will have to use au and not en, okay? And then printemps is spring, okay? En été, en automne, en hiver, au printemps, all right? Another use of this preposition en is to express the mean of transports, and then if you want to say, I'm coming with my car, by car, okay? In French, we will use this preposition en, okay? Je viens, venir is to come, je viens, I come, okay? By car, en voiture. Tu voyages en train. Okay, and well, we saw in the lesson when we saw this preposition a, we saw that for pied, for instance, foot, and then we saw that motorcycle, moto, and then bicycle, vélo. In these cases, we use the preposition a. Okay, but then keep in mind that, well, let's say that the main difference is if you want to use this en preposition, normally we tend to use it if we express or if we introduce after that mean of transport that will mean that you will be inside it. Okay, so you are inside the car, you are inside the train. If it would be a metro, it would be exactly the same. If it would be a tram, it would be exactly the same. You would use this en just because you are inside. Okay, so that's the reason why we make, well, the difference between en and then a. Okay, so you will use this a if you're talking bicycle or motorbike, or then by foot, of course. Okay, but then for this voiture, train, you will use this en. Okay, I hope it was clear. Other use is the languages. Okay, so for instance, il parle en espagnol. Parler is to talk, okay, or to speak. He speaks in Spanish, en espagnol. Or then, ce livre, this book, est en anglais. This book is in English, okay, en anglais. Other use is when you want to introduce the material it is something is made of. Okay, so for instance, une montre. Montre is a watch. Une montre en or. Okay, so gold, or. Okay, so if you want to say that this watch is made of gold, then une montre en or. Un bateau en plastique. Bateau, it's a boat, and then plastique is plastic. So un bateau en plastique. If you want to express the situation you are in, okay, so for instance, to be late, être en retard. Être en retard, okay, and then the other option here, être en avance. All right, so if you're coming earlier, then être en avance. Être en vacances, to be on holiday, so être en vacances. So in all these situations, like en retard, en vacances, en avance, we will use this preposition en. Okay? And then maybe the last use that I wanted to introduce is what we call the gérondif. So it's a bit tricky because we didn't yet see this participe présent. It will come soon, don't worry. But then I just wanted to be honest with you and introduce it, even if we didn't see yet the participe présent. So we will construct this gérondif. So the meaning of the gérondif is when you want to introduce two actions. So we would say action simultanée. So technically two actions that take place at the same time. Okay? And the way we construct that is, well, of course, because it's the lesson. So the preposition, la préposition en, and then after that you will put this participe présent form that you don't know yet how to make, but we'll see that in a coming lesson. Okay? But then I will make anyway an example. And this is the example. Je téléphone. Okay, so in the first sentence or in the first part of the sentence, you say je téléphone. Téléphoner is to call. Okay, and then we have here our gérondif form. So first you get your preposition en, and then you get your participe présent form. So marchant. Okay, and if you look carefully, it's coming from the verb marcher. Marcher is to walk. Okay. Dans la rue. All right, so je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. So in that structure, you want to introduce the fact that you are making a phone call, you are calling someone, and at the same time, you are walking in the street. Okay? Je téléphone en marchant dans la rue. All right? So that's the technique we've got to express two action that take place at the same time. It's this gérondif, okay? And then we construct this gérondif with the preposition en. Okay? That was it for this video. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and then the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous. Hi everyone and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon N. And in this lesson we'll see together les temps composés. So we won't discover them because I thought it might be useful to take the time to review what we saw so far, especially when we're talking about les temps composés, so all these tenses that are composed tenses, okay? So, and so far we've been seeing first le passé composé, then we saw le plus que parfait, after that came le futur antérieur, and finally we saw le conditionnel passé. And so the common thing that we have between all these tenses is that they are composed, okay? So they will be constructed the same way, but then of course few things will change. Obviously the first part that we've got to use, avoir and être, will change, but then the rest, construction with the participe passé, will be the same, okay? So we'll first start with the passé composé, okay? So, and if you remember, the rule was that first we will use avoir. So if you're not really sure, if you don't remember if the verb requires être or not, then put avoir. Avoir should be at the present form. Then you will put your participe passé form, and you will get this passé composé, okay? Remember that in some cases, but we're talking about exceptions or reflexive verbs, you know, these se, blah, blah, blah. So you will have to use être and at the present tense as well, plus le participe passé, and you will get this passé composé, okay? So, of course, it looks simple like that, but then in some cases, and especially after learning so many things, maybe you don't really remember the conjugation of avoir and être at the present tense. So we'll take the time to review that one more time. So remember, avoir at the present tense goes like j'ai, tu as, il a, elle a, nous avons, vous avez, ils ont, elles ont. Okay, so j'ai, tu as, final S not pronounced, il a, elle a, nous avons, final S not pronounced, and then we make this little link between the two, nous avons, vous avez, a Z at the end will produce this E sound, avez, little link between the two, vous avez, ils ont, okay, final T not pronounced, and then we make the liaison, ils ont, elles ont. Alright, so this is for avoir at the present tense. And now être at the present tense. Je suis, tu es, il est, elle est, nous sommes, vous êtes, ils sont, elles sont. Okay, so je suis, final S not pronounced. Tu es, okay, so it's quite strange because you get this ES, but then phonetically it's est, alright, quite open. Tu es. Il est, exactly the same sound as we had previously, okay? So just remember that you write it like that, but then phonetically it goes like est, elle est. Nous sommes, final S not pronounced. Vous êtes, little liaison between the two, and then final S not pronounced. Ils sont, final T not pronounced. Elles sont. All right? So that's the main thing you should remember. Of course, the participe passé, but then we won't cover that in this lesson because I've been making a big video on that, so try to search it in the channel search engine and you will find it, okay? So let's see now, le plus que parfait. So remember, it was exactly the same rule. So first, avoir. If you're not sure, just put avoir, but avoir should be at the imparfait form. Then the participe passé, so you will get your plus que parfait, okay? And for the same exceptions, we'll have être at the imparfait form, and then the participe passé, and it will give you the plus que parfait. Okay, so for the same reasons, we will see together avoir at the imparfait and être at the imparfait, just to make sure that it's clear for you. And avoir at the imparfait will give j'avais, tu avais, il avait, elle avait, nous avions, vous aviez, ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, so j'avais, final S not pronounced, tu avais, final S not pronounced, il avait, final T not pronounced, elle avait. So exactly the same phonetical thing here, it's avait. Nous avions, final S not pronounced, and then little liaison, nous avions. Vous aviez, a Z at the end, et aviez, and then liaison, vous aviez. Ils avaient, so look here, E, N, T, you write them, you don't pronounce them. So you get phonetically avait, exactly the same thing that we had here, here, and here. Okay, so it's exactly the same thing that you will pronounce. But then here you make the liaison. Ils avaient, elles avaient. Okay, let's see how être goes. J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était, nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so exactly the same rule. Remember, final S, here, here, final T, and then here, E and T, you don't pronounce them. So you will get était, okay, for all these forms, okay? J'étais, tu étais, il était, elle était. Same rule here, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison. Nous étions, vous étiez, ils étaient, elles étaient. Okay, make the liaison here as well. Ils étaient, elles étaient. Alright, so this is the thing you should remember. Now, the other tense we saw was futur antérieur. And futur antérieur, remember, exactly the same construction, but then avoir should be conjugated at the future, le futur, and then le participe passé, and it will give you futur antérieur. Or then, for exactly the same exceptions and the same cases, you will use être, but then être should be at the future tense, plus le participe passé, and it will give you le futur antérieur. So, what we'll see exactly the same thing as we saw previously for the other tenses, so, or the other tenses. So we'll see the future form for avoir, and then the future form for être. Okay? And for avoir, it will go like j'aurai, tu auras, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, vous aurez, ils auront, elles auront. Okay, so have a look now. J'aurai, tu auras, final S not pronounced, il aura, elle aura, nous aurons, final S not pronounced, and then you make the liaison, vous aurez, a Z at the end here, et, aurez, liaison here, vous aurez, ils auront, final T not pronounced, elles auront. Okay, and then for être, we will get je serai, tu seras, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, vous serez, ils seront, elles seront. Okay, so one more time. Je serai, tu seras, final S not pronounced, il sera, elle sera, nous serons, final S not pronounced, vous serez, a Z at the end, et serez, ils seront, final T not pronounced, elles seront. Alright, so this is the future tense for avoir and être, okay? And now the last composed tense we saw was le conditionnel passé, and so remember that le conditionnel passé will go like that. So first, as we saw previously, avoir in priority at the conditionnel présent form, then you put your participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé. Or, for the same cases as we had previously for passé composé, futur antérieur, or then plus que parfait, être, but in that case it should be at the conditionnel présent form, then the participe passé, and you will get your conditionnel passé forme. So let's see now how avoir and être are at the conditionnel présent, just to refresh your memory. And it goes like that. J'aurais, tu aurais, il aurait, elle aurait, nous aurions, vous auriez, ils auraient, elles auraient. Okay, so one more time. J'aurais, final S not pronounced. Tu aurais, same thing here. Il aurait, elle aurait, final T not pronounced, so phonetically exactly the same form here. Nous aurions, final S not pronounced, and then you've got this liaison. Nous aurions. Vous auriez, EZ at the end, et auriez, and then the liaison, vous auriez. Ils auraient, remember, ENT, you don't pronounce it. Auraient, ils auraient, elles auraient. All right, so this is for avoir, and then let's see, être. Je serais, tu serais, il serait, elle serait, nous serions, vous seriez, il serait, elle serait. Okay, so let's see how it goes. Je serais, final S not pronounced. Tu serais, same thing here. Il serait, elle serait, final T not pronounced. Nous serions, final S not pronounced. Vous seriez, EZ at the end, et seriez. Il serait, so ENT not pronounced, elle serait. Alright, so this is the first part that you should use when you make this conditionnel passé form, okay? That's it for les temps composés. If you've got some doubts, remember I've been making videos regarding each of these tenses, so it's possible to find them. If you want more video or other videos, then remember youtube.com/imagier is here, and then more material if you want to find other things, softwares or pictures or flashcards. Imagier.net is waiting for you. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon O, and in this lesson we'll discover together l'impératif. Okay, so as usual when we see a tense, we first work on l'emploi, so when do we use it, and then after that we'll see la formation, so how do we construct this impératif form, okay? But then first, of course, l'emploi. So, when do we use the imperative? Well, it's quite simple. We've got three main uses of l'impératif. The first one, le conseil. So if you want to translate conseil, it would be advice, okay? So if you want to give an advice to someone, okay, in most of the cases you will use this imperative form. Or then if you want to give an order, okay, so normally that's the tense we use if we want to use this order thing. And then la défense, so if you want to forbid something to someone, okay, so in that case you should use l'impératif, okay? So conseil, ordre ou défense, okay? We'll see just a few examples just to see how it works. Le conseil, so we've got this example. Pour aller à la gare, tournez à gauche et continuez tout droit. Okay, so to go to the station, aller is to go, la gare, the station, pour aller à la gare, tourner, and that's our first impératif, à gauche, on your left, et continuer, continue is to continue, tout droit, straight. Okay, so tourner and continuer here are at the imperative form. Okay, normally at this level, maybe it rings a bell, and maybe you can think that they look like something we saw previously, okay? So, ordre now, if you want to give an order, same thing here. Fais tes devoirs, okay? So, faire is to give, to do, and then tes devoirs, your homework, okay? We tend to put that at the plural form in French. Fais tes devoirs, okay? And this is here as well an impératif. Okay, and then let's see now. Une défense. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. So, of course, in that case, défense, you want to forbid something, so you should use this negative form, okay? So, n'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable during le cours, the lesson, okay? Utiliser is to use. N'utilisez pas votre téléphone portable pendant le cours. Same thing here. Utiliser is at the imperative form. Okay, so now first thing, when we talk about this imperative form, the first thing that you've got to remember is that we've got only 3 persons, so there will be tu, nous, and then vous. So the imperative doesn't exist for je, for il and il au pluriel. Okay? And then the second thing that you should remember is that you won't use these pronoms personnels. So normally when we've got a tense, well, so far all the tenses that we saw, you use these pronoms personnels, so tu, nous, and vous. Okay? The concept with the imperative is that you won't use tu, either nous or vous. Okay? So you don't use these pronoms personnels. All right? So these 2 things are the main thing. First, only 3 persons, tu, nous, and vous. And the second thing, you don't use the pronom personnel. Okay, let's see now how we build this imperative form. So we'll see first the premier group, then we'll see the deuxième group, and then the troisième group, and finally, of course, as usual, the irregular verbs. All right, so let's start with the first group, le premier groupe. So normally the first group, and it's been that way so far, is the easy group because it is regular. In that case, for the imperative, well, it will be the tricky group, okay? Because, for instance, at the present form, we've got tu parles, okay? So that's the present form of the verb parler, parler to talk, from the first group, okay? If we want to make this imperative form, well, it will look like that, parle. So you can see that your final S needs to go away, and you will get this parle form. This is your imperative form, so l'impératif. And then don't forget to put le point d'exclamation here, because whether it's an order or an advice, you should put it. Okay, that's the way it goes. And then remember, we don't put the pronom personnel, so just this form. Okay, so that's the first form of parler at the imperative. Then nous parlons, so this is the present form. Okay, well, it's quite easy. You don't touch it, you don't change anything, you just put it back here. Don't put the pronom personnel, of course, just put this point d'exclamation at the end, and you've got your imperative form, so parlons. Okay, and then vous parlez, well, same thing here, you just keep it like it is at the present form, and you just put your point d'exclamation at the end. So what you need to remember is that the only thing that will change, so between the present form here and this imperative form, is this final S that normally we don't pronounce, but still we write it. Okay, so it needs to go away at the imperative for the tu form. Okay, let's see now verbs from the second group. So I took this finir to end, to finish. Okay, so tu finis at the present form, and have a look, it's exactly the same form, fini. Okay, point d'exclamation, and you take away the pronom personnel. All right, then nous finissons, exactly the same form, finissons. Don't forget the point d'exclamation at the end, and you take away this nous. Vous finissez, and you will get finissez. Okay, so what you've got to remember, second group of verbs, actually they will be exactly the same as at the present form. Okay, so no change. Of course, you need to take away the pronom personnel, but the forms will stay the same. Okay, so let's see now the troisième groupe. So normally in most of the cases, troisième groupe is contain all the tricky verbs, okay? But then if you take the example of prendre, prendre is to take, tu prends at the present form, okay? Well, look, it is exactly the same thing. Keep in mind that, of course, you should put this point d'interrogation at the end, point d'exclamation at the end, and then you take away this pronom personnel, but still, it's the same form, all right? Then, nous prenons at the present form, we'll get this prenons. And the last one, vous prenez, you will get prenez. Okay, so third group of verbs, actually it's quite easy because you don't touch anything, you don't change anything, you just take away this pronom personnel and you will have your imperative form. Okay, of course, as usual in French, we've got some irregular verbs. Okay, so the first one will be aller. Okay, so aller will be like that. So the only thing that will change with aller is, well, what we saw in the first group. The final S will go away. So you get va, allons, aller. Okay, the other forms are exactly the same. Savoir will become sache, sachons, sachez. Ouvrir, ouvre, so the S goes away, ouvrons, ouvrez. Okay, aller is to go, savoir to know, ouvrir to open. Okay, then of course être and avoir, so être will become soit, remember final S is not pronounced, soit, then soyons, soyez, all right, soit, soyons, soyez. And avoir will become est, remember the final E is not pronounced, so you only have this AI sound, est, okay, est, ayons, ayez, okay, est, ayons, ayez. Okay, so one more time, soit, soyons, soyez, then est, ayons, ayez. All right? And now, remember that all these tricky verbs will be modified if you put a pronoun after. Okay, and we're talking about only two categories of pronouns. So we saw the pronouns previously, so you should know now what pronouns I'm talking about. So I'm talking about this pronoun I here, so the Y pronoun, and I'm talking about the pronoun en. Okay, so because in most of the, well, not most of the cases, but quite often in French, when we use the imperative, we tend to avoid repeating things. So we will put pronouns if needed and if possible. Okay, so in that case, for instance, remember pense, so it's from the first group. So normally when you put this imperative, you shouldn't put the S, okay? But then if you put this Y, so this pronoun after, then you will have to put back this S just to produce it orally, because you will pronounce it pense-y, pense-y, okay? Pense-y, all right? So you get to make this liaison. Same thing here, vas-y, vas-y, all right? And then achètes-en, achètes-en, all right? So that's one important thing if you want to construct this imperative form with pronouns. Then now we'll see how to construct this imperative when we've got the negative form. After that, we'll see how it works if you've got only one pronoun and pronom complément, and then one or two in that case. And then finally, we'll see with the verb pronominaux. But then now first, la négation. So I took this parler verb, and if you have a look at it, so imperative is parle, okay? If you want to write the same sentence but at the negative form, well, it's quite easy because it will be ne parle pas, okay? So you just put your ne before the verb and then the pas after the verb, and of course you don't change the rest. Finir, finissons, ne finissons pas, okay? So same concept, ne first, then your verb, and after that, pas. And then mettre, mettez will become ne mettez pas. Okay, so it's not that difficult. Now let's see with the pronouns. Okay, and then first part will be with one pronoun, and after that we'll see how to construct that with two pronouns, and it is a bit difficult if I'm totally honest with you. But now with one pronoun, let's see. Regarde-moi. okay? And it will become at the negative form ne me regarde pas. Okay, so here normally remember these pronouns me, okay, should come before the verb. Then the rule at the imperative is that if you've got these structures, so structure affirmative, okay, so it's not the negative form, then they should come after. And then this me is one of the pronouns that will change and it will become moi. Regarde-moi, okay? But when you put back this structure to the negative form, so me just become the normal form, so ne me regarde pas, all right? Same thing, so toi will be the second and the last to be drastically modified, so it will become regarde-toi, okay? So the rules stay the same, you put it after, okay? Regarde-toi, all right? But then when you put the negative form, well, it becomes normal, so ne, and then te regarde pas. Okay, keep in mind that as usual for the pronouns, they will come before the verb, okay? So your negative form is coming before and after the whole thing. And then, well, if you've got this le pronoun, or it could be the la, well, it will stay the same, so no modification, so regarde-le, and then negative form, ne le regarde pas, okay? Regarde-la, ne la regarde pas. It could be regarde-nous, okay? Ne, whoops, sorry, I made a mistake, it should be nous here, ne nous regarde pas, okay? And the last one, regarde-les will become ne les regarde pas, okay? So keep in mind that it's only this me and te pronouns that will change. They will become this moi and toi, so they will become these forms, and you should put each time anyway after the verb, and don't forget this little thing between the two, because as you can see we've got to put it, okay? Now if you want to put two pronouns in your structure with the imperative, well, it's something that's well, it's not really rare to use that, okay? But then, well, we've got some, of course, as usual, quite strict rules, and that's the thing. The first part that you will have will be me or m apostrophe, te or t apostrophe, lui, then nous, and leur, okay? So that will be the first thing that you will have to put, and after that will come your pronoun en, okay? That's normally the association of pronouns that we've got, okay? So let's see them in action. For instance, parlement, okay? So as you see, first you put this m apostrophe and then you put your pronoun, okay? Don't forget that they must come after your verb because it's the imperative. Parlement, okay? But if you put them at the negative form, then you will get ne m'en parle pas, okay? Remember, negative form, then they come back as they should be all the time, so before the verb, all right? So another example, parle-nous en, okay? Here, and then we will get ne nous en parle pas. Okay, sorry for the examples, but I tend to not to make the liaison when I make these little examples, just because I think it's more clear not to make the liaison, okay? But then, of course, parle-nous-en, ne nous en parle pas should be the way you should pronounce them, okay? But still, just to make it clear where you put them and to avoid any mistake or anything like that. Okay, so same thing here, so parle, and then after that you've got your pronoun and second pronoun en, but when you put the negative form, ne, and then you put them back before your verb, okay? Second possibility that you would have would be the pronouns like le, la, and les, okay? And they will come first, and after that you will have this moi, lui, nous, and leur, okay? Let's see a few examples now. Donne-la-moi, okay? Donne-la-moi. So exactly the same rule as we saw previously, okay? So you put them after your verb, like that, okay? But of course, when you put the negative form, then you put them back. Look, ne me la donne pas. Donne-la moi, ne me la donne pas. Then donne-la nous, and it will become ne nous la donne pas. All right, so I know this is really difficult, so don't worry, because many students have some difficulties at the beginning, okay? But then little by little, you will understand the structure and the way to construct that, okay? Just try to keep that in mind, okay? Try to listen to persons and then try to use this structure. But remember that in many cases it's possible to avoid repeating, or to avoid, using the pronouns by repeating a few words, okay? So it's an option as well, okay? So let's see now les verbes pronominaux, okay? And so I took this se regarder verb, okay? So regarde-toi. And then if you put the same structure, but then at the negative form, so ne te regarde pas. Regardons-nous, ne nous regardons pas, regardez-vous, ne vous regardez pas. Okay, so exactly the same thing as we saw previously. So toi, nous, and vous should come after the verb. Okay, but when you put this structure at the negative form, so te, nous, and vous should come before the verb. Okay, so that's the rule. That's it. I hope it was not too difficult. I know that the imperative form doesn't look like much when you look at it like that, but then if you want to structure it with the pronouns, it's a bit tricky, okay? But then don't worry. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and the website is waiting for you, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon P. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons obligatoires. So since we started this Learn French with Vincent videos, I've been talking quite much about les liaisons, so these little links that you can put between the words. And so of course we've got some rules for these things, and so I thought that maybe it might be useful to just cover this topic right now, because I've been receiving few messages regarding this topic. So this video will only focus on les liaisons obligatoires, so the one you should make, okay? And after that we'll see the one that you shouldn't make, and then the one that are optional, so it's possible to make them or not. Okay, but in this video we'll focus only on the one that you should make. So let's start now. So the first situation when you should make it, it's when you use these articles définis, so le, la, les, remember, the in English, and then when you've got the plural form, so it's les, it's like that, and then it ends with this s. If you've got a word after and then it's starting with a vowel like this one, amis, friends, then you should make the liaison, les amis. All right, les amis. Then second possibility here, les articles indéfinis, so in English a, but then in French we've got the difference between the masculine un, une, des, okay? And then I took the plural form just to make it clearer. So des here ending with s, and then you've got a word after, étudiant, students. So it starts with a vowel, so you should make the connection, the liaison between the two, des étudiants. All right. Other possibility, when you get these, the adjective possessive, so when you say mine, your, etc. So in French, it would go like that. So in that case, my children, so it should be at the plural because this children is at the plural, okay? So it goes like that, and then ending with s. Enfant, children is starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison, mes enfants, mes enfants. All right, and of course, les adjectifs démonstratifs, this or these, okay, and in that case, I took the plural form, so these here, and then ordinateur, computers, so you should make the liaison between S and O, ses ordinateurs. Ses ordinateurs. Okay, so les amis, des étudiants, mes enfants, ses ordinateurs. So in these cases, you should make the liaison without any doubt, okay? And so we also have this interrogative situation. So when you ask a question, remember, we use this quel, okay? It's what, but then of course, as usually in French, we've got the difference between the masculine, the feminine, and the plural, feminine, plural. In that case, I did use this option, it's feminine and it's plural, so that's the reason why I write this quel like that. And it ends with S. Option is starting with a vowel, you should make the liaison between the two. Quelles options? Quelles options? All right? And then if you, well, heard from the beginning, you know, the concept of this liaison is that you don't make any pause between the two words. Quelles options? It's really a link between the two. Quelles options? Indéfini, well, exactly the same rule. In that case, you've got certains, indéfini, and it is here at the plural form. Individu, plural, starting with a vowel, you make the liaison. Certains individus. Certains individus. All right? And the last situation for this page, numéro. Okay, so if we're talking about the numbers, in that case, I took trois, okay, 3, just because it ends with S, as you can see here. And then appartement, apartments, starting with a vowel, so you should make the liaison. Trois appartements. Okay, so quelles options? Certains individus, trois appartements. So in all these cases, you should make the liaison. All right, but then it continues. So now, situation where you've got a sentence in which you've got first the adjective and then the noun, like here, for instance. Les beaux enfants, okay, so you make the liaison between beau, so adjective, and enfant. And here it's quite interesting because even if you've got this X, well, phonetically it will be like Z, so like if it would be an S, okay? Les beaux enfants, all right? Les jeunes étudiants, all right, so same thing here. The link between the two, les jeunes étudiants. All right? And then if you've got this pronom personnel, so I, you, he, she, etc., and then your verb. So in that case, I took vous, okay? And then the verb to être, the verb être, to be. So in that case, you get vous êtes, so you make the liaison between the two. And then avoir, to have, nous avons. All right, so remember, pronom personnel, then the verb, you make the liaison. And then it's quite interesting because this verb être, so to be, if it's at the third person of the singular, so he is or she is, il est, elle est, okay, then definitely you should make the liaison if you've got something after. So like here, for instance, il est admirable, il est admirable, okay, elle est intéressée. Elle est intéressée. All right, so in all these cases, you should make the liaison, and in that case, it's with T. Il est admirable, elle est intéressée. And it continues. If you've got this structure in which you've got the pronom complément before the verb, okay, so we've been doing a few videos regarding this topic. If you don't know how to make them, well, you can check them. There are many videos regarding this topic. And so remember, the pronouns should be before the verb. So when you've got this kind of structure, subject, pronoun, verb, in that case, you should make the liaison between the two. Il nous aide. Il nous aide. Elle vous admire. Elle vous admire. All right, so z here as well. Elle vous admire, il nous aide. Okay? If you've got the verb first and then you put your pronoun after, because normally that's the way we should proceed, you know, if we want to construct a correct question. Normally you should put first the verb and after the pronoun, okay? So in this situation, then you should make the liaison. And so this little d here is in red just to show you that you won't pronounce it like d to make the liaison, but you will pronounce it like t. And so you will get prend-il, okay? But then here, prennent-elles? Okay, so you've got your T and then prennent-elles. All right, so prend-il, remember, they pronounce like T, and here prennent-elles. All right, and so if you want to construct a structure in which you will have whether une conjonction, so these little words that will link whether words or then sentences, or then if it's une préposition, many videos regarding that topic as well, or adverb, but then they should be only one syllable long. Okay, so like that. Quand elle, all right, same rule here. Remember, when you will have this D, you will phonetically pronounce it like T. Quand elle, dans un, okay, and in that case you've got this préposition dans, okay, and then the article, dans un, all right, and here we've got this adverb, beaucoup, and then admirer, beaucoup, beaucoup admirer, sorry, beaucoup admirer, all right, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admirer, all right, so let's repeat them. Il nous aide, elle vous admire, prend-il, prennent-elles, quand elle, dans un, beaucoup admiré. And that's it for les liaisons. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier, and remember the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon Q. And in this lesson we'll see together les liaisons interdites. So remember, les liaisons, it's actually this little link that we can put between the words when we read or when we speak. Okay, so in the previous lesson we saw les liaisons, so the one that you have to do, okay, so the rules that you've got to follow if you really want to make this liaison properly. And then in this video, well, we'll try to see the one that you shouldn't do, okay, because in some cases it's not possible to make these liaison. Okay, so let's see now. And the first one is actually maybe the most important one, because normally students tend to make this mistake quite often at the beginning, which is totally normal, because if you think about that, we've got this et conjonction, so it means and in English, okay? And so normally students tend to think that when you've got, you know, lui et elle like that, well, why not put this little liaison between the two? Because it would be quite logical. After all, we tend to make it and to put it, you know, a little bit everywhere. But in that case, sorry about that. The rule is really strict. So after this conjonction et, like we've got here, you don't make any liaison. So no links after et. Okay, so if you want to read it correctly here, it will go like lui et elle. All right, so don't think about putting something between the two. Don't think about producing something like lui et elle. No, 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 nothing here. Lui et elle. Okay, and it will be exactly the same thing in this example here. Toi et eux. All right, so no liaison, even if it's a bit tempting, because it would be possible, but then no. So when you get this et, remember, no liaison after, okay? Then after that, we've got this structure or this possibility in which you've got a question like here and here, okay? And you start your question with an adverb, okay? And that's, of course, what we call adverb interrogatif, because it's a question. So, comment, how, as-tu, okay? So, do you have, okay? Or have you? But in that case, remember that if you start with an adverb like here, so avec un adverbe, don't make the liaison. So, you don't say comment as-tu? No, nothing here. Comment as-tu? All right, exactly the same thing here. Quand, when, and then ont-ils. Here you've got this little thing. Quand ont-ils? Quand ont-ils? All right, so you don't make a liaison here between the two. Okay, it was the second rule. And then remember that if you've got a noun, and if this noun is at the singular form, then you shouldn't make the liaison. Like here, for instance, un chien, a dog, adorable. Okay, here it would be tempting to do it, but then no liaison, so un chien adorable. Okay, same thing here, une maison étrange. Okay, house, and then étrange, strange. Une maison étrange, un chien adorable. Okay, remember, you shouldn't make any liaison here after this word and after this word. And then if you've got this participe passé form, so it does mean that whether it is at the, like here or here, it is at the passé composé form, all right? So, ils sont sortis, okay? So if we take the time to have a look at it, here you've got first être, and here you've got the participe passé form, and the whole thing gives you this passé composé, okay? Exactly the same thing here. So we've got the verb être, to be, and after that here we've got this participe passé form, and this form together give you the passé composé form. Okay, so in that case, if you think about what we said, so après le participe passé, so if we spot it, this is the participe passé, sorti, and this is here the participe passé, and well, both end with s, so it would be possible to make a link, you know, between S and A here and S and AU here. But then the rule is quite strict. You don't make a liaison after your participe passé. Okay, so ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Alright, so no liaison here, no link between the two. Ils sont sortis à 15 heures. Exactly the same thing here. Elles sont allées au cinéma. Alright, elles sont allées au cinéma. So, no liaison after your participe passé here. Okay? And then, well, a quite important thing as well, après un verbe conjugué avec tu. Many persons send me messages regarding this thing when I do the conjugation, and when I conjugate the verbs, they say that, you know, it's quite strange because you don't make the liaison when it's for tu. Well, just because it's a rule. You shouldn't make the liaison when you conjugate a verb at the tu form. Okay, don't ask me why. Because basically there's no logic in that, you know. It's just the way it is. So that's one rule, and honestly it's a bit strange. I know, especially when you're learning a language, for what reason only for one person you shouldn't make the liaison, but unfortunately for you that's the way we do it. So let's respect the rule. So in that case, if you look at the sentence, so you've got first your subject, so tu, and then here you get est, okay, and so this is the verb être, and the second form, second person of the singular, so tu es admirable. All right, and in that case, well, don't make the liaison, okay? Tu es admirable. And it will be exactly the same thing here. Tu parles avec nous. So no liaison here between parle and avec, okay? Tu parles avec nous. All right, so that's the rule. When you've got a verb at the tu person, okay, so second person of the singular, don't make a liaison after the verb. All right. And then when you've got these interesting structures, so if we've got the pronoun, so the subject, and it's after your verb, like here, because normally that's the way, I mean, that's the official way that we should, we should respect. If we want to ask a question, first we should put the verb, then we should put the subject, okay? So, veulent-ils, all right? So it should go like that. And then, if you've got, well, something after, like here, aller avec nous, okay? It could be possible if you think about that. We've got an S here, and then we've got a vowel after. But then the rule goes like that. If you've got this structure, so in which your pronoun is coming after your verb because it's a question, then you don't make the liaison. Okay? Veulent-ils aller avec nous? Okay? Exactly the same thing here. Parle-t-il en anglais? Okay? So no liaison after your pronoun. Okay? Just because the structure is like that. First you've been having your verb, then your pronoun, then you don't make a liaison. And another rule is if you've got like here, ces ordinateurs, or like here, mes étudiants. Okay, so in these two sentences, ces ordinateurs, it's the subject, okay, mes étudiants subject, and then you've got the verb coming after, all right? And so the concept or the idea is that if you've got a subject like that, but then it's what we call un groupe nominal, okay? So in that case, it's not a first name, or then it's not the pronoun, je, tu, il, etc. But it's, you know, a word or a group of words. And in that case, you don't make a liaison after this groupe nominal. So in that case, ces ordinateurs, you don't make the liaison between this word and the verb that will come after. Okay? Ces ordinateurs ont, and the sentence continues. Okay? Same thing here. Mes étudiants apprennent. And the sentence continues. So the concept is quite strict. Remember, you've got your subject, so it must be something like that. Okay? So you've got group of words, okay, and after that you won't make the liaison with the verb, okay. And then this is quite interesting because it's what we call un H aspiré, okay. So for instance, in this case, well, I did put that in a big letter because it's a place in Paris, okay. So, but in that case still, even if you've got this H, okay, it belongs to this aspiré group of words, so containing this H, okay, and it means that you won't have the possibility to make the liaison between your article and your word. So in that case, you shouldn't make the liaison, so you shouldn't say les halles, but you should say les halles. Okay, les halles. Same thing here. H, well, it's an axe, okay, and in that case, it's the plural form. Les haches, okay, les haches. Okay, so you don't say les haches, but you say les haches. All right. So I did write two other examples. In that case, harpe, so the musical instrument. Des harpes, okay, so you don't make the liaison between the two. Des harpes. And the last one, hiérarchie. Des hiérarchies. Okay, so just to show you that it's not only with A, because I've got three examples with A, but then in that case it's I, okay, des hiérarchies. All right, so no liaison here, 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 and here. All right, because these words are starting with what we call H aspiré. And that's it. Okay, so if you want more videos, youtube.com/imagier, or the website is waiting for you, imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye bye. Bonjour à tous and welcome to Learn French with Vincent, and this is Unité 9, leçon R. This is the last lesson for this Unité 9. Okay, so it's a quite good news, and then it will be the last lesson of this little pack that I wanted to make to end this unit with the liaison. Okay, so if you remember, the first video that I made was regarding les liaisons, well, the one that you should do, the second one, les liaisons that you shouldn't do, and this last one is like les liaisons optionnelles. So it does mean that it's possible to make them. It's not compulsory, but still it would be advisable to make them. So I know for what reason should I do only one video for that. Well, it's just to give you the opportunity to choose whether you want to make them or not, because in both cases it would be possible. Okay, so let's start now. Les liaisons optionnelles. And the first one will be après le verbe aller. Okay, so remember that it will be possible first to say je vais avoir un chien. So you don't make the liaison. Or if you want to make it, it is possible. Je vais avoir un chien. Okay, first option possible. Je vais avoir un chien. Then if you want to make the liaison, it's also possible. Je vais avoir un chien. Ils vont habiter en France without the liaison, or ils vont habiter en France with the liaison. Okay? Ta. Ils vont habiter en France. Alright? Second possibility, après le verbe être. Exactly the same thing. It's possible to read this sentence like je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Or then you can read it with the liaison je suis intéressé par l'histoire. Second example here. Ils sont arrivés ce soir. Or then, ils sont arrivés ce soir. Après le verbe avoir, well, it's exactly the same rule. Nous avons une amie. Or then, nous avons une amie. Ils ont un chien. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils ont un chien. Same thing with the verb falloir. Il faut admettre ses erreurs. Or then, if you want to make the liaison, il faut admettre ses erreurs. Il faut étudier beaucoup. Or, with the liaison, il faut étudier beaucoup. The verb devoir will follow exactly the same rule. First option, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Or then, je dois être chez lui dans 15 minutes. Ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Or if you want to make the liaison, ils doivent attendre mon arrivée. Same thing with the verb pouvoir. Elle peut arriver demain. Or then if you want to make the liaison, elle peut arriver demain. Nous pouvons inviter cette personne. Or if you want to make the liaison, nous pouvons inviter cette personne. It will be exactly the same thing with the verb vouloir. Je veux entendre sa musique. Or then with the liaison, je veux entendre sa musique. Okay, remember we had the same rule. Even if we've got this X at the end, well, with the liaison it will sound like Z. Okay? Je veux entendre, je veux entendre. Je veux entendre sa musique. Okay? Then, elles veulent attendre avec moi. Or if you want to put the liaison, elles veulent attendre avec moi. And then, other option, entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. Okay, so here we've got a group of words. If you look carefully, first you've got a noun, then you've got an adjective. Well, both are at the plural form. Okay, and so the rule is like entre un nom pluriel et l'adjectif. So we're talking about here and here. Okay, but it's optional. It's not compulsory. You don't need to do it if you don't want to do it, but it's possible. Okay, so first option, des personnes étrangères. Or if you want to make the liaison, des personnes étrangères. Des amis irlandais. Or if you want to make the liaison, des amis irlandais. And then I made two more here. Des étudiants intelligents. Or if you want to make the liaison, des étudiants intelligents. Des lampes artificielles. And if you want to make the liaison, des lampes artificielles. And that's it. If you want more videos, then youtube.com/imagier. And the website is here, www.imagier.net. Have a great day. Bye-bye.